She was clearly a contemporary empress with great cultivation in the Mahayana period, but was falsely accused by her subjects of stealing the family's precious jade. Instead of executing the accuser, the empress went on a frantic search for evidence, intending to prove her innocence even at the cost of her life. When I transmigrated and became the empress's lucky charm, witnessing this scene, I found it absurd. I thought to myself that under the Mahayana, all are mere ants. I must bring a tremendous shock to female readers, showing them how male-oriented novels are played. Let them understand a bit about the finger of the wilds and the flag of the human emperor. At this moment in the Golden Luang Palace, an old man stared directly at the empress without fear and said, "Your Majesty, although you are the emperor and have reached the great vehicle realm, today you must give this subject an explanation. Did you steal my ancestral jade? The ancestral jade is guarded by a strong presence in my family, and in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, besides your Majesty, no one else has the ability. If not you, then who?" His ancestral jade was naturally not lost. The reason he pressured the empress in front of the court officials was to help his master ascend to the throne. Many ministers on the side also echoed, "Lord Ye is not someone who would slander others. This matter must be your Majesty's wrongdoing." Faced with the coercion of the court officials, the empress's explanations were ignored. At this moment, she had already harbored thoughts of death, looking towards the courtyard pillars supporting the Golden Luang Palace not far away, preparing to dissipate her cultivation first and then smash her head against the pillar, thus ensuring the protection of her lifelong innocence. Just as she was about to disperse all her cultivation, she was horrified to find that she couldn't move her body. As I slowly opened my eyes, I saw the civil and military ministers below, and then realized that I had crossed into the female frequency novel that I had just criticized, taking 2.5 minutes to accept this fact. What was beyond belief was that I had crossed over as the female emperor with a cheat ability, able to use cultivation techniques from other novels without any cost. Leaving aside the cultivation techniques, what left me speechless was that at this moment, the emperor, with cultivation at the grand completion stage, was actually falsely accused of stealing by his subordinates, and he even wanted to die to prove his innocence. A mere 5th grade foundation establishment trash. Someone who could be killed with just a glance. Yet he was reasoning with them, truly fitting for a female frequency novel, holding a vast army and peak cultivation but lacking any sense. If this were a male frequency novel, who would dare threaten me? They would be turned to ashes. Who are you? The ethereal voice of Empress Lu Ruyan echoed in my ears. I am a cultivator of the Mahayana stage. Who can control me? Upon hearing the Empress's question, I smiled and replied, I am a person from another world. It is a coincidence that I have taken over your body, but rest assured, I will not harm you. I will even help you overcome this crisis. Lu Ruyan's bright eyes lit up. Do you have a way to break this deadlock? May I ask for your esteemed name? I smiled faintly. It's not necessary to reveal my true name. People know me as the Great Love Immortal. Lu Ruyan's heart was instantly filled with joy. The name Great Love Immortal sounded full of love, and she believed that this person would use love to help her through this difficult situation. Before she could express her gratitude, Lord Yi and others below the court couldn't wait any longer. With a dark expression, Lord Yi said, Your Majesty, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will unite with the other lords of the court to establish a new ruler. At this moment, I have control over Lu Ruyan's body. Sitting on the dragon throne, my eyes are full of mockery, no longer concealing my breath. The civil official's robe is woven with birds, while the military official's robe is embroidered with beasts. Have you useless lot ever heard a saying? Seated in the position of power, my gaze is cold and piercing. The pressure of the great vehicle realm making many court ministers pale-faced, some even unable to bear it and sitting on the ground. Why does Lu Ruyan seem like a different person? Have you ever heard of questioning me? Under the heavens, there is no land that is not the king's, and on the border of the land, there are no subjects who are not the king's. Don't even mention a piece of broken jade that I didn't take. So what if I did? Lu Ruyan is full of question marks in her mind. Shouldn't the Great Love Immortal use love to enlighten others? To move them with emotions and enlighten them with reason? But why does it feel like things are not heading in that direction when looking at his momentum? Aren't you supposed to help me prove my innocence? Sister, you are the emperor. Moreover, you are at the great vehicle realm cultivation level, being forced by foundation establishment realm subjects to prove your innocence. Isn't that embarrassing? Remember this, at the great vehicle realm, I am the boss. Who dares to speak to the boss like that? I'll rip out their spine and make them into sheep scorpions. I am frustrated with her lack of progress. Words are useless. Let me demonstrate directly. After listening, Lu Ruyan felt it made sense, but also sensed something amiss. As the emperor of the Great Gan dynasty, if an emperor does not reason and lead by virtue, can they still be considered a good emperor? Observe carefully and learn diligently. What you learn will be your own. At this moment, one of the civil officials stood up and said, Emperor Lu Ruyan, as the ruler of the Great Gon and its people, you must be willing to admit your mistakes and not remain stubborn. Even if you are the emperor, what can you do when so many colleagues are united? With these words, the Hall of Golden Chimes erupted into chaos once again. The saying goes that the blame should not fall on the masses. Now, with many courtiers joining forces, even as the emperor, you cannot possibly execute them all. Ye Teng sneered inwardly, determined to provoke the Empress Dowager today, depose Emperor Lu Ruyan, and then support the 8th princess to ascend to the throne. Thinking of this, he cast a glance at a minister not far away, and the minister immediately understood and came forward. The man jumped out of his skin. The emperor has lost his virtue and is not worthy of being the son of heaven of my great Qian. This man should be abolished. The voice of the person who spoke was extremely loud, and suddenly the courtroom was silent. With these words, it was already considered a ripoff. Chen Yang glanced at him and then at the others, eyes indifferent. Well, all so brave. The minister who spoke saw that Lu Ruyan didn't react, so he couldn't help but become bold. Ruyan Lu Yu. No one knew what he was going to say after that. The courtiers only felt a sudden burst of terrifying majesty above their heads, as if a 1,000-pound weight had fallen on their shoulders. The crowd only saw a finger condensed by the pressure fall from the air. Directly the minister who passionately opened the mic and spoke boldly was exterminated. There was one less living person and one more puddle of dirty blood in the Golden Palace. Instantly dead. Not even a bone left. Noisy. Chen Yang sat on top of the dragon chair without any half-change in his expression. Just now, he had only used the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, the 1,000th of its power version. If you use your full strength, not to mention these people in the Golden Palace, with the Golden Palace as the center and a radius of 100 miles, all must die. Although the illusory finger virtual seal composed purely of energy dispersed, the pressure was still there. Above the courtroom just now also forced Li officials at the moment one by one like a frosted eggplant general wilted. Everyone had fear in their eyes at the moment. Chen Yang was satisfied with their reaction. He rose from his throne and stood with his arms folded. Softly, not to mention that I'm your sovereign father. Even without the 9 and 5, I'm still a Mahayana cultivator. Who can disrespect me? Dare to disrespect me? Instead, it is because of the human emperor's identity that you are able to see me. If not, with your status you would be worthy of seeing this seat? Everything under the sun is mine. I give you as yours. Not to mention a piece of broken jade. Even your Ye Teng's head is mine. I'll let you keep your brain on your neck for a few more days if you really look good. And if you don't, I'll have your head on the move in a heartbeat. Chen Yang's voice was flat, but the dominance in the words terrified many ministers. One's whole body couldn't stop trembling. Ruyan Lu, don't be complacent. Ye Teng could not breathe under the pressure, and could only clench his fists and shout. Things have come to a point where he has no way back, and his heart is full of doubts as to why Lu Ruyan's disposition has changed so much. Chen Yang stood with his arms folded and stood in front of Ye Teng before the blink of an eye. After all, he had mastered numerous feats of male novels and was himself a Mahayana cultivator. Not to mention instantaneous movement at such a close range. He could appear 1,000 miles away in the next second if he wanted to. Ye Teng's pupils shrunk. The entire person flew out directly, hitting the wall of the Golden Palace, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out directly. Chen Yang's hands didn't even touch each other. What's his cultivation level? What's Ye Teng's level? What's the point of hitting him? There was a dead silence in the entire Golden Hall. At this moment, not many courtiers even dared to look at Lu Ruyan. They all buried their heads like ostriches. Is this still really their son of heaven? The crowd only felt a layer of white-haired sweat stirring up behind their backs, especially the ones who just followed the barking dog. I only felt a chill in my neck, as if I had been cut immediately. Chen Yang was still standing with his arms folded. Ye Teng, may I steal your precious jade? Ye Teng climbed up with difficulty, and his internal organs seemed to have moved and switched places with each other. At the moment, he was afraid. And who in the world is not afraid of death? No, never stole. I was wrong. If it wasn't for Lu Ruyan staying his hand, just now that time, he could have been sent flying for thousands of miles. Not to mention the flesh and bones, the ashes wouldn't be left. Terrible. It was horrible. Chen Yang was idling in the Golden Palace, and whoever he walked up to, his whole body couldn't stop shivering. Get back in the dragon chair. Ye Teng has defamed the Son of Heaven and has no eyes for his father. Pass the decree. Cook and kill. Execute the 9 clans. Chapter 3. It's very femme. It's too femme. The femme. The entire majestic Golden Palace suddenly warmed up, and everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The ministers in the temple each looked at Lu Ruyan like a monster. Is this still their majesty who majors in reasoning to convince people by virtue? It's too brutal to kill people when you say you'll kill them, and to execute 9 clans when you say you'll execute 9 clans. Ruyan Lu was also panicking at the moment. This was completely different from what she had thought about. Didn't she say that she had a great love for the immortal dignity? Where's the big love? Immortal. Lord Immortal. We have to be reasonable. Although Lord Ye has slandered me for stealing his family heirloom, it is imperative that I prove my innocence. How can I threaten? Ruyan Lu never expected Chen Yang to do this. Just now, killing someone in the Great Hall had genuinely frightened her. A living, breathing human being was instantly reduced to blood and water. It was so ferocious. Although she was a human emperor, although she was at the Mahayana stage of cultivation, but never killed anyone in my life. Chen Yang, is that the difference between a female and a male character? Don't they know that the immortal cultivation world is cruel? No fighting, no scrambling, 20-year-old Mahayana. Sounds like bull ****** to me, like the world's #1 assassin hasn't killed anyone. Be reasonable? Chen Yang Jie smiled. Tomorrow, a decree will be issued that those who assassinate the faults of the widow in the face will be punished with capital punishment. Those who write a letter recommending the faults of the widow will have their whole family killed. And those who slander and ridicule in the city and the court and hear about the widow's ears will be executed by the 9 clans. Ruyan, don't call me Lord from now on. Call me Master. Today Master will teach you a lesson. The Mahayana stage doesn't need to be reasoned with at all. Master. Master. Lu Ruyan's face blushed slightly. For some reason, calling out this master caused a different kind of sentiment to arise in her heart. It's very female-focused. Chen Yang's gaze was indifferent. Ye Chongshan flung himself on his knees and cut out his head to make the paved stone slabs red. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Spare my life for the sake of the old minister's life of labor and loyalty to the defense of the country. The old minister requests to beg for skeletons. Now you know you're a coward. What were you doing? You want to run away after admitting you're wrong? You can't dream this beautifully without advanced diabetes. The king's orders were told to let you die. Chen Yang waved his sleeve and a green-colored flame condensed in the golden palace. The flame instantly condensed into the shape of a Dan furnace. This fire was none other than the green lotus earthly heart flame, which was relatively high on the list of foreign flames. He was able to use feats from male novels before, and now he was able to use magic treasures from male novels. Does that make sense? That makes sense. You should have no regrets if you can die in the burning of the green lotus earthly heart flame. Instantly the flames wrapped Ye Chongshan, and in the next second he could be burned to ashes by the foreign fire. His life and death were all at Chen Yang's whim. Imperial sister. What a great imperial might. Burning and killing the veteran ministers of 2 dynasties in front of a full court. Is imperial sister not afraid that the hearts of the world will be chilled? A discordant female voice entered the middle of the golden hall. A woman in her mid-20s walked in, with fair skin and a good-looking body. Hearing this voice, the adults in the court breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was no one but the 8th princess of the dynasty, the most promising person to take the throne in the battle for the throne back then. Don't ask why it's women who are vying for the throne. The ask is, it's a female frequency. In addition to her cultivation, this 8th princess was superior to Ruyan Lu in terms of talent and prestige in the hearts of many ministers. Today, Ye Chongshan falsely accused Lu Ruyan in public, because he wanted the 8th princess to take the throne. The moment Chen Yang saw the 8th princess, a few more lines appeared in his line of sight. So much so that it seems to be the first-person voice of Princess Hachi's heart. Too many elements. I'm the 8th princess of the dynasty, and I'm better than Ruyan Lu in terms of talent and means, but I have no intention of summiting 9 to 5 at all. Father has valued Ruyan Lu since she was a child, and she robbed me of all my father's love, but I don't care at all. But she shouldn't have taken the man I love. I like the scholar of the dynasty, Shin Qingxiao, but Shin Qingxiao only likes Lu Ruyan. Who is she to take away everything I hold dear? I want revenge. I want what's mine back. Chen Yang, against all odds, just because a man is fighting for the throne? I won't even watch the Qing Palace drama without you. For a moment, Chen Yang had a big trough that he didn't know how to spit up. Ruyan Lu, you exterminated the old ministers above the court. You'd better give this princess an explanation. Otherwise, I will definitely publicize what you have done today to the world, so that you will be reviled for all eternity. Chen Yang's eyes indifferently glanced at the 8 princesses. Just one glance made the 8th princess's scalp tingle and cold sweat flow. Today's Lu Ruyan didn't seem to be the same as usual. I can do whatever I want. Instantly, the aura of the green lotus earthly heart flame was no longer restrained, and a heat wave swept through the entire hall. Ye Chongshan, who was wrapped in flames, didn't even have time to scream, and instantly turned into a few grains of flying ash. A Jiangnan family with a big name. Dead. The heat waves rolled over, and there was silence above the great hall. Chen Yang stood on the supreme position, gazing at the crowd below. At this moment, The 8th princess's heart was also incomparably apprehensive. No way. When did Ruyan Lu have this kind of vigor? The more abnormal she acts, the more it means she's panicking. In that case, at this moment, the advantage is mine. Ruyan Lu was nothing but the end of her strength. Ruyan Lu, how dare you? The 8th princess's fair little face was instantly red warm, and the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Ye family is a big surname in Jiangnan, and Jiangnan is the most affluent place in the whole Daqian dynasty. The so-called 3 years of clearing the governor, 100,000 snowflake silver. Ye Shaan brought more than $10 million to the 8 princesses every year. Now that he's dead, this big silver is cut off. How could the 8th princess not hate it? Even if Ruyan Lu dared to kill others, she definitely didn't dare to kill her. After all, she had royal blood flowing through her as well. Even if the other party was a Mahayana powerhouse, they would definitely not dare to act rashly. How dare you? Everything in the world is mine. What would I not dare? In terms of status, I am the 9-5, ordered by heaven, both longevity and eternity, and all under the imperial power are mole crickets. In terms of strength, I am a Mahayana cultivator, just one step away from asking for ascension. Dare or dare not, I act in my life. Why need to explain like others? I'm too lazy to say it, and you don't deserve to hear it. With one look from Chun Yang, the 8th princess could not withstand the immense pressure and directly fell to her knees. Ruyan Lu, the blood flowing in my body is also royal blood. How dare you do this to me? Snap! A clear slap sounded. Chen Yang instantly moved in front of the 8th princess and slapped her in the face. 2 teeth are knocked out. I am the son of heaven. Dare to call me by my name. Do you really think I won't kill you? Bakugo was knocked to the ground. Shin Qingxiao, the scholar at arms who was wearing an official uniform on the side, stood out. Ruyan, the 8th princess is your own sister, so forgive her. Chun Yang froze and backhanded a slap. Who the hell is this? You can't call me Ruyan? Chapter 4, Disciple. When a monk of my generation has a firm heart, he should kill his husband to prove the way. Scholar Shin Qingxiao was slapped to the ground. Ruyan Lu was instantly anxious. Master, this man is in love with me. I can't fight. Chun Yang sighed and said in a serious tone. Apprentice, cultivators of my generation, when the thoughts are clear, is such a little white boy worthy of your protection? You were just threatened by the crowd and he watched from the sidelines and didn't give a. Now he's defending that 8th princess instead. And such a person is still kept for the new year? Hearing Chen Yang's words, Ruyan Lu came to her realization. When you think about it, that's really the point. Shin Qingxiao, this person claims to be loyal to the emperor and love the country, but when she was defamed by others, half a word of defense is not there. Chen Yang Jiejie smiled. Have you ever heard the saying that if there is no man in your heart, you can practice like a god? Just keep a good eye on the sidelines. Shin Qingxiao collapsed sideways on the ground, his eyes covered in red bloodshot eyes with a few strands of infatuation. He held out his white and well-knuckled hand, as if to say, Ruyan, you hit me so hard. Chen Yang was shocked by his unique sense of image of a female frequency and his goosebumps rose. Is this female? It's too female frequency now. But how on earth did he dare? Chen Yang, as Lu Ruyan's gold finger, he naturally received the other party's memories. It is not true that this Shin Qingxiao won the examination, but before he went to the capital to catch the examination, he had already married and had a child in his hometown. After winning the scholarship, he returned to his hometown to GA all his wife and son. With such behavior, even Shen Shimi would have to spit on him, but it's just such a person. In the novel it actually becomes the white moonlight of Lu Ruyan and the 8 princesses. Chen Yang didn't understand, but he was greatly shaken. And you, Shin Qingxiao, don't you have any idea what's going on in your heart? How dare a little trash like you have the idea of climbing into the bed of a Mahayana empress? Ruyan, you've changed. Shin Qingxiao coughed lightly, displaying a softness that a man shouldn't have. Who are you to call me by my name? A virtual float formed by energy appeared in the air, and in the next second Shin Qingxiao was directly pressed into flesh and blood. Killing the husband to prove the truth is now. The whole room was silent. Numerous courtiers looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. They all knew that Shin Qingxiao and Lu Ruyan had a great relationship, such as even he died under Ruyan Lu. The courtiers who had clamored earlier were now trembling with fear and trembling, not daring to breathe. The 8th princess's eyes were red as she stared at the puddle of blood on the ground with a deadly stare. Ruyan Lu, how dare you? How could you kill him? How dare you? A few veins twisted out of Princess 8's forehead. How could she not hate Ruyan Lu for killing her favorite man? Even if Ruyan Lu kowtowed and knelt to her today, she would never forgive her. Even if she was an emperor and a Mahayana. So what? Chen Yang smiled. I don't need to explain to you what I want to do. You're a Yuaning cultivator. Where did you get the courage to dare question me? Before the words left his mouth, Chen Yang gave a single look, and the pressure was as if it was substantial. With a plop, the unrivaled 8th princess fell to her knees. Ruyan Lu, I am also of royal bloodline. How dare you? The 8th princess knelt on the ground and roared out with a strong top pressure. She was the 8th princess of the dynasty, an existence that nearly ascended to the top of the 9 and 5 back then. The strength is even a terrifying Yuaning. Just based on this identity, this strength, you will be treated with courtesy wherever you go. Now he was even forced to kneel in public in front of the civil and military officials. When has she ever suffered this humiliation? Chen Yang snorted coldly. People who cultivate immortals have always emphasized on 1 power over 10. Those with a high realm have the right to speak, and those with a low realm are nothing more than ants. I am the Mahayana. My words are the laws of Dakian. My reasoning is the orders of Dakian. Even though you have the royal bloodline in you, so what? Where does a concubine daughter born of a concubine have the guts to snarl and bark here? Princess 8's face was like withered wood, her fists clenched and crunched. In front of the entire court, suffered Lu Ruyan so humiliated. In the future she cannot raise her head to be a man. At this moment, her heart was filled with killing intent. Anger will make people lose their minds, and the 8 princesses' Yuaning cultivation is displayed to the fullest extent. Surprisingly, he stood up against the huge pressure. There was an additional Qingfeng longsword in his hand. Ruyan Lu, I want you to die. Chen Yang frowned slightly, seeing as the 8th princess was Lu Ruyan's own sister. He had originally planned to leave her alive to live, but since the other party is actively seeking death, then Chen Yang had no choice but to be an adult. Dodging in front of the 8 princesses in an instant, her finger gently tapped on the other party's forehead. You and I are sisters for a time, but you want to leave. The separation is imminent. Then I will give you a ride. Immortal Wei kills and sends friends to the wind. The 8th princess looked horrified. She wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound. At this moment she had lost control of her body. The body slowly drifted into the air. As she floated, her hair, her arms and legs, her body began to drift with the wind. I was wrong. Imperial sister, I was wrong. I'll never fight for the throne again. Princess 8 wanted to shout, but not a single sound could be made. Even if he wanted to burn blood and temporarily raise his cultivation level, he couldn't do it. All means are not used. She's dead. Chen Yang was indifferent, looking at the 8th princess who had turned into dust from a downward perspective. I know that you like Shen Qingxiao. Sending you to meet him is also considered to be an adult. At this moment in the already silent Golden Palace, the atmosphere was again condensed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 8th princess just dissipated without a trace. The 8th princess befriended several military generals during her lifetime. Now that the 8 princesses were dead, they would most likely suffer liquidation in the future. Instead of sitting around waiting to die, let go of the battle. The 4 military generals looked at each other, instantly dodged and surrounded Lu Ruyan in the center. Lu Ruyan, you exterminated your own sister and disregarded your kinship. You are a human emperor in vain. We are going to help Great Qian get rid of you as a scourge today. The 4 of them bellowed out. The 4 of them, 2 of them transforming divinity and 2 of them refining void. Such a realm is considered a mainstay in the immortal cultivation world. But in Chen Yang's eyes, they were nothing more than ants. The breath of the 4 skyrocketed, and one of them didn't forget to say to the minister behind him, fellow officers, Ruyan Lu won't let us go. It's better to let go rather than wait for him to kill us. At his instigation, a few more people stepped forward. Those who have second thoughts had better all come forward, or save me the trouble. Several people joined hands to offer their weapons and deliver the strongest strike. The 4 martial generals came from the same school, and their combined strike had killed a harmonization realm powerhouse. Nowadays, they were naturally stronger than before, plus there were bystanders to assist them. Even if Ruyan Lu was a Mahayana powerhouse, it might not be impossible to kill her today. The 4 of us have always been invincible when we join forces. Boom! A powerful strike blasted towards Lu Ruyan. The dust and smoke cleared. Chen Yang was unharmed. The 4 men's eyes barely glazed over. Chapter 5. The Empress Dowager comes along for the ride. Then the fight. The crowd lost their words and stared blankly at the scene. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle. The shock they felt at this moment was beyond words. The combined strikes of the 10 powerhouses were unable to injure Ruyan Lu in the slightest. They had known that the Mahayana stage was strong, but they hadn't expected it to be this strong. Mahayana powerhouse. Terrifying as hell. You guys are done fighting, so it's my turn. After Chen Yang's words, he merely waved his sleeve, and a dozen people were simultaneously engulfed by a flame. In an instant, the crowd became a few flying ashes, dissolved into nothingness, as if they had never come to earth. Not even the genesis in the body was left behind. In a breath, the ash flew away. The ministers of the court, some of whom were timid and terrified, were scared and sat down on the ground. Horrible, too horrible. Is this still the same emperor they used to love to reason with? Why, it's like a tyrant at the moment. The crowd saw Chen Yang seeing the ghosts and gods. Chen Yang stood with his arms folded. His yellow robe was windless, and his expression remained indifferent since the beginning. Looking at the civil and military officials below in their beastly official uniforms only felt ridiculous. You don't practice and see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you practice, you will realize that you are a mayfly looking at the sky. Dear ministers, I am a reasonable man. What other grievances do you have? Tell them all together today. How dare the civil and military ministers in the Golden Palace to say more? Instead, a few bold ones spoke up. Your Majesty is wise. The Son of Heaven is wise. That Ye Teng stream is really a rebellious traitor. Death is not enough to be spared. Every blade of grass and tree in the Brocade Mountains and rivers belongs to His Majesty. And His Majesty is the true dragon Son of Heaven. So how could he act as a beamer? Ye Teng died a good death. Pale-bearded old thief. White-headed piker. This old deng should have died a long time ago. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Chen Yang leaned on the dragon chair, his hand on his forehead. Good. No wonder Hushan could live so long. That's a lot of advice. My century-old dynasty of Dakian doesn't even have a truth-teller nowadays? A vicissitude in the air full of female sound. The Golden Palace outside into a dress in a Xian suit. Posture. Graceful and noble woman. The person had a pretty face and looked to be in her 30s. No one knows the true age. After all, in the immortal cultivation world, it was not as if there were no elixirs for facial beauty. One elixir in the stomach could revitalize even an old man with gray hair. This person is no other than the current Empress Dowager. It is also the birth mother of the 8th princess. Ruyan Lu's mother was the first empress, and the 8th princess's mother was the second empress. Today, when the group of ministers forced the palace, saying that this Empress Dowager did not know the inside story, Chen Yang definitely did not believe it. Chen Yang looked at the Empress Dowager and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This Empress Dowager has a lot of style. 2. The harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. What is the Empress Dowager here for? Although the Empress Dowager's aura was strong, Chen Yang was not afraid in the slightest. You're at the Mahayana stage. Why are you still afraid of? Now that the Empress Dowager has returned, I can pretend that nothing has happened. If not, death. The corner of Lu Ruyan's eye twitched slightly. Master, she is my mother. This, also have to kill? A soft voice rang in Chen Yang's ears. Although it was possible that the Empress Dowager was also involved in today's matter, but that was her mother after all. Although there was no blood relationship, that was still his mother after all. No matter what, they were her relatives, and there was still some sadness in her heart if the other person really died. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. In male enhancement, this indecisive Mahayana powerhouse couldn't survive more than 3 pages. Nope. In the male frequency, people with this kind of character don't even live to see the Mahayana. People are arranging schemes to force the palace and drive you off the throne, and you're still thinking of letting her off the hook? Get rid of the evil and cut down the roots to understand? Ruyan Lu was still a little hesitant. Master, we can touch him with love. Isn't your honorific title Great Love Immortal? Chen Yang said indifferently. But it's just the name of a deceased person. I've loved it a lot. If the real great love had come, I guess all the people present would have been reunited with their ancestors. Ruyan Lu looked torn. She is my mother after all. It wouldn't be right to kill her. Chen Yang, she's your real mother? Ruyan Lu, no. Chen Yang, she has raised you? Ruyan Lu, no. Chen Yang, then you tangled an oolong bubble to? Watch for master next. In the face of Chen Yang's threat, the Empress Dowager's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it gives a sense of stabilization. The Empress Dowager opened her mouth. Ruyan Lu, I am mindful of the fact that you are of the late Emperor's bloodline, and I will leave you alive today. You are not allowed to take half a step into the Deqian Empire in the future. If not, die. Chen Yang had a black question mark on his face. A long time ago he wanted to ask, where the hell did these guys get their backing? Just then, the sky, which was originally cloudless on a clear day, was suddenly covered in dark clouds. The wind was howling and the lightning was thundering. Extremely terrifying pressure swept across 100 miles. Everyone under the coverage of the pressure had an urge to prostrate themselves and kneel down. So this is the Empress Dowager's bottom line. Leaving behind a sentence, Chen Yang had already appeared 1,000 meters in the air. Thousands of meters away opposite him, wrapped in thick dark clouds of thunder and lightning, was a 100-meter Buddha emanating golden light. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the giant-like statue of Buddha gave people a sense of great pressure. Before the Buddha statue stood a young monk in a robe. The terrifying pressure was originating from his surroundings. Amit Ba, the young monk has met His Majesty, the great Qian Emperor. The monk's voice was light and gentle, as if he were a gentleman enlightening a child. But Chen Yang saw out. This person's cultivation level was also a Mahayana. Everyone within 100 miles of the capital of the Great Qian country could see the huge Buddha statue in the sky. Quite a number of people whose realm was not bad even saw the monk's appearance clearly. Not from the Central Plains, but looked like someone from a Western Buddhist country. All over the 9 states, there were eyes cast over. Someone recognized the monk. This person was the previous generation of Buddhas from the Western region Buddhist kingdom, and had stepped into the Mahayana realm 100 years ago. At this moment, many people were sweating for Ruyan Lu. After all, she had only been in the Mahayana for a year. Other than that, it was far inferior to the other side in terms of combat experience. Thunder roared around the huge golden Buddha statue. The monk opened his mouth. Poor monk Huijiao. What I have come here today is only for one thing. Chen Yang's face did not change. What is the matter? The Empress Dowager of Great Qian has always eaten fasting and recited Buddha's name, and has a deep affinity with my Buddha. I have persuaded her several times to make Buddhism in the western regions the state religion and let the people of Deqian worship our Buddha for generations. But she just refuses. It was not until yesterday that she relented and was willing to make Buddhism the state religion. She made one condition, though. Chen Yang looked at him with interest. Her condition wouldn't be for you to kill me, would it? Monk Huijiao smiled faintly, smiling like a spring breeze. Your Majesty is also a person with a connection to the Buddha. What an accurate guess. Chapter 6. The death penalty is repeatedly executed. Not to mention the monk I have to be refined into a human puppet. Monk Huijiao went away in peace. You and I are both Mahayana. Where did you get the confidence to be able to kill me? Chen Yang's face did not change as he spoke in a faint voice. Amitabha Buddha. Your Majesty is wrong. I have come here to see that you have a destiny with our Buddha, specially to degree you to meet him. Before the words fell, Monk Huijiao pointed out with a finger, which was still glowing with a burst of golden light. In an instant, the 100-meter golden Buddha spread out its 5 fingers and scattered from the firmament. A high mountain collapsed in an instant under the enormous pressure. The ground shook and everything around Chen Yang was destroyed. Have you ever seen a palm strike that falls from the sky? Ruyan Lu was already in a hurry at the moment. She had never fought a Mahayana stage expert before. One slip up and you could lose your soul. The body is dead. Master, forget about the palm from the sky. Hurry up and get out of here or you'll be seriously injured if you don't die. At the same time, the gazes of the several powerful people projected here all dissipated. In the eyes of these reclusive bigwigs, Ruyan Lu was bound to die. Although they were both at the Mahayana stage, Monk Huijiao had been famous for a long time, and assuming that he was given another 300 years, he might not be unable to cross the threshold. In comparison, Ruyan Lu was somewhat inadequate. In the face of the terrifying pressure, Chen Yang did not hide or avoid it. Standing straight in the center of the pressure, Ruyan Lu's face was pale, eyes closed, waiting for death. There was some fear, but on second thought, she had planned to die to prove her innocence. Dying now is nothing more than dying later than just now, and it's not so scary. But after staring with his eyes closed for half a day, he didn't wait for Monk Huijiao's terrifying blow. Unable to help but be a little confused, he asked with his eyes closed, has it started? Chen Yang's faint voice came from his ears. It's over. Lu Ruyan was shocked and couldn't believe what she saw when she opened her eyes. The huge Buddha's palm print slapped down, and Chen Yang stood there as if he was a nail. Buddha's palm was actually penetrated while Chen Yang was unharmed. Master, are you okay? Ji. Master, I'm good, Chen Yang said. The moment the Buddha's palm imprint fell, I used all of my true chi to defend against it, and that Buddha couldn't hurt me. After Lu Ruyan heard this, her face did not show any semblance of joy. Having used all of our true chi, wouldn't we no longer have the power to fight? Chen Yang smacked his lips. Just wait for the true chi to recover. How long will it take to recover? Chen Yang stretched out 3 fingers. 3 hours? Lu Ruyan clasped her jade hand. Master, not to mention 3 hours. Even if it's 3/4 of an hour we can hardly hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chen Yang retract 2 of his 3 fingers. 1. In an instant, Chen Yang's true chi from the Mahayana realm returned in full force, even denser than before. Is it reasonable for him to have this ability when he is armed with various feats and aptitudes of male fiction? Very reasonable. Seeing this scene, Monk Huijiao's pupils shrank, frozen as if he were a wooden chicken, and his entire body was dumbfounded. This is impossible. I've never seen anything so bizarre in my lifetime of cultivation. On the spur of the moment he was going to run. However, Chen Yang's divine sense had already locked onto him, and the void barrier instantly wrapped around him, making him unable to move. Chen Yang stood with his arms folded. Above the void, he slowly walked towards Monk Huijiao. With every step, the true chi underneath his feet would condense into substance, turning into a magic treasure that would help him cultivate. In the future, he didn't know how many people would snatch these footprints of his, and he didn't know how many immortal cultivators he would accomplish. Later generations called this seal the Emperor's Seal. Chen Yang's supreme pure true chi flowed around him, and his pressure was even more staggering. Ruyan Lu was also secretly shocked. Master deserves to be called an immortal father. The gongfu he performed before operated on the true chi in my body. But just now, in order to resist Monk Huizhou's Buddha palm seal, he had consumed all of his true chi. The source of true chi at the moment was then the master. This true chi is pure and incomparable, compared to which my true chi is a dirty thing. The power contained in master's true chi is at least 100 times stronger than mine. No, maybe more than 100 times. As he watched Chen Yang walk step by step, a look of fear also appeared in Monk Huizhou's eyes. Ever since his cultivation had reached the summit of the Mahayana, he hadn't felt fear for nearly 100 years. Today he is also terrified. Amitabha Buddha, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. You can't beat me. So you advise me to become a Buddha? Is this how you people in the Western Buddhist kingdom fight? Immortal cultivators should worship me as a god. And a mere monk, how dare he kill a god? Today, this seat will send you to the Western heaven to meet Buddha. Monk Huizhou's expression was appalled. Your Majesty, spare my life. I'll grow my hair back and convert to Taoism, or I'll recognize you as my big sister. Ruyan Lu's voice rang in Chen Yang's ears. Master, no matter what, he's also a monk. Why don't we let him live? Chen Yang shook his head. Release is definitely not release. You see, he fights not to have to return to secularism, but also to recognize you as a big sister. It shows that this person has a deep heart and would rather let the wolves go than teach the evil tigers to return. Leaving this person behind will surely lead to endless trouble. You learn well. The first rule of immortal cultivation. You must cut off the roots. Chen Yang looked at Monk Huizhou and raised his eyebrows. I still prefer the untamed look from earlier. The great desolate prisoner's finger. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure swept over. This time, Chen Yang did not compress his strength, and the full-power great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger condensed in the firmament. The Buddha palm seal executed by Monk Huizhou just now was already considered shocking, but compared to that, Chen Yang was the field man. One of the fingers of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger was unknown how many times larger than the Buddha's palm print. As soon as a finger fell, the heat generated by the friction of the air melted more than 10 snowy mountains. However, the people of Dakian were not affected under Chen Yang's intentional shelter. Monk Huizhou's jaw dropped in shock when he saw this scene. Ruyan Lu, today you dare to touch me. In the future the Western region Buddhist kingdom will return the favor 100-fold. Chen Yang's voice was flat. That's just right. Saving me a trip. The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger fell. In an instant, the Monk Huizhou's form and spirit were destroyed. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders as if he suddenly thought of something and slammed his thigh. Egu. A material for a fine puppet. How did I just give it to waste? Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. Did the master finally realize that he had killed too much? Master, the person has already been killed. Just kill him. Just think twice before you do it next time. Chen Yang was remorseful. A puppet of the Mahayana stage. Where is it possible to just say that you can encounter it? But it's not too late to remedy that. Immortal way to kill people as usual. Once this move was performed, the monk Huizhou, who had already lost his soul just now, was restored as before. At the moment, he was in a daze. Looked at his hands and feet. I thought I remembered being dead. How come I'm alive again? Chen Yang tapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you'll be dead again soon. Chapter 7. Don't be silly. Empress Dowager. I don't kill women. Ha? Monk Huizhou was stunned? Before he could react, Chen Yang's hand grabbed his neck and instantly refined it. Mahayana man puppet. Success. Right at this moment, Chen Yang realized that several gazes were coming from the 5 domains, 8 deserts, and 9 states. Little ants, how dare you face the sky directly? Chen Yang's voice was not loud enough for ordinary people to hear, but for cultivators who were also in the Mahayana stage, it could be considered deafening. Several people above the 9 states who had just been promoted to Mahayana, hearing these words, only felt their hearts and souls stirring, nearly falling into the realm. This son is extraordinary. He has the qualifications of an immortal emperor. He must not be offended. In the flash of half a breath, Chen Yang sat back in the dragon chair. The moment they saw him, everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, Chen Yang prevented the battle from spreading to the people of Daqian and covered up the heavenly opportunity for half a moment. So much so that no one in the crowd knew the exact details of the battle. But the fact that he was here at the moment was telling. That Buddhist Mahayana powerhouse is dead. Hiss. The Empress Dowager was also pale, and her entire body looked as if her soul had been drained. How is this possible? That Huizhou monk is the last generation of the Buddha's son in the western region of the Buddha kingdom. In time will be able to ascend to the immortal realm of existence. And now it's just dead? When the Empress Dowager entered the Golden Palace, she held a cup of hot tea in her hand. At this moment, this tea is still warm. Lu Ruyan warmed the tea and chopped Huijiao. People are afraid of death. Not to mention the Empress Dowager, who is well-dressed and enjoys wealth and honor. That, Ruyan has something to say. Do you remember when you were little? I even hugged you? Chen Yang Jiejia smiled. Don't be silly, Empress Dowager. Go back to the harem. I don't kill women. The Empress Dowager froze, her expression a little stiff. Not killing women. Then what is the 8th princess? But at this moment, she didn't dare to ask more questions, so she could only turn around and leave. Immortal Way killing move. 5-finger fist heart sword. The Empress Dowager's entire body shook, and looking down in shock, she saw a hand that was not stained with half a bit of blood and had well-defined knuckles. The hand went right through her chest. There were even whispers of Chen Yang in his ears. The late emperor's favorite woman was you. Otherwise he wouldn't have made you the empress. Now that he has passed away for many years, he must be thinking of you abnormally in the 9 springs. I, for one, will send you to him. The Empress Dowager whimpered and fell to the ground with a thud. The Empress Dowager's funeral. A generous burial. At Chen Yang's command, someone immediately carried away the Empress Dowager's body. He turned and walked slowly to the dragon chair, turned and sat down. Some ministers in the hall could not resist the fear in their hearts and fainted to death. The others were even more afraid to even utter a breath. Who dares to speak? Who dares to speak out? In less than an hour, the dead could not be counted on one hand. Ye Changshan, the 8th princess, Shin Qingxiao, Buddhist Mahayana cultivators, the Empress Dowager, and more than 10 civil and military ministers. It would be a shame to touch His Majesty at this time. It'll be 2 years old in a couple years. Master, didn't you say you wouldn't kill her? Ruyan Lu said weakly. Chen Yang was a teacher, so he naturally had to teach and explain. You're just too soft-hearted. She's contacted the Buddha's Mahayana cultivators and is ready to kill you to seize the throne. What are you still keeping her for? To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Ruyan Lu nodded as she thought about the words carefully. Master Sama has a point. So what should we do next? Chen Yang smiled faintly. I remember the historian was one of the 8 princesses people before, right? Just stay on the sidelines at ease. Master doesn't enter your body for nothing. I'll take care of the broken things for you. Chen Yang leaned on the dragon chair. Compared to before, his eyes had become much more languid at the moment, but the ministers under him continued to tremble. Where's the Taisho? At those words, a long-bearded old man in official uniform walked out. I am. Chen Yang glanced at him. I wonder how the Secretary of Love will write about today's events in the history books. The Taisho Ling was stunned and lost his words. The emperor, in the Golden Palace, killed his ministers, exterminated his blood relatives, and even killed the Empress Dowager. If today's matter is recorded, Ruyan Lu will be labeled as a tyrant in his later life. A disgrace to the world. I will record what your majesty did today above the history books. The people were terrified at this statement. Chen Yang sneered. If I remember correctly, you are 76 this year. It's time to go back to your hometown and beg for bones. Taisho Ling looked at Chen Yang. Is His Majesty the Emperor not trying to falsify the history books? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? The old minister will absolutely record what your majesty did today as a bastard in the history books. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept over him, directly crushing him into a puddle of blood. He's dead. The immortal cultivation world is inherently a world of deceit and bloodshed that is extraordinary. A battle between immortal cultivation powerhouses has affected more than 1 million mortals. Since Chen Yang had come, he was at peace. There is no semblance of wanting to change for the time being. Mortals were nothing more than ants in his eyes. In other words, if he was a mortal and was killed by a person who cultivated immortality, he would at most feel unlucky and would not complain to the heavens. Oops, how did my favorite minister die? Men, fill him with blood and water and bury him thickly. Chen Yang's line of sight once again swept over the ministers in the hall. Now that the Taisho order is dead, I don't know which one of you would like to take on this position? No one dared to respond to these words, and it was only after a long time that one person slowly stepped forward. I am willing to share your majesty's worries. The man was probably in his 30s and not very tall. How are you going to document today's events? The man immediately spoke back. The Empress Dowager has joined forces with the 8 princesses, the ministers of the court, and even brought in demonic monks from the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions in order to subvert the national chi of my Dacian dynasty. If this matter comes to fruition, hundreds of millions of living beings in Dacian will be subverted. Just at this time of crisis, your majesty lifted the building to its knees, saved the country from danger, and made the people of the world free from the suffering of deep water and hot water with the capital of the heavenly beings, with the talent of a celestial being to suppress the curmudgeon who wishes to plague the world. This achievement, Even if compared with the generations of our ancestors, there is no inferiority. On the contrary, should be ranked first. I will record this in the history books as if it were true. There will also be an appeal to the people of the world to build a clan temple for His Majesty. Your Majesty's merit, as it should be. Chen Yang, OAO. Awesome. Well, spring and fall writing is right. With that kind of brain, you can make a good living anywhere. Chen Yang thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect someone to be braver than him. Whose ministry is this? Ahem. Am I really that good? You can all be my beloved ministers. You can't tell lies, oh? The many ministers looked at each other and spoke. Why should your Majesty be presumptuous? You are the son of the true dragon, and throughout the ages, you are the most virtuous emperor in the world. Your Majesty, do not work too hard on the affairs of state. If your dragon body is damaged, the people of my great Qian will be sad. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Lu Ruyan's jaw dropped when she saw the scene. Her heart had been expecting to be recognized by the ministers. As a result, Chen Yang did it by killing a few people? Worthy of a master Shifusama. Master, so what are we going to do next? Are we going to take a break? Chen Yang shook his head. The restroom definitely needs to be rested. But there are still things left to do right now. Ruyan Lu froze. What else is going on? Of course it's the extermination of the whole family. P.S. There is promotion of the Big Brother can look at. This book has a big burst of capital. Chapter 8 Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. What 10,000 souls banner? This is my seat's human emperor flag. Kill the whole family? Ruyan Lu directly froze when she heard this. Who's the one who's going to kill his family? We've already killed more than enough people today. Do we have to keep killing? In the entire Dechen dynasty, she was the only one in the Mahayana stage, and the other immortal cultivators couldn't beat her. Do we really have to go that far? As the saying goes, it's better to be a man than a woman. Master, I don't think that will be necessary. Will it? They can't beat you anyway. Chen Yang shook his head. Remember what I told you about the first law of the immortal cultivation world. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Killing one person is killing. Killing 100 people is also killing. And if you're doing it anyway, you might as well just do it for good. Ruyan Lu frowned slightly. Master, I still think this matter should be considered in the long run. She knew that trying to stop her master was impossible, and that his killing nature was simply more devilish than that of a devil. Anyone who went off the deep end in her opinion didn't have his demons. Even people in the devil's path have never heard of anyone casually exterminating someone's entire family. Apprentice, your mind should be open. The great families of the lineage, which have developed for 100 years and 1,000 years, must have at least 1,000 people in their main family clan combined. Someone is bound to hold a grudge against us. Do you understand? Ruyan Lu nodded and shook her head again. Holding a grudge for sure. The most important thing that the world's great families value is face. And after killing someone's family today, these people must have hatred in their hearts. But even if there is hate, what can it do? Master, didn't you say that all under the Mahayana are ants? So even if they have hatred in their hearts, it doesn't matter, right? Chen Yang waved his hand repeatedly to set the right values for Lu Ruyan. It's true that it doesn't matter now, but what about later? In case there's some supreme pride amongst this group of people, and one day their cultivation realm surpasses ours, then won't we end up in a miserable situation? Never leave yourself in trouble as a human being? Let's say that there's no heavenly pride within them, but if there's someone with an evil heart who kidnaps someone who's vital to you sometime in the future, and uses that to blackmail you into abrogating your own cultivation, at that time, will you regret not getting them all killed? Ruyan Lu lost her words. Needless to say, she really hadn't thought about things from that perspective. Master has a point. Nowadays, the only surest way is to exterminate the enemy's entire family. Chen Yang looked at Lu Ruyan's expression and knew what was in her mind. So he patted her on the shoulder and said, "The children are teachable." Ruyan Lu asked again, "Master, then whose entire family are we going to exterminate? After all, a lot of people died just now." Chen Yang said without thinking, "The Empress Dowager's side does not need to care. When your father was on the throne, for fear of the royal relatives to interfere with the power, the people who should be killed are almost killed. Buddha countryside also don't need to care for the time being. I heard that there are several transition stage over there. Chen Yang's heart is more or less a little bit weak. Wait for when he transitions, and then when he goes to Buddha country, let that gang of monks give him an explanation. It's the Ye family that will be destroyed now. Although Ye Shaan isn't a figure of much standing in the Ye family, killing him today would be the same as tearing his face off with the Ye family. The Ye family is another big name in the public sector. If we don't exterminate them today, there will be trouble in the future." After getting off the court, Chen Yang changed into a white robe and plain clothes, and with a thought he appeared in the next second in the Ye family in Jiangnan. 10,000 miles away. Nothing else. The Ye family name alone had already taken the path to death in Chen Yang's mind. Jiangnan Ye family before the Qin dynasty existed before the big surname. Ye family people although the cloth but still can laugh at the public hall. The heritage accumulated over 1,000 years had caused the family to be full of cultivators. The Ye family's old ancestor is even a Mahayana powerhouse. Only the identity is hidden. Even in the Ye family, only a few people know. The bright moon and stars are sparse, and magpies fly south. Chen Yang, who was dressed in white, appeared in the sky above the Ye family, his feet stepping on the void as he looked down at the laughing and joking Ye family members below with a bland expression. Unfortunately, you have made the wrong choice. The price is that the chickens and dogs will not be left behind. There was actually another reason that made Chen Yang decide to exterminate the entire Ye family. Ye Chongshan openly stood up to the 8 princesses. He didn't have the guts to make the decision, and the one who made the decision behind the scenes must be the Ye family head. Such a threat. If we don't kill him now, can't we keep him for the new year? Chen Yang pointed out a finger. A seemingly random finger which contained endless terror. This finger was rich in gravity force field, and almost 2/3 of the entire Ye family was suppressed from moving. The remaining people looked up and saw Chen Yang dressed in white. Who is that? A strong enemy is coming. Quickly notify the elders regarding the family head, who seeks death and dares to offend my Ye family. Bold fanatic looking for death. Dozens of Jindan, Yuaning, and transformation gods rushed up into the sky with swords in their hands. Offend my Ye family? Go to hell. Their individual brows were furrowed and killing intent filled the air. Chen Yang waved his sleeve. A terrifying pressure swept over him, and in just an instant, dozens of people were instantly turned into flying dust. The remaining Ye family members all looked shocked. Each face was pale. Who is this man? Dozens of powerhouses at the god transformation stage actually turned into blood mist before they could even get close to him. We are no match. Quickly go and invite the Ye family elder. In just a single glance, a strong person at the god transformation stage was dead. Such an enemy could be dealt with by no one but the family elders. Today you will die. Within a few breaths, 6 old men appeared around Chen Yang and surrounded him. They held their staffs and immediately cast a formation. 6 light starry array. A question mark popped up on Chen Yang's head. 6 dens? 6 old dens? Good name. The 6 light starry mansion formation was an ancient formation, and people in ancient times talked about communicating with heaven and earth. This formation suppressed the opponent with the help of the starlight of heaven and earth. Chen Yang did not dodge either. Not to mention the attacks under the Mahayana. Even the attacks of the Mahayana stage were nothing more than tickling to him. Go to hell. An enormous force of heaven and earth swept over Chen Yang, but it was resisted by the true qi around his body. You won't last long. Under the starlight, the power of the formation can be tripled. Obediently turn into a puddle of blood. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. No starlight won't do. In an instant, his aura enveloped 100 miles around. This heaven and earth. I am honored. When I say there is light, there is light. The next moment, the sun came up. It was obviously not long after nightfall, and at the moment the sun was out again. The eyes of the 6 old dengs who had cast the formation almost didn't glaze over. No way. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation are you? Could it be that you're an immortal? The means displayed by Qin Yang completely exceeded the cognition of several people, and the worldview that had been formed for 100 years collapsed. Griffins in such a realm were not worthy of letting Qin Yang waste more words with them, only to see his palm dip into the air. A flag with black smoke was held in his hand. An olden pupil shrank. The 10,000 soul streamer. It's the 10,000 soul streamer. You are the devil's way. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yang smacked him into a blood mist gas. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. What 10,000 soul streamer? This is this seat's human emperor flag. Chapter 9. My son Ye Teng has the qualities of an immortal. The human emperor's flag? When the crowd heard this, the corners of their eyes twitched. Cuckoo was smoking black. You're telling me this is the human emperor's flag? No. Whose good guy's human royal flag looks like this? The moment the human emperor flag appeared, the few remaining Ye family elders were sucked in an instant and instantly refined. Seeing this thing, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but turn pale. Master, isn't this really a 10,000 soul streamer for you? It clearly looks alike, emits a similar aura, and serves the same purpose. Isn't this the 10,000 soul streamer? And look at the black gas floating around. Slander. Naked slander. Where is the black gas coming out? This is the Taiku true immortal chi. The so-called thing will be opposite. It's just the positive that sends out the evil. Don't open your eyes and talk nonsense. Refining a handful of human emperor flag is very difficult. Find your own reasons for so many years. The eyes have not opened. Ruyan Lu sniffed and fell into deep thought. It's hard to believe that it's really because I'm poorly informed. But how does this thing look? How does it look like a 10,000 soul streamer? What a human emperor! What a human emperor! The emperor of the Deqin dynasty is actually a devil wielding a 10,000 soul streamer. Today, I will remove you, the scourge, for the sake of all the people in the world. A loud voice rang out. On the next side, the sun, which had just risen, set back down. A burly old man with a big waist, half a meter taller than an ordinary person, appeared in front of Chen Yang. He was none other than Ye Longxiang, the head of the Ye family. At this moment, his aura was not disguised in the slightest, and he was likewise at the Mahayana stage of cultivation. Chen Yang was instantly anxious. If I say it is the human emperor flag, it is the human emperor flag, and if it is not, it is. If I say it's not the human emperor flag, it's not the human emperor flag. Yes or no? Ye Longxiang, you should know why I've come. There's only one thing that happens to disruptive officials, and that's death. After saying that, Chen Yang stopped talking nonsense. The huge amount of true qi was channeled into the human emperor flag. The human emperor flag immediately billowed with black smoke, and the flag fluttered without wind, projected on the vault of heaven. The children of the Ye family below watched their souls float and fly into the human emperor flag with their own eyes. The moment the soul completely leaves the physical body, the person is no different from being dead. Ye Longxiang was instantly startled, although he was already at the Mahayana cultivation level. But Chen Yang was obviously much stronger than him. But after all, Mahayana cultivators had the pride of Mahayana cultivators. Dog Emperor, don't be proud of yourself. Ye Longxiang performed a secret technique, reaching out and holding his hand towards the sky, his entire aura transforming into a dragon and an elephant to protect him. The two beasts, the dragon and the elephant, were up to 100 meters tall, and Ye Longxiang himself hadn't changed, but the true qi around him had condensed to a terrifying point. Dog Emperor, watch this. This is the strongest strike that I have used with all my might, and if you die under this move, you'll have bragging rights even when you go to hell. Chen Yang only felt a gust of wind whistling. He looked up and his pupils constricted, only to see a huge almost 100-meter meteorite flying towards this planet from beyond the sky. It was locking onto him. Chen Yang's surprise at the moment was not feigned. How much of this women's fiction is sewn up? Where did you get me? Is this still a world of immortals? Who in the immortal cultivation world can still summon meteorites? Die! Dragons hiss and elephants roar. Ye Longxiang's whiskers and hair are moving. Unstoppable. Aside from a hint of surprise at the level of stitching in this world, Chen Yang's expression remained little rippled in the face of this move. Why struggle in front of me? Looking at the meteorite that fell from the sky, Chen Yang moved his wrist and clenched his fists. Ordinary punch. Boom. The nearly 100-meter boulder shattered with a loud bang, breaking into countless small rocks. Smoke and dust rose from the huge impact. When the smoke and dust cleared, a white suit was not stained with half a bit of dirt. Chen Yang smiled slightly. That's it? The entire Ye family was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and wondered if they were dreaming. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? This was the all-out strike of a Mahayana powerhouse, summoning a meteorite from the heavens as a way to put Chen Yang to death. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still be seriously injured. It turned out that nothing happened to the other side at all. Ye Longxiang stood in place as if he were a wooden chicken. Not to mention him, it was the dragon beside him. The elephant was shivering at the moment. He had long known that Ruyan Lu was powerful, but he hadn't thought that it was actually powerful to this extent. Jia jia jia. Old thing, give me death. Chen Yang urged his true qi, and Ye Longxiang was immediately bound in the void. Today, I will use you as the main soul of my human emperor flag. In the next second, Ye Longxiang's arms were ripped off. Still resisting, at this moment, he already had a death wish. He intended to blow up his cultivation and die with Chen Yang. However, a clear voice rang out from the sky. Who dares to hurt my father? Since I have returned, I shall suppress the world. Ye Longxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. The original budding death wish. There was life in his eyes again. It's Ye Teng. This person is Ye Teng, his son. He had felt it from the moment Ye Teng had appeared and sensed that his son's cultivation had surpassed his at this moment. It had already reached the realm of half-step transmigration. Ye Longxiang was overwhelmed with excitement. My son Ye Teng has the qualifications of a true immortal. Ye Longxiang looked at Chen Yang hideously. My son is the contemporary heavenly pride of the Taiku immortal sect. I won't kill you. I'll make you beg for your life. And I'll make you beg for your death. A question mark popped up on Chen Yang's head. Ancient immortal sect? Never heard of it. Is it strong? Thinking about it, he looked towards the sky at Ye Teng, who at the moment was sitting on top of a golden carriage with 4 white horses riding side by side, stepping on the void as the horses neigh. Ye Teng's face was cold and expressionless. A golden lance in his hand was thrown from 100 miles away. Chen Yang's pupil shrank as he grabbed it and instantly refined it. The weapon belongs to him. Ye Teng, shameless man, return my son's weapon to him. Ye Longxiang shouted. Ye Teng had arrived in front of Chen Yang at this moment. Ye Longxiang looked at him. My son, you use for father's weapon. Ye Teng's expression remained cold when he faced his father, without any semblance of intimacy. Even if I rush a million miles without a weapon in my possession, I, Ye Teng, am just as invincible in the world. Chen Yang had an odd expression on his face. He was caught awkwardly. Too many elements. The author who wrote this women's novel is a fan of the ominous old thief. I believe. Ye Teng looked at Lu Ruyan. If you are willing to kneel down and beg for forgiveness and become a slave, I can leave you alive. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched and he said no more. Make a 3-word jutsu. Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique. In the world of immortal cultivation, desolate beasts were rampant, and among them, the dragons had the toughest physique. The Green Sky Dragon transformation skill was the ability to strengthen one's physical body like a dragon. Ruyan Lu's soul couldn't help but be secretly shocked, lamenting the power of her master. Fong's master who didn't use this technique was able to shatter a 100-meter meteorite with his bare hands. At this moment the physical quality is strengthened 1,000 times more. Terror! It was horrible. Chen Yang's figure flashed with a speed that could even break the void. A chokehold was placed on Ye Teng's neck. Ye Teng's face went white. This is impossible. How could a cultivator at the early stage of Mahayana have such speed? P.S. I beg the readers to collect the old man. Recommend votes. Have a monthly vote. Thank you. Readers, the new book period data is crucial. Chapter 10 Ye Teng Young Master. Please strengthen my Ye family. Chen Yang, obviously you hit me. How did you explode? Although there was consternation in Ye Teng's heart, he was, after all, also a Mahayana cultivator and was in contact with the threshold of the transition threshold. It would not be too much to say that he was the first person under the transition. Not to mention that over the years, the clan family had poured resources into him like no money. He was also incredibly strong. Immediately, he broke free of Chen Yang's restraints. Ye Teng stepped into the void, condensing the chi of the great Tao around his body. His body shone with golden light, and he pressured the world. On the contrary, Chen Yang, holding the human emperor flag, had black smoke coming out of his body. Wickedness. The two are in stark contrast. Ye Teng's eyes were wave-free. There was consternation in his tone, but it remained flat. Ruyan Lu, although you have the qualifications to make this seat fight, your end today is destined to be death. True chi blends with sound. His words contained the power of the law. If an enemy in the realm below the Mahayana heard this, it would be hard to escape the end of having their souls destroyed. The Ye family crowd below raised their heads to look up at Ye Teng, each with boiling blood in dense eyes. The Ye family has a young master. My Ye family should prosper. Young lord, don't talk nonsense with him. Destroy his soul and take his throne. From now on my Ye family is also a royal relative. When I can have the young lord's general cultivation, I'd rather die. Please, young lord Ye Teng, strengthen my Ye family, please. Young lord Ye Teng, strengthen my Ye family, please. Young lord Ye Teng, strengthen my Ye family. Without his arms, Ye Longxiang couldn't help but sigh. My son, Ye Teng, the talent of an immortal, the talent of an immortal. When Ruyan Lu saw this scene, there was more than a hint of gravity and worry in her eyes. The heart was anxious. Master, we'd better hurry and run. This person has already reached the cultivation of a half-step transition. We're no match. Chen Yang shook his head. What's the point of running? It's not even a fight yet. Just keep a good eye on it. This man is full of vigor, but he is just a bamboo shoot in the mountains, with a sharp mouth and a thick skin and an empty belly. Ruyan Lu was still worried, but seeing how confident Master was, it was hard to say anything else. Ye Teng looked at Chen Yang with indifferent eyes. I'm saying this for the last time. In the future, if you serve as a slave before me, I can keep you alive. Chen Yang, where do you get off saying things that don't deserve to be in my ears? Ye Teng was instantly furious. For how many years had anyone dared to talk to him like this? In the family, he was the young master. In the sect, he was a heavenly pride. Even the elders of the sect had to treat him with respect when they saw him. In the 9 states and 10 regions, I don't know how many dynasties there are. Now a tiny human emperor dared to humiliate him like this. Then there is only one outcome, and that is death. Ruyan Lu, dying under my fist. You still have the capital to be proud of yourself. Titan Fall Fist. When Ye Teng made this move, the heaven and earth changed drastically. The earth around him cracked and mountains crumbled, and the fist contained an aura of destruction. He locked onto Chen Yang, and the spatial bindings prevented the other party from escaping. Go to hell. Those who are hit by this punch will have a hard time entering the cycle of reincarnation and will eventually turn into dust. Bang! Ye Teng punched Chen Yang in the back. He was shaken. His body was like thunder and lightning, running away to 100 miles away in an instant. Chen Yang? Ye family members? Chen Yang's brows furrowed. No, it's fine. I didn't fight back. What are you running for? Just now, facing Ye Teng's full force strike, Chen Yang really did not do any defense. Since he had just executed the Green Sky Dragon transformation decree, he was prepared to try out the power of this technique, intending to harden against Ye Teng's attack. It turned out that the other guy hit him and actually ran away. Moreover, he felt that Ye Teng had not exerted any force in that move just now. It looked powerful, but it felt like a light tap when it landed on him. At this moment, even Chen Yang was a bit skeptical. Was I too strong? Or did he not push hard enough? Ruyan Lu's face was also filled with doubt. She and Chen Yang shared the same feeling and knowledge, and she naturally felt that strike from Ye Teng just now. Scratching. Chen Yang, apprentice, even though you weren't injured this time, you can't be careless. If the power of that punch just now were to be increased by 100 million times, even Master would be at risk of breaking his skin and getting injured. Ruyan Lu, Master, disciple keeps this in mind. But that strike just now, it shouldn't be that Ye Teng didn't exert his full strength, but that you were too strong. Master. Chen Yang was stunned, then Jie laughed. I thought how strong a half-step transition was, but it turns out it's also a little trash. How dare you attack me with this amount of strength? In a moment I'll make him the main soul of my human emperor flag. Lu Ruyan, Master, since he can't beat you, let him live. Chen Yang instantly hated it. He's beating you, and this is keeping him alive? Chen Yang clenched his hand with one hand and instantly locked onto Ye Teng, who was thousands of miles away and running wildly at high speed. At this moment, the Ye family members were also confused. What the hell happened? Why did the young lord run away after a punch? Is it possible that this Lu Ruyan has cultivated the SH to bounce the enemy away? I send you away. Thousands of miles away. You're silent black and white. Thousands of miles away. On top of a barren mountain, Ye Teng was running furiously towards the distance, spitting out blood while running. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to step into the air. Escape. Playing hard to get. There's no turning back. No matter what. Ye Teng covered his chest and was cloaked. A far cry from the image of being like a god just now. The corners of his mouth were covered in blood. The right hand, along with the right arm, had shattered into powder. But the heaviest injury was still above the dantian, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and all the limbs and bones were all damaged to different degrees. The yuaning nearly didn't break. At this moment, his state was as if he were half dead, and he would never be healed without 500 years. At this moment, the only way to find a ray of hope was to return to the clan. There was no turning back, not even if his father was made into a goat scorpion. Just now, he used 70% of his strength in that Titan Fall Fist move. However, the moment it landed on Chen Yang, the force he had struck added 10,000 times more to recoil back. This punch was as terrifying as it was. Ye Teng was instantly scared out of his wits. I can't imagine that if he had used all his strength to throw that punch, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. Obviously, they were both at the Mahayana stage. So why was Ruyan Lu so powerful? Suddenly his figure shook as a powerful suction force made him unable to move. In the next second he was sucked back over the Ye family land by Chen Yang, who was thousands of miles away. When the Ye family members saw this scene, each of their faces turned pale. It was like seeing the great horror. Young lord. How did he become like this? Young lord? What the hell just happened? Ye Longshan looked at his son's injuries, and he was jealous. Ruyan Lu, I'm going to die with you. After saying that he pounced on Chen Yang about to explode his dantian. With a wave of Chen Yang's sleeve, the power of space instantly imprisoned him. Then compressed violently. Ye Longshan was killed on the spot, dissipate without a trace. Chen Yang did not have any expression on his face. Noisy. Ye Teng's eyes were filled with red blood, facing his own father dying in front of his eyes. He chose. He decided to follow his heart's decision. Emperor, it is I who am wrong. It is the Ye family who is wrong. My father's death will never be pursued. Please leave me alive. Chapter 11. Chen Yang, confused. Kill you, these are also mine. Master. He has begged for forgiveness. Why don't we just let him live? After all, cultivating into the Mahayana stage is not easy. Looking at Ye Teng's miserable state, Lu Ruyan was moved with compassion again. It can't be helped. She's a good-hearted person like that. Chen Yang was speechless. If he were the author of this female frequency immortal cultivation book, he would definitely change Lu Ruyan's persona properly. He tried to kill you just now. You're actually going to let him go? Reasonable? Very unreasonable. Ruyan Lu weakly opened her mouth. But he's already wasted. He won't be able to become a climate in the future. Chen Yang, this person's heart is quite deep. His father died in front of his eyes. He was able to suppress his anger. And one day when he gains power, he will definitely retaliate. He must not be kept. Ruyan Lu blinked. What Master said seemed as if he was right. Chen Yang's white clothes fluttered as he Jia smiled. How dare a mole cricket look to the heavens? Go to hell. Saying that, He stretched out a finger that didn't carry any feats, but the might it contained could also tickle heaven and earth. Perish! When this finger fell on Ye Teng, he would surely die. Ye Teng grimaced and gritted his teeth. Using the last of his true energy, he shouted, "Master, save me!" As soon as the words fell, a huge pillar of light was erected between heaven and earth. A middle-aged man with a naked body embroidered with strange animal prints stood in it. "Who dares to hurt my disciple?" This person was the vice-sect master of the Swire Immortal sect. His cultivation was profound. Although he was in the Mahayana stage, an ordinary transitional powerhouse was not his opponent. Chen Yang's face was helpless. "How come it's not over yet?" Ye Teng laughed out loud at this moment, and there was madness in his laughter. He knew that his master was in existence that could fight against a transitional succession powerhouse, and with his master around, no one would be able to touch him. "Ruyan Lu, my master has arrived. Today's shame will be returned today." "Oh," Chen Yan laughed. With a wave of his hand, the huge pillar of light that stood in heaven and earth instantly disappeared. The vice-patriarch of the Taiku Immortal sect, who had yet to step into this heaven and earth, was forced back again. The Ye Tengs were instantly dumbfounded, eyes nearly glazed over. What the else? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense. The true Qi catalyzed the human emperor flag, refining Ye Teng's soul in a matter of moments. The hallowed Mahayana heavenly pride fell. The eyes of the Ye family's crowd were wide open, and many of them knelt on the ground in utter despair. The reason why the Ye family was in the position it was in today was because both the family head and the young family head were at the Mahayana cultivation level. Now the two Mahayana powerhouses had fallen in one night. The future Ye family was bound to decline. What are you still waiting for? That devil is still around. Let's run for our lives. The crowd scattered and fled. Chen Yang stood tall and watched the scene. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. A mole cricket under the Mahayana. Even if it ran, where could it run to? This heaven and earth are all in my hands, and as long as I want to stay, no one can escape. The Ye family cultivators ran away as much as they could. The crowd was extremely fast, but they hit an invisible wall. A dozen miles in a radius looked like a transparent hood had been snapped on, and no one could escape. All the souls were extracted from their bodies as much as possible and floated towards the 10,000. In the human emperor flag. For a moment, there were angry curses, cries, and pleas for mercy from below. Chen Yang's face was expressionless as he murmured softly, "If you want to blame it on your Ye family head." From the time he stood up to the 8th princess and attempted to subvert my 9-5 position, your downfall was already predetermined. The souls were almost absorbed, and there were countless more corpses of Ye family members on the ground. Chen Yang's mind moved, and all these corpses were burned to ashes by the flames. The house dwelling was not damaged. This made Lu Ruyan quite surprised. This was not in line with Master's style, was it? "Master, why haven't you destroyed the buildings of these houses?" Chen Yang said with a faint smile. "Since he is the emperor of Great Qian, he should consider the people. The guilty ones are the Ye family members, and it has nothing to do with the housing residences, leaving them behind and still being able to house the needy. This practice is worthy of the name of great love." Lu Ruyan's heart jumped when she heard it. Just this is still a big love? The entire Ye family has been operating for 100 years, and hundreds of thousands of people have all been exterminated, which is simply a devilish act. Not even the devil's way is this ruthless. I've never heard of a devil who wiped out a whole family. "Master, didn't you say you were a great love immortal? How come you're not righteous at all? Do you know what is the most blessed thing a man can do?" Ruyan Lu shook her head. Chen Yang spoke. "The most enjoyable thing to do is to die without illness or disaster. I let hundreds of thousands of people come to my human emperor flag for a catch-up without pain. Is that not a great love? What is the righteous path? Whoever is strong is the right way." Ruyan Lu, 6. She couldn't say anything but 6. Well, according to you, you're the world's greatest benefactor, aren't you? Chen Yang patted Lu Ruyan's head and laughed. "Where in the world is there so much division between good and evil? People who cultivate immortality. Strength is the only thing that matters, but it's all just for the benefit of the service." A female frequency protagonist. Chen Yang did not expect her to understand. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from one of the houses. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. A finger slashed down, instantly splitting the house in half. A half-grown child screamed out in shock. His eyes were filled with horror, which also contained no small amount of angry killing intent. "Just now, through the window, I saw the companions I grew up with and watched my parents and relatives die horribly in front of me." He vowed that the vengeance of a starburst would be a prairie fire to be avenged, but he didn't dare to show the slightest sign of it at the moment. Chen Yang slowly fell from above the void. Ruyan Lu was instantly anxious. "Wait, teacher, he's young, just a kid." Lu Ruyan was truly afraid that Chen Yang would slice this person to death with a single slash. "Master, This person doesn't have any aura fluctuations on his body, and I'm already a Mahayana human emperor, so he'll never be half a threat to me. We've already destroyed his entire clan today, so why don't we just let him go? It's also good to build up Yin virtue in the netherworld. Chen Yang said indifferently, if the king of hell sentences me, I will behead Yen Luo. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's heart thumped and her heart finished. Then he heard Chen Yang laugh again. Don't worry, Mr. Chen's great sword doesn't cut down the old and the young. Ruyan Lu gradually felt relieved. At the same time, I felt a twinge of surprise. It's a bit out of character for Master to be able to say that. Seeing Chen Yang fall from the sky, the Ye clan teenager's body could not stop trembling. Before Chen Yang could say anything, the teenagers all confessed. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the second son of Ye, and I've put away all the money in the house. If you let me live, babies and all. After saying that, the teenager opened his storage ring. With a crash, densely packed yuan stones and uncountable amounts of gold poured out. Yuan stones are exceptionally important to immortal cultivators. Not only can they be used as currency for trading, but they can also enhance their cultivation. Chen Yang revealed a smile that was as kind as a spring breeze. With a gentle stroke of his hand, the teenager was split in half from his left shoulder to his right ribcage. Confused, even if I kill you, these are still mine. Chapter 12, So, it's so cool to raid and destroy a family? Ruyan Lu's entire body was dumbfounded, and her eyes almost glazed over. Well, 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 well. I thought we agreed not to take shots at the kids. It ended up splitting people in half the next second. You're Yama's top one big brother, aren't you? Master, didn't you say that your great sword doesn't cut down the old and the young? He's still a child. Chen Yang nodded solemnly. I did say that, but I didn't use a big knife either. It's true that Mr. Chen's great sword doesn't cut down the old and the young, but I still have a small sword. Just tell me if I use a big knife or not. Ah, this. Ruyan Lu froze for a long time and finally said, 6. That's right, she's humanly numb. If you decided to kill it early on, why are you acting so nice? Isn't this pure torture? This master is just too immodest. Then, master, if you want to kill someone, why are you so cruel to him? And why did you split him in half when you could have killed him in an instant? Ruyan Lu was puzzled. According to Chen Yang's style of doing things, killing people never dragged on, and a single look could exterminate this person. Definitely not going to complicate something simple. So many people from the Ye family. Among them there were quite a number of low-realm transformation god stage mole crickets. They all died, and as a result, a child who was no better than a mole cricket actually survived. This son may be a son of Qi. He must be properly examined. After saying that, Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and the flames instantly burned the body of the Ye family's second son into flying ashes. After doing this, he felt a little unsafe again. Immediately, he exerted his divine power and summoned 3 superhuman villains to surround the ashes. Rio couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye when she saw this scene. What else could she say? Master is really solid. To overpower a teenage child's dead spirit, not to mention that the other party had already lost his soul. Even if he hadn't, he should have been extinguished this time. With tactics like this, I'm afraid that anyone from the demon sect would have to kneel down and beg for a class when they meet their master. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the flying ashes on the ground. Is that right? Finally a bit of the world of cultivation. That cultivation is not humane. It's a fight. I'm at the Mahayana stage. Who's worthy of my friendship? Who can be friendly with me? Anyway, things have been done to death, so we might as well do it again. Chen Yang flew above the void. A big hand. Flames instantly rose from the ground. The buildings weren't burned, but every blade of grass and tree within the Ye family's territory, and the earthworms and ants on the ground were all burned to flying ash. Ruyan Lu couldn't understand. Master, what does this mean? Chen Yang explained. In case there are cultivating special techniques that can parasitize on flowers, plants, trees, birds, animals, fish and insects. Wouldn't that be an escape from death? It's no trouble anyway. A smooth fire. Insurance. Ruyan Lu's lips buzzed and she didn't say anything for half a day. Are you sure that your title is Great Love Fairy Honor? You didn't give yourself that title? Chen Yang collected all the space rings used on the ground, was about to leave. Ruyan Lu had concerns again. Master, I'm at least an emperor of a country, so I'm afraid that if I do such a thing, I'll be hunted down by the righteous. You're at the Mahayana stage, and you're still afraid of this? But since you have this worry, then Master will give you a hand. Chen Yang used his hand as a pen and wrote a few large words with black gas bubbling in the air over the Ye family. My demon sect is fully responsible for the death of the Ye family. It's all our doing. Mess with our demon sect, you'll die for sure. Jie 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 Jie. Ruyan Lu, 6. The devil's people are the great evil seed in you, aren't they? Well, there's no worries now. Chen Yang's figure flickered, and he immediately returned to the Great Qian Palace. What he didn't know was that in the future, the devil's cult would suffer an old sin because of his words, being hunted by the righteous people day after day. The demon sect master's hair turned white with worry. Chen Yang was in the middle of the harem, taking out all the yuan stones he had collected from his spatial ring. The densely packed yuan stones covered the entire harem. The Ye family is worthy of being a great family, like a little golden pig, with a belly full of goods. Ruyan Lu was also dumbfounded to see so many yuan stones. Even if she was the king of a country, she had never seen so many yuan stones. With the aid of so many yuan stones, I'm afraid that even a blade of grass could be cultivated into human form if it stayed here for a few days. So shocking, so shocking. Ruyan Lu's mouth never closed. The whole person was surrounded by a great sense of well-being. Chen Yang popped her in the head. You're at least a human emperor. Can you be a little more stable? A few yuan stones make you excited like this? There are still space rings left to open. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, the entire harem was almost piled up into a mountain. Such weapons, talismans, feats, the number doesn't pack. Ruyan Lu's eyes glazed over. Well, she was now completely aware of the coolness of copying and destroying a family. The golden belt of murder and arson. Originally, Ruyan Lu had been feeling guilty about destroying the Ye family's entire clan. But now that she saw so many treasures, there was only one thought in her mind. It's good to destroy the door. The door has to be destroyed. Master is worthy of being master. Jie. Why don't we just find another one and kill it? Suddenly Lu Ruyan's face changed. No way. No way. How can I, as the emperor of man, the honor of all the people of Diqian, have such thoughts? Ruyan Lu shook her head, trying to shake the thought out of it. But is that thought to be forgotten? Years later, Lu Ruyan's body was covered in black smoke, and the corpses of the immortals were mountains under her feet. And when she killed, Chen Yang couldn't even stop her. Ahem. Master will first use the yuan stone for cultivation and will fall into a day's slumber. So do whatever you wish. These yuan stones are enough to allow Master to cross the transition confinement. Ruyan Lu nodded. After being forcefully hosted for half a day, she was finally able to take control of her body. She subconsciously asked, Master, these feats, you don't practice them. These are the Ye family's top feats. Chen Yang waved his hand. 2 seconds. He lost his voice when he finished speaking. Ruyan Lu could feel that the true qi from the surrounding heaven and earth was automatically converging towards her body. The next day dawned. Lu Ruyan walked up to the Golden Palace in her imperial robes, and compared to before, the ministers in the courtroom today seemed extraordinarily respectful. Thanks to the master. Half the morning passed. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to dismiss the court, the voice of the mole rang out from outside the Golden Palace. 3,000 miles of urgent reports. Ruyan Lu frowned. Read. The Lord Commander of the Shaan Kingdom, Shiba, is pressing in with an army of 400,000 men, wanting to seize the 18 states of our eastern realm. What? Upon hearing this news, the entire court was in an uproar. The Shaan Kingdom was powerful and had many experts. Great Qian every year to its tribute to silk jewelry, cattle, horses, sheep and pigs. The late emperor in the time will be 8 princesses and relatives Shaan country. Although yesterday killed the 8th princess, today Shaan country is a large army to press the border. It is clear that there is a premeditated plan. Ruyan Lu lost her mind for a moment. Mobilizing a large army in a few days is impossible. What would Master do if he were facing this situation? Chapter 13, it's simple. I'll become an immortal. Did the people from the Sky Cold Kingdom bring any words? Lu Ruyan frowned. Although she was now at the Mahayana cultivation level, there weren't many people under the immortals who were her opponents. But with 2 armies facing each other, she couldn't go down herself. Not to mention that the Lord Commander of the Shaan Kingdom was also a Mahayana cultivator. Although she herself was not afraid, if she really fought, she did not have the certainty of victory. So the best way to resolve this matter is still peace talks. Let's see if we can reason with each other. Your Majesty, Silbert said that if you want to make peace you can. You need to negotiate in person in front of the 2 armies. Ruyan Lu's lips pursed slightly. Since the other side said that, it meant that they didn't really want to go to war either. Ruyan Lu nodded. In that case, I'm on my way. Lu Ruyan's figure flickered, directly arriving at the eastern realm of Diqian. In front of the 2 armies, the Shaan Kingdom's army pressed forward, and at a glance there were countless warriors in armor, their flags covering the sun, and their might was unstoppable. On the contrary, the borders of Diqian were only manned by tens of thousands of people. A few tens of thousands of defenders against an army of 400,000 is more or less insufficient. Isn't this the great Qian Emperor? Shaan Kingdom's Lord Commander Shiba had a flirtatious smile on his face. Although they were both Mahayanas, his strength was inferior to Lu Ruyan's, but he had a large army of 400,000 in his hands, and with more soldiers following to the front line. That's his bottom line. Ruyan Lu's face was not good. You are unreasonable. It is clear that my country has been paying you tribute in gold and silver, but you have gone back on your word. And what is the purpose of your army's press? Facing the questioning, Silbert said lightly, "What's your country? Half of your country has been ours since the beginning of time. We're just taking it back." You. Lu Ruyan's fists clenched, and she actually felt like crying. The people of the Shaohan Kingdom were truly shameless. They hated to claim everything as theirs. Not bad for stealing the country. It's fine if you want us to retreat, and allocate all the 100 miles of your eastern border to my country. Pay tribute to my country with half of the gold and silver in your Dakian Kingdom's treasury. Pay unconditional annual tribute to our country in kimchi and watermelon. Speaking of this, Silbert revealed an evil smile. I heard that your majesty is still intact. It is really a long time for foreign ministers to salivate. If you spend a good night with me, I promise that I will not kill one person in your Dakian. You. Lu Ruyan's body trembled with anger. Her fists clenched and crunched. Except for the watermelon, the cabbage, every one of the above touched her bottom line. What to do? Should we agree with him? If we don't agree with him, the people of Deqian will surely suffer. Forget it. I'll give it up for the sake of the world. Ruyan Lu took a step forward. Against all odds, you are truly anticlimactic. A voice came from her ears, and Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly lit up. Master, you're awake? In his body, Chen Yang's soul looked at Lu Ruyan with a strange expression. He had woken up a long time ago. The reason why he didn't make a sound was to see how Ruyan Lu would handle this matter. After all, after some of his teachings, even a little cutie, I'm sure you'll be a little bit tougher, right? Turns out he miscalculated. Obviously having a cultivation level of the Mahayana stage, he would actually make this kind of heaven-defying choice. It's so add up. Either that or the female frequency tendo is too much. If Chen Yang didn't correct it, then the next episode would probably go like this. A generation of Mahayana female emperors has succumbed to an enemy commander for the sake of the country, then ostensibly to kill each other. But in reality a shot is made and a secret love is made. She runs, he chases, she can't get away. You might even have to give the other guy a child and then bring the child with you for revenge. What appears to be revenge is actually industrial saccharin sprinkled with children. The grand finale isn't likely to be a family of 3, standing around making dumplings. So may I ask, what role does Mahayana cultivation play in this plot? It doesn't do anything. Just thinking about it, Chen Yang couldn't help but curse. Cheap and disgusting. Luckily he woke up in time or his innocence would be gone. But a trace of panic arose in his heart. In the future, he would not also be affected by the female frequency providence and become a licking dog, right? But on second thought, I don't think so. After all, he was a demon from beyond the heavens, and demons from beyond the heavens were not affected by the heavenly Tao. Master, asshole, don't call me master. Chen Yang spoke coldly. Lu Ruyan immediately fell on her knees in front of Chen Yang. Master, I can't help it. If I send troops to fight, Deqian is not an opponent. I'm a Mahayana. I can't make a move against a cultivator of a lower realm. Several black lines appeared on Chen Yang's head. Women, are they all so formal? There are only 3 realms in the immortal cultivation world. Griffin, dog, senior. Griffin means one whose realm cultivation is inferior to yours. The Taoist friend then is someone whose realm cultivation is similar to yours. As for seniors, under the immortals, for you and me, there are no seniors. Copy that 10,000 times. Rio nodded and froze again. Master, but right now we're still only at the Mahayana cultivation level. If we encounter the transitional succession stage, won't we still have to call ourselves seniors? Chen Yang Jie smiled. Master deliberately suppressed the thunder tribulation yet. After the thunder tribulation, one is invincible in the world. Ruyan Lu froze again. Why the suppression? Chen Yang, just wait until today. In an instant he seized control of his body, and his Mahayana aura around him climbed up. Apprentice, watch this. On the other side, Shaohan Kingdom's Lord Commander Shiba's expression changed and his pupils shrunk slightly. Ruyan Lu, you really dare to start a war. My great Sky Cold 100 army will definitely trample your imperial dynasty to pieces. After saying this, Silbert used his gong method and his body size skyrocketed, instantly transforming into a 100-meter giant. This was a draconic ancient technique, and it was also his famous skill. Performing this feat has the effect of breaking the sky with a stone. Kill! His voice resounded through the clouds, and the 400,000 strong army charged as far as they could. Horses neighing and dust flying. Chen Yang was independent above the city, facing 10,000 horses and thousands of troops with the strength of one person. Without seeing the slightest bit of fear on his face, his voice was flat. I will let you know today what heavenly punishment is. Silbert sneered. I'd like to see how you can fight against 10,000 horses and thousands of troops. Chen Yang smiled faintly. It's simple. I'll just become immortal. After saying that, his aura finally stopped hiding and revealed itself. Transitional cultivation. In an instant the entire battlefield suddenly froze. One by one, the generals of the Shaohan kingdom who were riding their horses and running, fell to the ground. The battlefield was a mess. There were dark clouds vaguely drifting in the sky, and thunderous light was flowing. The biting wind blew Chen Yang's green silk. Looking down at all the chaos below, Ku Jin said, how did I know that the world was hard at an early age, and that I would not ascend to immortality because of the sin of paper and gold? The child is so precious, but she is so stupid that it is hard for her to understand. A wandering soul from beyond the heavens passes through this body, and a great dream is lost and first realized. Today, he is facing 1,000,000 soldiers alone, slaughtering the whole world and making it difficult for him to get even. P.S. The young author stood on the shoulders of giants and sold out. Thank you all for being tolerant. New book period numbers are crucial, so I'm asking for a wave of recommendations, monthly votes, catch-ups, favorites, and the like. Please also ask the promotion gurus to pay attention to this book. Once promoted, the packet will be on fire. Chapter 14. 3 armies at your command. Cut your own throat and return to heaven. 4,000,000 people cut their own throats online. Silbert's face was horrified, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Transition period. It's the transitional period. The highest battle power under the ascended immortals could even be said to be a land true immortal. The Mahayana stage versus the transition stage. Even if one had countless magic treasures and infinite divine abilities, one would never have half a chance of winning. At this moment, Silbert's will to fight dissipated, but the army of 400,000 was still here, and he couldn't leave. Just as he was getting anxious, he found the blind spot. Thunderbolt. Ruyan Lu hadn't had her thunderbolt yet. One couldn't be considered a true transitional stage without a thunder tribulation. If the thunder tribulation could not be overcome, it would also be a certain death. Ruyan Lu, you haven't crossed the lightning tribulation yet. As long as I take advantage of your tribulation and sneak attack you, you will definitely die. De Silly Chun, I've long said that you can't go down the path of immortal cultivation. Don't think others are as stupid as you are if you are stupid in the head. If I wasn't sure, would I have crossed the threshold at this time? Chen Yang is dressed in a dragon robe, hovering above the 400,000 enemy troops. Ruyan Lu had a worried look on her face. Master, the transitional thunder tribulation is not a trivial matter. One slip up and you will die. Do we really want to transmigrate at this time? Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. My master is a person from outside the heavens, not affected by the heavenly Tao. And if he wants to use the thunder of this realm to split people from the outside world, the heavenly Tao doesn't have the ability to do so. Boom! Purple thunder containing heavenly intent struck down from the 9 heavens above. It almost grazed the side of Chen Yang's chop, but it just didn't hurt him half a bit. Instead, an unknown number of soldiers below were killed by this thunderbolt. Couldn't the transitional thunder be resisted by an ordinary immortal cultivator? The enemy troops below were cleaved to their souls, went straight to meet the ancestors. Ruyan Lu had the heart to curse. How many Mahayana powerhouses in ancient and modern times had died under the divine thunder of transition? But you're so good that the thunder from above can't hit you at all, right? The eyes of the Lord Commander of the Sky Cold Kingdom, Silbert, were glazed over. No? Are the eyes of the thunderbolts in the sky bad now? Aiming for the edge, just not in the right place, right? That's a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The thunderbolt doesn't strike you. It specifically strikes my people. The power of the thunderbolt was unstoppable, and every single thunderbolt grazed Chen Yang's side. True. Thunderbolt Dharma King. A thunderbolt fell, and tens of thousands of people were reduced to flying ashes. Where is the enemy's army still interested in fighting? One by one, they cried out and fled for their lives. Quickly go. This person must be harboring a secret treasure. It's not for us to defeat. If you are grazed by the lightning arc, you will immediately be turned into flying ash. Quickly leave this place. Never for long. Ah! Help! Chen Yang looked down at the crowd and watched the soldiers who were gradually dispersing. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise. There can't be anyone who doesn't know that water conducts electricity. He waved his big hand and the sky was windy. A wall of wind he insulated to avoid sticking to water droplets. Instant downpour. When the next thunder struck, even if there were millions of enemy troops below, they would be reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan was again a little too much for her heart. Master, they are poor people too. Whose husband is this? And whose son? Or let them live. Where do you get these sour words? Chen Yang hated it and slapped Lu Ruyan's head. What do you care whose husband he is? Whose son he is? Who will pity you if you pity him? If we didn't have Master here today, once the enemy army breaks through Diqian, I wonder how many men will die, how many women will be defiled, how many children will become slaves, and you're heartbroken about them? Next time you dare to say that, Master promises not to beat you to death. Ruyan Lu thought carefully about the words. Seems to make sense. This is the last one. Chen Yang slowly raised his head to look at the sky. The purple thunder of the dark clouds nearly transformed into the shape of a dragon, and the dragon's roar was so loud that just by looking at it, one could detect the terrifying aura emanating from it, the last and strongest of the thunderbolts. Chen Yang looked at the fleeing soldiers below as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Thunder God help me, all of you, listen to the dragon's roar. Hiss. Above the void, a purple divine thunderbolt transformed into the shape of a dragon and fell vertically from the 9 heavens above. It still hadn't struck Chen Yang. It fell straight down into the crowd. In an instant, the shocking thunder shook loudly. The purple light of thunder was almost blinding, and the commotion was so great that even people 100 miles away could hear the faint sound of thunder. Thunder borrows the power of water, and water borrows the power of thunder. With a single breath, the 400,000 strong army was reduced to dust that was hard to find with the naked eye. It's as if they've never been in this world before. After the thunderbolt struck, Chen Yang formally stepped into the transition stage. I didn't even get a single thunderbolt, but let's just say that it's not a good idea to cross the threshold. Chen Yangling stepped into the void and looked at the opposite side of the Shaohan Kingdom's Lord Commander, Shiba, who was only one person left. The thumb and forefinger pinched together in a small gesture. Silberton Red warned. The cussing is so dirty. Everyone in the 10 regions of the 9 states knows that the men of the Shaohan Kingdom mean small. The gesture was as golden as greeting all the ancestors across the street. You, Silbert gritted his teeth. Ruyan Lu, I will definitely kill you today. Although you are at the transition stage, I may not be unable to defeat you. The Mahayana pressure swept over Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not retreat or evade. He even enjoyed taking a deep breath, which in turn gave him a feeling like a spring breeze. Is this the wrath of a mole? Not only is it unintimidating, it's kind of cute, Chen Yang said here with a change in tone. But, if you dare to take a shot at me, there is only one thing that will happen to you, and that is death. Silbert's pupils shrank. The brief collision of true chi just now had made his internal organs feel as if they were shifted in a difficult way. It was too late. It's a good time not to run. At this moment Silbert made the wisest choice of his life, and with hardly half a moment's hesitation, he turned around and ran. After all, it is the cultivation of the Mahayana stage in the blink of an eye has been far away for thousands of miles. Back in the territory of the Shaohan Kingdom, he was breathing heavily. His head was covered in cold sweat. Luckily, I practiced a set of escape techniques back then. He's never been afraid to run away. It's safe. This was just when he thought he was safe, when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around with a jerk he saw Lu Ruyan's kind face. Holy, the word mama became his last words in this life. Chen Yang didn't bowl *******. A slap on the head of Silbert. Where are the youngsters who dare to act recklessly in our country? Chen Yang twisted his head to take a look and was also a bit dazed. This place was precisely the military camp of the Shaohan Kingdom. No wonder Silbert said it was safe, so he ran back to the barracks. Master, let's get going. It's said that the Shaohan Kingdom's military camp has a total of 4 million soldiers. As the saying goes, it's hard for a vicious tiger to fight a pack of wolves. In the face of so many people, afraid of what? Chen Yang interrupted Lu Ruyan. 400,000 killed. What's the difference? They're all at the transition stage. Why are you still afraid of them? Let me tell you, a mole cricket is still a mole cricket. One kick and they all die, clad in armor. Grand Marshal Li Jae-wook of the Shaohan Kingdom was unaware of the situation on the battlefield in front of him. Seeing Ruyan Lu was naturally unafraid. The mind is still secretly pleased with itself. If we capture this man and present him to His Majesty at the palace, it will be a great honor. So the head was held high and said, Emperor of Great Qian, kneel on the ground, kowtow 3 times, and scrap your own cultivation to keep you alive. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and could tell this person's realm cultivation at a glance. Not as good as that Silbert. It's just a transformation god. A transformation god. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Li Jae-wook grinned. This marshal's cultivation is not high, but I have 4 million majestic soldiers under me. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that your credentials? After saying that, Chen Yang flashed above 100 meters in the air. The purest true chi flows around the body. His voice, his breath was magnificent. At the command of the 3 armies, cut your own throat and return to heaven. Li Jae-wook sneered. It's hard not to believe that this Diqian emperor's brain is broken. Return the 3 armies to the order to cut their own throats and return to heaven. Who would cut their own throat? Not to mention you. They wouldn't cut their own throats even if I asked them to. Crazy. This man is completely insane. Just then, he heard the crash. It's the sound of a sword coming out of its sheath. He froze and turned his head, only to see that the adjutant general was drawing the sword at his waist. No? What are you doing? The vice general's expression was twisted. His eyes filled with trepidation, his body trembling unceasingly, and cold sweat pouring from his head. At this very moment, the sword at his waist is being drawn. Marshal, I can't control my body. What? Lee Jae-wook's pupils shrunk as a bad feeling swept through his body. Then he heard more swords being sheathed. Throughout the barracks, almost all of them were drawing their swords. 4 million people drew their swords at the same time, each with a deep fear on their faces. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? I can't control my body. No, don't draw your sword. I'm a strong void refining stage person, but I can't actually control my own body. It's the man. It's that woman. It's Ruyan Lu. He's got us all under his control. Help! Help! I'll leave the barracks immediately now and defect to the Great Qian Kingdom. Don't let me kill myself. I'm willing to be a dog of His Majesty the Emperor of Deqian. Let me live. Everyone was hissing and afraid. 4 million people drew their swords at the same time, and little by little, slowly, they put their swords across the front of their necks. The long sword flashed with a cold light. The gang's trepidation increased with every point the sword came closer to their necks. Some have even cried with impatience. But there's just no way to control your body. Dog Emperor, what the hell have you done? Lee Jae-wook used great strength in this voice, almost shouting through his throat. These 4 million people are almost a generation from the middle of the country. Chen Yang looked at him with full concern. You guess? I'll tell you if you guess. Ruyan Lu was speechless. How dare you talk to Master like that? Doesn't he know that when Master kills, he's more devilish than the devil? Where did he get the nerve to be a god of transformation? Forget it, it's hopeless. 4 million soldiers with long swords in their hands had their blades at the top of their necks. We are willing to follow His Majesty the Great Qian Emperor to the death. As long as His Majesty, the Great Qian Emperor, gives the order, we are willing to personally attack and break our country's capital. Nearly 5 million kills a day. This was a bit overwhelming for Ruyan Lu. Master, why don't we? Chen Yang looked at her faintly. Ruyan Lu immediately took a stand. Just as well. Kill it. After all, they're from an enemy country. And they're training 4 million soldiers just to deal with my Great Qian country. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Grow up. Grow up. Finally made some good choices. It is comforting to the master that you can speak these words. Chen Yang was in a good mood at the moment. Snapped his fingers casually. At the command of the 3 armies. Cut your own throat and return to heaven. Jab. Anum. Sound of fluttering. Flop. 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 One moment. 4 million people, cutting their own throats at the same time. The bodies fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chen Yang crossed over to be in possession of various feats and skills from male novels. It makes sense to know some evil kung fu, doesn't it? The feats performed at the Mahayana stage were at one level, and the feats performed at the transition stage were at another level. It's a little hard to get him to destroy a country with a snap of his fingers, but how many times can we do this? At this moment, the Grand Commander of the 3 armies of the Shaohan Kingdom, Lee Jae-wook, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Clearly half a cup of tea ago. There are still 4 million generals with armor and swords in the barracks. Just for a moment. 4 million people cutting their own throats at the same time. A faint smell of blood hung in the air. The ground was covered with blood-stained long swords. Ruyan Lu was also stunned at the moment. She knew that transitions were strong. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. No, not very strong. Fang had simultaneously caused 4 million people to cut their own throats and return to the heavens. Something she couldn't do in any way. Even if she exhausted her true chi, there was no way she could control so many people. In the end, it was still Master's cultivation that was powerful. If Master joins the Devil's sect, he'll be the world's greatest devil. Killed almost 5 million people in one day. Haven't heard of such a thing in thousands of years. In Lu Ruyan's impression, at most, more than 300 people had died in the Great War of the immortal cultivation world. It's still the work of someone from the Devil's cult. Master, you're more of a devil than a member of the Devil's cult, Ruyan Lu said weakly. Chen Yang Jiejie smiled. The real world of cultivation. You people in the female frequency won't understand. Where in the immortal cultivation world is there any love? It's all fighting and killing. You have a lot to learn. Ruyan Lu nodded. But isn't it bad to kill so many people? Chen Yang frowned. How come you're doing it again after the compliment? Don't you care how many people you kill? This time, kill them no longer dare to make a move against Deqian. Just say it's cool or not. Ruyan Lu, it does feel pretty good. Then no. Chen Yang's mouth was tinged with a smile. You're so good looking. Learn well. At the moment, the large military camp was full of dead bodies, leaving only Li Jae-wook alive. Chen Yang looked at him with indifferent eyes. People are dead. What do you have to fall back on? Having said that, he also didn't intend to tease this mole anymore, and immediately prepared to send him on his way. His Majesty, the Emperor of Diqian. Li Jae-wook stuttered in his speech. I am willing to serve you, and if you let me live, I will go kill the Emperor's head and offer it to you. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. So you want to be one of my dogs? Unfortunately, you don't deserve it yet? Treat this kind of cultivator of the transfigured god. There is no need to apply any feats. Chen Yang looked at him faintly and moved his mind. Li Jae-wook exploded and died. And his firstborn was not even spared. Do it all. Master, let's go back. Ruyan Lu was in not wanting to stay in this place full of corpses. Chen Yang sked. Has the first rule of the immortal cultivation world been forgotten? Ruyan Lu's eyes widened. Master, you mean cut off the roots? But aren't all their masters dead? Jia. The Lord Commander is dead. But isn't the Emperor still there? Chapter 15. You're the human emperor? My human emperor flag collects human emperors. Ha? Ruyan Lu was completely confused. No, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Almost 5 million killed already. Almost killed a generation of men in the Shaohan kingdom. Now he's actually going to kill someone else's emperor. Master, aren't we going a little too far with this? Excessive? What's too much? I, Mr. Chen, have acted in my life with a main focus on reasoning? Chen Yang said indifferently. Their Lord Commander was going to let you warm his bed. Is it too much to kill one of his emperors now? But, Ruyan Lu wanted to say something else. It was directly toppled back by Chen Yang. Apprentice, don't bark. Watch the master operate. Chen Yang casually slashed his hand and the void tore apart as he walked straight in. The Imperial Palace Hall of the Sky-Cold Kingdom. The hall was brilliantly decorated, with dragons and phoenixes carved on top of the beams and pillars. At this moment, a young man was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon yellow robe. It gives a feeling of contempt for the world. This person was none other than the Emperor of the Shaohan Kingdom who had just succeeded to the throne not long ago. Xiao Yunyu. The Golden Palace does not have civil and military officials. Only a few eunuchs serving around. How did it go? Xiao Yunyu's tone did not see any semblance of emotion. The imperial hegemony overflowed. And just an unusual sentence carried the majesty of the Son of Heaven. The eunuch beside him hurriedly spoke. The army has been trained. With 400,000 men in the vanguard and 4 million more in the follow-on camps. Xiao Yunyu nodded in satisfaction. Very well. In this way it will be possible to step on the Great Qian country. Tread down the Great Qian kingdom? My Great Qian is also something you can touch? Suddenly a voice rang out in the Golden Hall. Xiao Yunyu's pupils shrank and he followed the voice, only to see Lu Ruyan standing there quietly for who knows how long. Smokey, is it really you? Chen Yang froze, frowned, and directly threw a slap at him through the air. Is that what you can call Smokey? Someone, escort, there's an assassin. The eunuchs shouted, all clearly in considerable shock. No, let her fight. Xiao Yunyu wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. The eyes that looked at Lu Ruyan were filled with emotion. If she's the one hitting me, I'll take it willingly. Oops, goosebumps. Chen Yang had helplessness written all over his face. From the other party's eyes, the other party's identity, and the other party's look of a sickly child. It can almost be determined that this in the book is definitely emotionally entangled with Lu Ruyan. Also 4. This is a female frequency. Apprentice, you know each other? Ruyan Lu nodded. I met him once when I was a kid. He loved pickles. And I even gave him pickles, but only met once. Another lickspittle who falls in love with the heroine at first sight and can't get enough of her. Why don't you become a dog if you're not a good person? Smokey, do you know how much I've missed you all these years? I didn't even bother to eat the kimchi you gave me back then. Xiao Yunyu looked like he had been stimulated by something. The voice became incredibly agitated. For 20 years I've taken a bite of kimchi every time I've thought of you. And after all these years, the kimchi has long since stunk. But it's because you gave it to me that I ate it until now. Do you know how I feel about you? Chen Yang, against the day. He couldn't think of any other comment except for being counterintuitive. He now sort of understood why the man's mouth smelled bad. Lu Ruyan, Master, why don't you let me talk to him? Chen Yang waved his hand repeatedly. No. Truth be told, it's also the second time for Master to encounter such an unbelievable person. Let me interview him properly. Ruyan Lu hesitated. Who was the first one we met? You, Lu Ruyan. Chen Yang spoke in an indifferent tone. Since you are so fond of Lu, can't get enough of me, Then why did you send troops to attack my Deqian? Xiao Yunyu immediately responded. As long as my army breaks through your country and kills your parents and friends, at that time I'll appear by your side to protect you, and I'll be your last resort. Chen Yang? What the is that supposed to mean? Why does it sound like it has the beauty of a missing brain? You like someone and then you want to kill their family? Chen Yang, I've never been so speechless in my life. Xiao Yunyu walked quickly towards Chen Yang, and in the next second it seemed as if he was about to take him into his arms. Little Smoke, from now on, I only love you. I can do without the king's power and wealth. Be my woman. I can you. This cure also drools. Chen Yang slapped his hand violently and a wave of air swept out with a snap, directly slapping Xiao Yunyu against the wall. He slapped it into a mess of blood and flesh, and couldn't even snap it off. If he let him go on, Chen Yang felt like he was going to vomit. Apprentice, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Hurry up. Master is going to throw up. Chen Yang tore through the void and was about to leave. A voice sounded from behind him, only to see a man wearing a dragon robe that somewhat resembled Xiao Yunyu walk out. Imperial brother is dead. I, Xiao Yunsheng, am the new emperor. You killed my royal brother. I will kill you today. The corner of Chen Yang's mouth twitched. Well, seamless isn't it? Clothes are changed ahead of time. Xiao Yunqing's aura was no longer collected at this moment. It was a merging cultivation. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched. How dare you? A harmonized cultivation. Speak so boldly in front of me? Aren't you afraid that this seat will send you to be reunited with your brother and brother? Xiao Yunyu snorted coldly. Emperor, you must not be insulted. I have dragon chi to protect my body. You are no match for me within this Shaohan territory. After these words were said, the rich dragon chi in the golden palace materialized. 2 golden dragons condensed and molded. The golden dragon flew around to protect Xiao Yunqing firmly. I have the dragon chi to shelter me in order to be invincible. What can you do to defeat me? Chen Yang threw a punch. Ordinary punch. Boom! The 2 golden dragons instantly shattered. Xiao Yunqing's pupils shrunk as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, his flesh instantly shattering. The genjutsu drifted through the air. I was wrong. Duh! Your Majesty, Emperor of Deqian. I was wrong. I won't avenge my imperial brother's death. If Gong doesn't give up, Yunsheng would like to worship her as a righteous mother. Yunqing's life is the life of his righteous mother. The body of Yunsheng is the body of the righteous mother. Chen Yang almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard this. Wrong? Now that you're about to be killed, you know you're wrong? Where have you been? Weren't you so cocky just now? And the emperor is not to be insulted? What's wrong with insulting you? Got a temper? You really think you're the emperor when you put on the dragon robe? Well, I happen to have a human imperial flag that specializes in dealing with the emperor. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. When the human emperor flag came out, black gas filled the air with an evil aura. Xiao Yunsheng was stunned. Didn't you say human emperor flag? What are you taking out the 10,000 soul streamer for? Good. How dare you slander me at the end of your life? Die for the master. In an instant, the human emperor flag engulfed Xiao Yunsheng in it. Become one of the sole slaves of the human emperor banner. How did a harmonization stage have the guts to be arrogant in front of a transition stage? Chen Yang was puzzled. Doesn't he know I'm in the transitional stage? Has he been this brave since he was a kid? Suddenly silent for a long time, Lu Ruyan looked like she had sensed something. Looking anxious, he immediately opened his mouth. Master, there's an urgent message from the clan, asking me to hurry back. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, dynasties were everywhere, and compared to the dynasties, some clans were a bit more powerful. The Ruyan Lu's Rendering Cloud sect was one of them. Chen Yang nodded. Alright then you go. This body is under your control for now. For the master to slow down a bit, being sickened by that kid just now. Ruyan Lu nodded her head, and her figure disappeared in a flash. It came back 2 seconds later. Chen Yang reminded her to never forget to lick the bag after killing someone. Chapter 16, Foundation Stage. Little Green Tea Smears Transition Stage? Chen Yang, Subway Elderly Cell Phone. The Dakian dynasty is 100,000 miles to the west, above a high mountain. The clouds were misty, and the vegetation around the mountain was growing unchecked, with ancient trees in the sky lush and green. Disciples came and went on the mountain, white clothes and white robes, immortal. Many people were flying with their swords. The Rendezvous Cloud sect was just like a big immortal cultivation sect. A woman whose face was dressed in a peach-red dress with long flowing hair and rouge powder on her face had a look of excitement on her face. Just now, she had heard the conversation between her master and the other elders at the top of the mountain. The Shaohan countryside had already spread the matter of Lu Ruyan killing people for 5 million back to the sect. The sect elder became furious after hearing this. Kill 5 million people. Such behavior would make even a person of the devil cult ashamed of himself. Immediately, the clan let Ruyan Lu come back to stand trial. This news happened to be heard by Wang Luling. She had never been able to look at Lu Ruyan. The other party was just entering the sect earlier. Her cultivation was higher. She had a stern face every day. What made her more popular than her in the sect? Wang Luling had been having affairs with quite a few senior brothers and sisters in the sect over the years, even those who had a Taoist couple. She had to know 3 is 3 and go over to insert a leg. There were even a few elders who had a relationship with her. Now that the sect elders were going to judge Ruyan Lu, it would be a good time if they didn't fall on their sword at this time. Senior sister Ruyan has returned. I don't know who shouted outside the clan's gate. Wang Luling sniffed and hurried over. At this moment, Ruyan Lu was surrounded by a group of senior siblings. Jealousy grew in Wang Luling's heart when he saw the scene. Why? Why are you so popular? Boing boing. Wang Luling shed tears before. The cries immediately attracted the attention of the other disciples of the sect. Senior sister Luling, why are you crying? Tell me. Senior sister Luling, is someone bullying you? Who bullies you? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Wang Luling's cultivation talent is not good, and usually do not work hard. Today can have the foundation cultivation is completely pampered to engage in ambiguous exchange, but she had a talent that even a Mahayana stage powerhouse might not be able to catch up with. Time management talent. The highest record was dating 10 disciples at the same time, and on the other hand, he was also having an affair with the clan elders. No one has found it. This also leads to the people she interacts with thinking that they are the only one for each other. Seeing her cry, someone immediately came over to fight. Wang Leiling cried pitifully and was very lovable. The men gathered around him gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. Senior sister Luling, why don't you say it? Who exactly bullied you? If you say it, senior brother will definitely help you out. Whoever dares to mess with my little sister, I will definitely skin him. Wang Labelle wiped a handful of tears, pointed at Lu Ruyan, and said in an aggrieved tone, It's senior sister Ruyan. Senior sister Ruyan, she stole my foundation establishment pill, and after I found out, she threatened and intimidated me. Said I stole her thunder in the clan and told me to be careful in the future. If I tell anyone about this, kill my whole family and dig up my ancestors' graves. Woo woo, boing boing. Wang Luling wiped another tear and weakly said, I'm sorry senior sister Ruyan. I just couldn't help but say it. If you're angry, just hit me. Ha, I've already passed the threshold. Why did I steal your foundation pill? At this moment, the faces of the many sect disciples who had been smiling just a moment ago changed when they looked at Lu Ruyan. All turned angry and unusual. Ruyan Lu, as a senior sister, how could you do such a thing? That's right, she looks as cool as a white lotus flower, but in fact she is so cheap. Where exactly did my senior sister Luling offend you? Ruyan Lu, don't think that just because you're a senior sister, we're afraid of you. You actually used senior sister Luling's family to blackmail her. Do you still deserve to be a senior sister? Hurry up and return senior sister's foundation establishment pill to her, and also apologize to her. If not, you'll be an enemy of the entire clan. Ruyan Lu was anxious. How could Wang Luling, a person she hadn't even seen much of, steal her foundation establishment pill? Senior sister Luling, are you remembering wrongly? I haven't even met you a few times. How could I possibly steal your foundation establishment pill? Wang Luling let out a sob. Yes, senior sister, she hasn't stolen my foundation establishment pill. All of you senior brothers, those words just now were all nonsense from me. You guys stop talking about senior sister. The group was thrilled by this statement. Ruyan Lu, what else do you have to say? Elder sister, she is understanding and kind-hearted, but we must seek justice for her. Ruyan Lu hadn't fought with anyone since she was a child, and faced with this kind of thing she simply didn't have a way to deal with it. Master, are you there? What should I do? However, Chen Yang did not respond to her. Ruyan Lu clenched her teeth. Fine, I'll compensate you for building your foundation. Before the words were out of her mouth, her body shook. Ruyan Lu's soul was startled. Master, so you are. Chen Yang sighed. I'm here. I'm always here. Then his tone changed. You tell me. What do you think? I can't believe that we still have to give her the foundation establishment pill. Once we give it to her, won't the rumors be confirmed? Ruyan Lu was also aggrieved. But I don't know what to do anymore. Chen at the moment, expression on. Subway elderly cell phone. I don't know what to do. Your damn big mouth smoked her. A foundation establishment little green tea actually dares to slander the transitional succession stage. Really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has grown. The group of people who just agreed to speak for her must all die. They have a way of taking death. Ruyan Lu looked stunned. Master, isn't this not a good idea? After all, they're all from the same clan. Chen Yang was speechless. What do you care about him? All under the ferrying are mole crickets. Ruyan Lu, Why don't you apologize to junior sister? A youth's face was unkind, and the long sword in his hand was already sheathed, looking for death. Chen Yang raised his hand and directly pinched the other party's neck. A spatial bind rendered the opponent immobile. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. Jiao, who was practiced as a puppet, appeared, and Huijiao directly stripped this person's pants down. This is a Mahayana puppet. The crowd gasped. One must know that there weren't many strong Mahayana stage people in the entire clan. Now Ruyan Lu actually had a Mahayana stage puppet. The bound youth was even more alarmed. Ruyan Lu, what are you doing? At the moment, he was bound by space and could not move. And the already small little Kuan bird became even smaller under the strain. Being put in his pants in such a big public and letting people watch the birds. In the future he could only change his sect to cultivate. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. I think you just have too much lust. Don't you know that no desire is too much? This seat will let you embark on the path of immortal cultivation without desire today. Without saying a word, the human Kuei Huijiao raised his hand and cut the youth's small kunai bird with a knife. The crowd all lost their voices at this scene. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Chen Yang sked. No way. The castration is not clean and will have to be recastrated. Immortal way of killing, people as they are, partial version. The youth who had just been cut was instantly restored as before, and he had just relieved Huijiao monk with another cut. Just recovered. Another cut. Just recovered. Another cut. Chen Yang Jie smiled. Don't cut too many times. Just cut 1,000 or 800 times at random. Devil. Ruyan Lu is a devil. This thought was born in everyone's mind at the moment. Chen Yang turned his head to look at them. A kind smile played at the corner of his mouth. The crowd's heart stuttered. Chen Yang said indifferently, don't be in a hurry, fellow disciples. The people who defamed this seat just now. This seat has memorized them. Let's take them one by one. GGG. Chapter 17. One cannot have transitional cultivation and humility at the same time. The crowd was shocked to see this scene. No one would have thought that the normally quiet and bland character of the senior sister would actually do something as vicious as this. Castrating someone and executing them repeatedly is atrocious. Is this still their senior sister? Why does it feel like a different person? Elder sister, I was wrong. Please, don't castrate me. Don't castrate me. My family has been single for 3 generations, and I'm still expected to carry on the family line. The disciple who is confined is castrated again and again. He had a complete breakdown in his mind. Where is this still a righteous sister? It is clearly more devilish than the devil's way. The devil's way people couldn't do such a thing. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu also felt unable to bear it. Although she had already gotten used to Chen Yang's style of acting, it still feels cruel when seeing this scene. Master, aren't we going a bit overboard with this? Lu Ruyan, this person couldn't stand to have half a bit of dirty water on her body. All she wanted now was to prove her innocence quickly. Chen Yang patted Lu Ruyan's head. Cruelty. What's cruel about it? A little trash at the foundation stage who dares to slander you at the transition stage is purely living enough. They are pure bullies who love to reason with you. If this was placed in a male frequency, a foundation establishment stage, the little trash that dares to look at the transitional stage one more time, would be beaten out of him. Remember this for me. One cannot have both transitional cultivation and humility at the same time. This group of disciples who slandered you just now, one by one, all of them must die for me. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment. Master seems to have a point. I'm already at the transition stage. Why should I reason with someone at the foundation stage? Just slap her straight into blood. The moment the thought arose, she was taken aback again. How did I get that idea? It's not like you're on the verge of becoming obsessed, is it? When Wang Leiling saw Lu Ruyan like this, she was also a little scared in her heart. She tugged on the corner of the disciple beside her. Senior brother Zhao, I don't have a high cultivation level. If senior sister really starts fighting, I won't be able to beat her. Are you willing to protect people? Her tone was soft and sticky with pity, not very endearing. When Zhao Chengfeng heard these words, he couldn't wait to execute Lu Ruyan immediately and find justice for senior sister Ling. Senior sister, don't worry, leave this matter to senior brother. Even if she's a Mahayana, she can't be unreasonable. Crash and burn. The sword is sheathed. The sword flashed with a cold light. Zhao Zhanfeng pointed his sword at Lu Ruyan. Fellow disciples, don't be afraid. As the saying goes, it's hard for a vicious tiger to fight a pack of wolves. There are so many of us. Even if she's at the Mahayana stage, there's no need to be afraid of her. What's more, the clan's patriarch and vice patriarch are also at the Mahayana stage, so I don't believe that we can't subdue her. The crowd, which had just been extinguished, was mobilized by his words, also thinking of showing himself in front of Wan Leiling. Senior brother Zhao is right. Never let this demoness go. Not only does she oppress fellow senior sisters, but she also treats fellow senior brothers with such cruelty. This man must not be kept. Let's all unite together and expel her from the clan. The corners of Chun Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he quietly looked at the gang. He just didn't quite get it. These guys don't want to be good people. They want to be a licking dog. They don't know when they lick their souls at the end of the day? Ruyan Lu, what else do you have to say? Zhao Shifeng stood in front of the crowd, rather like a leader. Are you ants worthy of talking to this seat? This statement was made. Chen Yang's aura was completely released. The faces of all the people around them went white. How? How is this possible? This isn't a Mahayana stage cultivation. This is a transitional cultivation. The crowd only felt a big thunderstorm fall on their heads. In the entire clan, only the patriarch had reached the half-step transitional succession cultivation level. To be a bit more rigorous, the entire clan didn't have a single transition stage. Now the Lu Ruyan in front of him was actually at the transitional cultivation level. Doesn't that mean even the patriarch can't beat her? The crowd that was so angry just a moment ago, it was silent in an instant. Each one of them was so alarmed that they no longer dared to speak much. Under the pressure of the transitional apparitional stage, all of the people's bodies were uncontrollable, and they fell to their knees in front of Chen Yang. Before Zhao Zhanfeng could react, he only saw Chen Yang casually wave his hand. An invisible palm print in the void slapped him on the head. Snap! Zhao Shifeng's head directly exploded. It exploded like a watermelon. Watermelon seeds, watermelon juice exploded all over the crowd. Since this person's cultivation level was only Yuaning, Lu Yang's slap was just a casual slap that did not contain the power of laws. The opponent's flesh is gone though, but the original genesis drilled out. He tried to run, but he was deadlocked, couldn't move halfway at all. Chen Yang slowly walked to his Yuaning step by step. Thought you were so strong, but you're just an ant. This seed is of the transitional cultivation, and in a matter of days, I will be able to ascend to the upper realm and become a true immortal. Where did you get the guts to blaspheme? You mole mortals. Zhao Shifeng's Yuaning's eyes carried a deep sense of fear. Elder sister, I am wrong. It is all my fault. If you want to kill Wang Loling this. It is all because she seduced me. It is all because she seduced me with her body to make a mistake. I'll kill her myself if you let me go. This statement was made. The whole room was stunned. Many disciples' joints bite their ears. There is no shortage of Wang Leilang's die-hard dog-lickers. Senior brother Zhao, don't talk nonsense. Senior sister Lo Ling and I are the ones who are truly in love. We've been together for a long time. I think you're the one talking nonsense. Senior sister Lo Ling is clearly my woman. How could he have an affair with you and senior brother Zhao? We were together last night. The whole room was in an uproar. It took a pair of people to realize that this Wang Leilang was the boss of the immortal cultivation world. Throw in 2 yuan stones and anyone can get on. Zhao Zhanfeng's flesh was exploding at the moment. So how could he care about this? Elder sister, I'm not lying. It's all because I was hoodwinked by this woman. Chen Yang looked indifferent. This seed doesn't care about that. If you have offended me, you will only end up dead. Zhao Chengfeng Yuaning's pupils shrunk. Seeing that Chen Yang was about to make a move, I couldn't do the soft thing, so I had to do the hard thing. Ruyan Lu, do you know who my father is? My father is a sect elder. Chen Yang dropped a finger and the Yuaning screamed miserably, sounding like an evil ghost. It dissipated. On the verge of death. How dare you threaten this seat? I don't care who your father is. Don't worry. Your family will be reunited soon. Chen Yang's eyes flashed, looking to the other disciples kneeling on the ground. Everyone in the crowd was as bloodless as gold paper. Senior sister, we were wrong. For the sake of fellow children, let me live. It's all because of this Wang Leilang. If you want to kill her alone. Leave us alone. Sister. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth rose slightly. Fade said, Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame, burn. Chapter 18 Vice Patriarch. What are you doing messing with him for nothing? Chen Yang spoke indifferently. Those disciples who had just slandered him all had green-colored flames sprouting from their feet. The crowd didn't even let out a scream of horror. It was reduced to ashes in an instant. I think the patriarch is also senile. As the head of a clan, how do you run a clan with half the rules? It's still up to the seat to set the rules for the clan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's heart was also a bit unfavorable. She was aware of her master's style of doing things though, but there are just too many people to kill today. First, he destroyed the enemy's army of more than 4 million, and then he killed their emperor. Now even the disciples of the clan are not spared. It's like a bloody hand massacre. Lu Ruyan is in her 20s this year. The road of cultivation, smooth and unrivaled, reached the Mahayana stage at a young age, and now with the help of her master, she is still the first person to cultivate immortality in the mortal world. But honestly, she hadn't killed anyone since she was a kid. Don't kill it, master. Not again. If you don't kill them, what's the point of keeping them? Gotta make some good rules for your female frequency cultivation community. Chen Yang said faintly in his heart. Gotta show you guys what it means to be a male mob fixer. Ruyan Lu, you dare to kill my son. I will let you die today. Chen Yang raised his eyelids, only to see a burly middle-aged man, wearing a white Taoist robe and holding a chopper viciously rushing over. This man was Zhao Shifeng's father. It was one of the elders of the House of Miscellaneous Services. Elder Zhao was furious, his eyes covered in red blood. The person who died was his son. Normally in this sect, who among these disciples wouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt? Now that someone had actually killed his son, how could he not hate him? Even if the other party was at the transitional succession stage, he would still want to take revenge. Ruyan Lu, take your life. The chopper sword slashed horizontally. The large sword swung round and slashed down hard at Chen Yang. Dang it. The knife broke. Chen Yang was unharmed. The clothes aren't even torn. All of Chen Yang's feats were used without consumption. And the active skill, Changtian Dragon Transformation skill, was a completely passive skill in his case. Defense like a dragon. It is not something that can be broken open by ordinary people. In the distance, many disciples all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the scene. What kind of kung fu was this that Sister Ruyan practiced? Facing the full force of the void refining stage elder's strike, he was actually unharmed, when it is really horrible as it is. Luckily, I didn't stand in line for Wang Leiling just now. Otherwise, at this moment, it would probably have become a handful of flying ash. Then he looked at Elder Zhao, holding a broken sword, his true chi disordered around him, kneeling on one knee. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole man's breath was failing. I'm afraid I don't have long to live. Striking a stone with an egg. The forces are mutual. With that strike just now, all the force of the recoil had shaken him, not to mention the 5 organs. It is the 3 souls that have been hit hard. 3 souls: fetal light, sharp spirit, and spectral essence. The 7 pranas, on the other hand, are corpse dog, fu yai, sparrow in, swallow thief, non-venom, remove filth, and stinking lung. At this moment, the tire light dimmed and the ethereal essence dissolved. Corpses and dogs broken. Stinking lungs gone. I'm afraid I won't last more than half a quarter of an hour before I die. Chen Yang swept a glance at him, his face cold. What? These guys buy their niners wholesale from the dollar store? So worthless. A griffin in the refined void stage even has a heart of deicide. What a way to hold your weight. Chen Yang spat out a breath at him. This mouthful of true chi transformed into a hurricane, and there were blades in the wind. Elder Zhao screamed miserably, not to mention the clothes on his body. His skin was scraped away. At the moment, he was a bloody man on his knees. Ruyan Lu, how dare you? I'm a sect elder. How dare you do this to me? I am a void refining stage elder, and when placed in the outside world, I am also an existence that is revered by all beings. Chen Yang sked. Now that you know that you are at the practicing void stage, then how come you didn't think about the fact that this seat is at the transition stage just now? There are no elders in this seat's eyes, and underneath the dodo, they are all ants. Where on earth did you get the guts to be my elder? You void practicing stage trash? Elder Zhao was completely enraged. He sat down with his knees crossed and a faint blood aura glowed around him. He intended to fight Chen Yang to the death. Sacrifice your only remaining 3 souls and 7 spirits to raise your cultivation realm. Ruyan Lu, suffer death. Elder Zhao's figure speed was more than 10 times higher than before. Wherever it passed, it didn't even leave a residual shadow. After today, you, Lu Ruyan, will no longer have a place to stand in the immortal cultivation world. Go to hell. Chen Yang didn't have the leisure to talk nonsense with him either. A casual wave of the hand. The power of the heavenly Dao laws instantly imprisoned him. A trash at the void practicing stage. How far can the realm be elevated? One day is garbage. The rest of your life is garbage. Chen Yang raised his hand and pressed. Snap. Crushing Elder Zhao into a puddle of blood and flesh. With no crumbs left. Push lie lie lie. Push lie lie lie. Where's all the talk? It is true that the weak live. But if a weak man has no sense of humor and dares to offend the strong, then he is looking for death. If you don't pay your respects when you see the seat, you deserve to die. Ruyan Lu's face was ugly. Master, we'd better go back first. She was really scared now. The world, as she was raised to perceive it, was all about reasoning. Even the patriarch was reasonable when faced with a disciple in the chi refining stage. Even his father, when faced with a little eunuch, likewise still reasoned. But Chen Yang is completely unreasonable. Say kill. No mercy. One word from the other side and he might kill his whole family. Ruyan Lu was worried that if she let her master stay in the sect any longer, he was able to wipe out the entire clan by himself. Chen Yang nodded. Good. Let's go back then. After saying that, he tore through the void and was ready to leave this place. See this scene. The many disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, she's just too fierce. The scene of Chen Yang exterminating Elder Zhao just now left the crowd dumbfounded. The other party had already done their best, even going so far as to burn the 3 souls and 7 vampires to sacrifice their essence blood. But even so, it didn't even touch Lu Ruyan's clothes. And then it was spaced out. In this scene, the eyes of the crowd almost didn't glaze over as they watched. Their cultivation wasn't as good as Elder Zhao's. If she was targeted by this devilish senior sister, she was afraid that if she died, she wouldn't be able to enter the wheel of reincarnation. Is this still the same reasoning senior sister? Why does it seem like a different person? Is it hard to be taken over? It shouldn't be. The world isn't supposed to be so mean. Chen Yang was just about to step into the void and leave. Only an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Ruyan Lu, today you killed someone in the sect for no reason. And you also killed an elder of the sect. Do you think you can leave whenever you want? The person who spoke was the sect's vice patriarch, who also had a Mahayana stage cultivation. Chen Yang had yet to react. Ruyan Lu's heart thumped. It's over. It's all over. I'm afraid that the entire Lan Yun sect will be exterminated today. Vice Patriarch, what are you doing messing with him for good reason? Chen Yang's footsteps lurched. Turning his head he gave an amiable smile. In that case, this seed is not leaving. Chapter 19, The Dish Must Die. Chen Yang turned around and his figure instantly disappeared. The Vice Patriarch was stunned. Where are the people? Where's the man? Before he could react, he only felt a huge force whip him directly in the face. The whole person flew straight out. Chen Yang's white clothes fluttered. A Mahayana stage mole cricket actually dares to call this seat by its name. Disrespecting this seat deserves a beating. Transitional cultivators are not ordinary. Chen Yang snapped his fingers and a wave of pressure directly pressed down on Vice Patriarch Ma Wenbin. Although Ma Wenbin was at the Mahayana stage, he was clearly not enough compared to Chen Yang. Under the pressure, he immediately fell to his knees, tried to resist, but couldn't move at all. When the many disciples of the sect saw this scene, their eyes showed shock. This is a powerful person of the Deshang stage. Senior Sister Ruyan. Even if she's at the transitional stage, she shouldn't have suppressed her so easily. Not to mention, she's still just past the transitional stage. It's really horrible as hell. We must not annoy Senior Sister in the future. Senior Sister. She's really terrifying. With her current cultivation, she claims to be the #1 person in the sect, right? I don't think so. Although the Patriarch is a half-step transition, he has after all lived for 1,000 years, and Senior Sister Ruyan is only in her 20s. If the Patriarch himself comes out, Senior Sister may not be able to win against him. There was a murmur from the crowd. All were shocked at this scene. Master, he's a vice sovereign. Ruyan Lu was shocked. She had thought that Chen Yang might strike out, disobeying the discipline from above, but she hadn't thought that he would directly strike. One must know that the Vice Patriarch was a one-man, 10,000-man existence in the sect. It's also quite well established in the outside world. Now it actually fell to its knees under the pressure. Isn't that a little too unreasonable? It's just a mere Mahayana griffin. Even if it's the Vice Patriarch, it's still just a big one. Daring to call me by my name, not slapping him to death is already mercy. You remember, transition is heaven, transition is earth. Messing with transition is destroying heaven and earth. Chen Yang was trying to tell Ruyan Lu with practical actions. Those who cultivate immortals should never be indecisive. Kill if you have to, cut if you have to. Holding back on development before the transmigration, but still holding back on development after the transmigration? So this is a wasted journey? Chen Yang looked at Ma Wenbin. The other party looked to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. At the moment, he was kneeling on the ground, lifting his head strongly against the pressure. After so many years of cultivating immortality, he had never been so humiliated. Looking at the entire Lan Yun sect, who the hell dares to mess with me? Ma Wenbin. As a result, today he actually suffered such humiliation at the hands of a tiny disciple. This revenge will not be repaid. I vow not to be a man. In the immortal cultivation world, hitting someone is a grudge, and hitting them in the face is a deadly feud. He was forced to this point in front of many disciples. He would never let Ruyan Lu go in the future. Ruyan Lu, do you want to fall into the devil's path? Is there still any sense of order and ethics, and respect for the young and the old, to actually dare to treat me like this? How different are you from someone in the devil's way? Chen Yang instantly arrived in front of him, a slap to his face. I'm happy that you can say this to this seat, but I don't like the tone of your voice. Where in the world of immortal cultivation is there any righteousness or devilry? Whoever invites is righteous. You look like a member of the devil's way to me. Vice Patriarch. Ma Wenbin gritted his teeth. Now, he was forcibly suppressed in front of many sect disciples, kneeling down in front of Lu Ruyan. Ben has already lost face. At this moment, if the mouth is soft, how would he be able to behave in the sect in the future? I'm sure people will be talking about it later. Ruyan Lu, do you know what the clan asked you to come back for? You've killed nearly 5 million people in the Shaohan Kingdom. You're more devilish than the devil's way, more evil than the evil one. Today the clan has called you back for the purpose of judging you. The 3 elders of the law enforcement hall, the weapons room, and the house of elders, the 3 chambers of the court of elders, the 3 chambers of the court of elders, was going to see if I should resend you based on your performance. As a result, you just returned to the sect and killed more than 10 disciples. You have already violated the rules of the sect, and today you will definitely be brought to justice. Chen Yan laughed. Set me straight? You can stand up first. Marvin Bin instantly red-warmed. It's not standing up when you could have stood up a long time ago. A mere mole cricket garbage. How dare you interrogate a transitional sinking cultivator? You really think you've lived a long life? Chen Yang raised his hand. The pressure on Ma Wenbin increased dramatically. If he didn't have Mahayana cultivation, I'm afraid I would have been crushed into a puddle of flesh long ago. Right now, he's also bleeding from all 7 corners. He never expected that Ruyan Lu would actually dare to do this. In his impression, Ruyan Lu was a knowledgeable and polite person. Even if someone deliberately took advantage of her and took her favors, she would not say much. How is it that things have changed so much now? How did the killings become so heavy? Dare to be rude to this seat. This is the cause of your death. Great desolate imprisoning Skyfinger. Within 100 miles, the muddy yellow true chi flowed, and the trees around them were blown around. Above the vault of heaven, the clouds were like waves, as if something had broken through them and fallen from the sky. The speed of the downward spiral, color half the sky red. The finger of the void fell vertically. Great desolate prisoner of heaven finger. Ma Wenbin's pupils shrank, biting his tongue violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Freeing himself from the confinement, the aura on his body also climbed up. In an instant, he had reached the peak of Mahayana. The long shirt was removed from his body, revealing his lean and muscular body. Fei tattooed on front and back. At this moment, the beast manifested. 3 Fei beast spirits hovered around Ma Wenbin's body. The biting killing machine was chilling. The true chi surging around his body was like that of an immortal. The many disciples were shocked to see this scene. Is this the true strength of the vice sovereign? That was so strong. Chen Yang laughed when he saw this scene. What's all this fancy stuff for? Old thing. Die for me. The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger fell from the sky. And the condensed pressure was not something that an ordinary Mahayana stage could resist. Ma Wenbin let out a roar. And the 3 beast spirits that surrounded his lifetime swelled 100-fold. Joining forces to meet this heavenly finger. True chi colliding with true chi created a strong wave of air. The disciples of the entire clan retreated quickly. If they were caught in the wave, I'm afraid it's hard to escape death. Ma Wenbin looked at Chen Yang. I may not be unable to block your strike. Today is the day you die. Chen Yang let out an "Oh." Really? Take another good look. Ma Wenbin frowned, only hearing Chen Yang's sentence. Scatter. The 3 beast spirits instantly dissipated. It was as if it had never existed. The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger directly crushed. Ma Wenbin immediately turned into a puddle of blood. A Mahayana powerhouse who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Dead. Chen Yang's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. There are so many people in the world. What's wrong with killing a few ungrateful ones? Is there a problem? No questions. Chapter 20 said I killed someone? Who saw it? Who can prove it? Seeing this scene, the people of the Rendering Cloud sect only felt a chill down their backs. The deputy patriarch of the Mahayana stage died just like that? How powerful was senior sister Ruyan? The crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude in their hearts. Fortunately they hadn't messed with senior sister Ruyan just now. Ruyan Lu. This is too much. Chen Yang was standing in the middle of the square when a large-sized golden eagle flew over from far and near. A silhouette leapt down from the golden eagle. A woman who looked like she was in her 40s with the air of a noblewoman appeared in front of Chen Yang. This person was the clan's patriarch and the clan's #1 combatant. But whether it is or isn't at the moment would need to be tested. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and this time, he stopped talking nonsense. Immediately, he was about to take a shot at the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Master! No! Lu Ruyan immediately shouted at Chen Yang to stop. Chen Yang's arrow was on the string, and the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger had already been executed. But it moved away at the last hurdle. A mountain instantly transformed into a basin. How many times have I told you? We immortal cultivators cannot be merciful. We must be decisive in our actions. There's no one better than you in the entire clan. What's the point of keeping a clan like this? Ruyan Lu shook her head repeatedly. Master, the sovereign is quite good to me. You can't kill me if you have a favor to ask. When Ruyan Lu's realm was not high, the patriarch had brought her to cultivate. Now, the master is going to kill the patriarch. Naturally she had to stop a little. Chen Yang wasn't some hard-hearted person. On the contrary, he was also very kind. For example, when you kill bad guys, you always think about keeping people's families together. Can't see a little bit of separate suffering. Staple a big favorite. At this moment, he peered into Ruyan Lu's memories and found that it was indeed true that this patriarch had given her some help when her cultivation was not high. However, whether or not to kill it, we still had to see what this patriarch would do next. Chun Yang collected his breath and acted very kindly. Patriarch Lin Xiao was calm on the outside, but in reality, he was panicking on the inside. If they really fought, she wasn't confident that she could beat Ruyan Lu. Let's say that finger just now probably couldn't block it with all his might. But right now, she's standing here, and you can't say nothing. After all, as the head of a clan, not a single performance at a time like this. Wouldn't that be hard to convince? She says what she wants in the face of a mole that is less than she is, but facing someone better than her. The main fight is a human one. Lu Ruyan, do you realize your mistake? Know your mistakes? What fault is there in this seat? Lin Xiao, can't you just say you know what's wrong? After I tell you, I'll give you a random punishment and this will be over. Isn't it good that we all give each other a leg up? Lu Ruyan's lips were pursed and her willow brows were slightly furrowed. Master, why don't you just give in? Otherwise the patriarch, she's losing face. Chen Yang shook his head. Apprentice, it's small. The pattern is small. What do I have to be soft? We're at the transitional stage. And the transitional stage doesn't need to be soft to anyone. The words uttered by the transitional stage are the truth. And the things done are the guidelines. Have you ever seen an emperor apologize to a eunuch? Well, Ruyan Lu said weakly. However, it was strange to say that she had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment as she looked at the gazes of the many junior siblings who were in awe. So much for enjoying the stares. Lin Xiao blinked at Chen Yang, but Chen Yang did not pay any attention. It's as if you didn't see it. Unable to do anything about it. Lin Xiao had no choice but to continue speaking. Ruyan Lu, you still don't know the error of your ways. Did you kill dozens of disciples of the sect with your own hands? Here's another witness. Lin Xiao pointed with his hand towards the disciple who was still being repeatedly executed by castration. At this moment, the expression on this disciple's face was numb. Being castrated is a habit. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth were slightly outlined. With a shake of his hand, he sucked the man over. Slap him across the face. Since the patriarch has doubts, and you are a witness to the whole thing, how about you answer the sovereign's question? Did you volunteer to be castrated by me? This disciple man was dumbfounded. Who would voluntarily be castrated as a man who cultivates immortality? But he could feel it clearly. Just say the wrong thing about yourself. It would be instantly soul-crushing. The kind that doesn't leave a crumb. He looked at the patriarch and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, I was the one who volunteered to be willing to be castrated. And it was a blessing in my past life to be castrated by my senior sister. Lin Xiao, 6. True 6. Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged as he continued to ask. About that Wang Leilaying? The disciple who was castrated immediately opened his mouth, his brain racing at this moment. With a sincere face, he looked at the patriarch. Lord Sovereign, listen to me. The death of these disciples has nothing to do with senior sister Ruyan at all. It's that Wang Leiling. She's a little trash at the foundation establishment stage, and she's actually falsely accusing senior sister of stealing her foundation establishment pill. Is that reasonable? It's too unreasonable. So, under her active plea for death, senior sister Ruyan fulfilled her. As a result, there are still quite a few disciples who are in love with her who want to follow her. Elder sister could only get her hands dirty and send them down there to be reunited. Elder sister, she's so kind. This is so touching. Lin Xiao, he could only give 8. 4 out of 10 for that answer. The rest have a little 6. Chen Yang was satisfied and patted this disciple's face. Seeing as you answered truthfully, the chicken stays. This disciple cried out in joy, tears coming out of his eyes as he knelt down at Chen Yang's feet. Senior sister, you're too kind. Senior brother, I'm just answering truthfully. Lin Xiao nodded before asking the surrounding disciples. Is he right? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. There were no words for a moment. Suddenly, a disciple walked out. Elder sister, she just killed someone. Murderer, deserved to be killed? The man who spoke had a straight face. Next, a miniature version of the great desolate prisoner's finger pressed down from his head. Instantly, the man was crushed into a bloody mess. Ouch. Chen Yang deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Sorry about that, my feet are a bit out of control. When I have time, I will definitely give this senior brother, who was accidentally killed by me, a graceful burial. This whole thing is my fault. The patriarch is asking you questions. So answer them properly, haha. Always answer truthfully and never tell some lies. When the crowd saw that scene just now, the sweat of the white hairs on their backs stirred up. Who dares to talk nonsense? Back to the words of the patriarch. Senior sister, She is a decent person and definitely did not kill any innocents indiscriminately. Yes, senior sister. She sent a group of senior brothers to reunite with Wang Luling underground. This is a great kindness and love. She's real, for crying out loud. Senior sister is by no means the kind of person who kills innocents indiscriminately. Just now, the vice patriarch accidentally died under her fingers. In reality, it was two people who were cutting and the vice patriarch accidentally died. Very much unrelated to senior sister. Lin Xiao, 6. Why do you suddenly feel that the culture of the immortal cultivation world has changed? Chapter 21. Let the dead man himself say whether I killed him or not. Since there are sect disciples testifying on your behalf, it means that the fault for today's matter does not lie with you. Patriarch Lin Xiao opened his mouth. There's no way to pursue this. Today, Ruyan Lu killed the clan's vice patriarch, and the strength of the entire Rendezvous Cloud sect dropped by a large margin. At this time, if he offended Lu Ruyan again, and offended this transitional succession stage powerhouse, then she was purely stupid as a patriarch. Not only must they not be offended, they must be rewarded. Lin Xiao cleared his throat. Lu Ruyan, as a disciple of my Rendezvous Cloud sect, has now broken through the transition stage, and will be able to ascend to the immortal realm after staying on Land Earth for half a year. It is a blessing for my clan. It is also a great achievement. After saying that, Lin Xiao took out a spatial ring. This spatial ring contains 10,000 yuan stones, a set of Nirvana Phoenix armor, and a borrowed wind divine bow. Chen Yang was slightly stunned. He had thought that the patriarch wouldn't punish him, but he hadn't thought that the patriarch would still give him something. It seems that the patriarch of this female frequency still has a bit of a head on his shoulders. Understand that a transitional powerhouse should be pleasing to the eye. The elder gives, not to be resigned. How can you not want something you've gotten for nothing? Chen Yang was not polite and reached out to take the space ring in Lin Xiao's hand. Just then, a fragrant breeze hit the room. The spatial ring in sovereign Lin Xiao's hand was swept away by a gust of wind. I'm interested in this thing. Consider it as this year's offering from the rendered cloud sect. Chen Yang and Lin Xiao frowned and looked towards the sky at the same time. A whirlwind was seen to have formed at some point, and the wind was mixed with colorful flowers. There are two of them in the wind. The man at the head was shirtless and solidly muscled, but didn't give off any semblance of violence. Instead, he looked like a god, and at the moment, the ring Lin Xiao had given Chen Yang was in his hand. There was another man standing beside him. The man was an old man with white hair, eyes red with rage. The whirlwind dispersed and the topless man walked directly in front of Chen Yang. Ruyan Lu, do you realize your mistake? Chen Yang, knowing your mistakes? What wrong do I know? Another one to show me the error of my ways? Who the hell are you to come over here and tell me I'm wrong? From the moment these two people appeared, Chen Yang had detected the cultivation realm of the other party. But two harmonization stage cultivators? A merging stage cultivator, letting the transition stage know their mistakes? Inverted Big Dipper. How dare they? I don't care who you are. Hand over the spatial ring or don't blame this seed for being merciless. Do not impinge on the God Emperor. Lin Xiao hurriedly opened his mouth. God's messenger? What kind of hook-ate thing is a God's messenger? Ruyan Lu hurriedly explained. Master, both the Dechen dynasty and the Rendering Cloud sect are in the Eastern Continent's boundaries, and all the forces in the Eastern Continent are under the management of the Heavenly Divine Hall. Later, Chen Yang decisively told Lu Ruyan to shut up. He was a little confused in his head. The Temple of Heaven? Is this supposed to be in a female novel? The Heavenly God Palace's palace master wouldn't be some crooked-lipped dragon king, would he? Too many elements. Too many stitches. Master, is something wrong? Ruyan Lu asked suspiciously. Chen Yang waved his hand. It's okay, go ahead. Ruyan Lu continued. There are many Mahayana powerhouses in the Temple of the Heavenly God, so the forces in the Eastern Continent, whether they are dynasties or sects, are all under their control. If you disobey them, you will be destroyed. Master, this time, we absolutely cannot be impulsive. We have to avoid it. Chen Yang's face was cold. I shun him? Fetch my sword. Ruyan Lu was really panicking right now. After all, the Heavenly Hall of Gods was a very scary organization. Every year, all the major clans and dynasties have to pay a large amount of yuan stones in tribute to it. There are countless heavenly prides inside, and I'm afraid that if Master offends them, he'll end up miserable. Chen Yang didn't care about that. The shirtless one. Hurry up and give me the ring. I don't want to have to say this twice. The topless man wasn't annoyed. My name is Inuyasha. I've come today, specifically to do justice to the people of the Xiaochun kingdom. As soon as Jing Sheng's words fell, the old man beside him took a step forward and looked at Chen Yang with eyes filled with killing intent. Ruyan Lu, do you know who I am? Chen Yang swept a glance at him. An old dang of the conformity stage is just an ant. A mole cricket. A name unworthy to enter this seat's ears. Arrogant. The old man roared. I am the Supreme Emperor of the Shaohan Kingdom. Xiaolong, the person you killed today is my royal grandson. The heavenly god's palace stipulates that when two kingdoms are at war, they may not kill the king. Ruyan Lu, you broke the rules. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The corner of Chen Yang's eyes twitched. What a bull asterisk 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 rule. Old Deng, when you say I killed your grandson, I killed him. Ha! I'll have him come out of town right now to talk to you in person. Chen Yang's hand clenched towards the void. A human emperor flag appeared in his hand. Cuckoo's black smoking human royal flag. This is the 10,000 soul streamer. Lord God Emperor. This is the 10,000 soul streamer. This person is from the devil's way. Chen Yang slapped Xiaolong's face. Two teeth are knocked out. Old Biden. Don't beep if you don't know what you're talking about. Chen Yang's true chi was running. A black silhouette appeared in the human emperor flag. This person was none other than Xiao Yunqing aka the brother of the kimchi-eating emperor. Soul Slave 9527. Tell me, did this seat take the initiative to kill you? Or did you beg the seat to kill you? Xiao Yunqing's teeth were almost clenched at this moment. The heart is dripping blood. The 10,000 souls is simply not a place for people, suffering all the time. But how could he dare to speak against Chen Yang's will right now? If he offended Chen Yang again, death would be the best ending. The key was that Chen Yang would not let him die and torture him without letting his soul fall apart. Tears barely escaped his eyes at the thought. Dog, this seat is asking you. Chen Yang aimed a kick at him. Xiao Yunqing immediately spoke. Imperial grandfather. I took the initiative to have Ruyan Lu killed. Chen Yang Jie smiled. How about it? Old Biden. Your grandson is taking the initiative to beg for death. This seat's heart is kind to fulfill him. If you dare to provoke this seat again, exterminate you. Xiaolong was completely furious. Ruyan Lu, you deserve to die. With that said, his true chi flowed and a curved sword was held in his hand. It slashed vertically towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang snorted coldly. Old Biden, piss me off and I'll go and destroy your country in a minute. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed, and Xiaolong was immediately bound by space, unable to move his body a bit. Make you bark. Chen Yang's mind moved, and Xiaolong's legs were ripped off hard. The breaks were bloody and blood was pouring out. How dare a waste at the harmonization stage provoke the transition? Stabbing. Xiaolong's arms were also ripped off. At the moment, Xiaolong was as bare as an undefeated man. The crowd that saw the scene only felt their hearts skip a beat. Some of those who hadn't been added to the world saw such a bloody scene, and their stomachs churned, nearly vomiting. Patriarch Lin Xiao couldn't help but clear his heart to be glad that he hadn't messed with him just now. This guy is just brutal. A long way away. Chen Yang flicked. Bang. Xiaolong's head exploded into flowers. There's no soul left. God Emperor Inoue, are you still not ready to give me the ring? Chen Yang said indifferently. Chapter 22. What? A few wisps of breeze blew by, and the topless Inuyasha had no annoyance on his face, always smiling. Ruyan Lu, today you killed the royal family of the Xiaoqun kingdom and violated the rules of the heavenly god palace. Someone will come along in a few days to kill it, but that someone won't be me. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. The transitional stage is a true immortal on land. Can't it be killed just by saying so? Inuyasha put the spatial ring away. The eyes that looked at Chen Yang were tinged with contempt, a contempt that viewed a despicable species. I never hand over anything I see, and you're not capable of taking it back. Chen Yang instantly laughed. Are you out of your mind? A merging stage mole talking like that to a transitional succession stage? Could it be? You're a cutie. Chen Yang waved his sleeve, and the pressure of the transitional apparition stage swept over him. The disciples of the surrounding sects rushed far away, but Ino was motionless, as if he hadn't been harmed. Human, this is your death wish. As he spoke, Inuyasha's body swelled several times and his entire body was covered in dense scales. Hair goes crazy, looking as if he was insane. The true chi around him had reached an appalling level. One hand was also covered in thick scales. It gets big and firm. The head jerked up, revealing a pair of erect eyes. Two pairs of horns topped out of his head. The crowd that saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. This is Dragon Man. Dragons were ancient demonic beasts whose attack and defense were terrifying. Human beings are the essence of heaven and earth. The speed of cultivation is proud of the world's living beings. Combining the two, the Dragonborn are born with superior combat power. The practice is super fast. With the same cultivation level, the human race was by no means a match for the Dragon Man. If not for the low fertility rate of the Dragon Men, I'm afraid that at this moment, it would be the Dragon Men who dominate the world. I'm still the divine envoy of the heavenly god temple, and in the past 100 years, no one has ever dared to contradict me, so I'll let you die today. The Dragon Man Welshang's aura skyrocketed, and his cultivation far exceeded the harmonization stage, vaguely trending towards the Mahayana stage. Chen Yang's face did not change. and there was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. So it's an alien. Is the dragon man what you're relying on? With a single leap, Inuyasha hung above the void, with the solemn killing aura around him. Even a Yuaning cultivator would definitely be torn apart when he got close. Ruyan Lu, if you do it yourself, you can avoid causing injuries. Ha! Chen Yang directly laughed. It's just a harmonization stage. Even if it's a dragon man, what can it do? It's just a bigger ant. Do you really think you're a dish? Just you. You still want this seat to end itself? Inuyasha's face grimaced as he listened. In the entire Eastern Prefecture, which person would dare to disrespect someone from the Battle God Palace? How dare anyone disrespect the Dragon Man? Jing Sheng clenched his fist and descended from the sky. This fist was wrapped in true chi, and the destructive killing opportunity was in it. Exterminate me. There was a loud boom in succession. The stone slabs of the entire square of the Rendezvous Cloud sect were blasted into powder as much as possible. If it wasn't for the elder boundary around them to resist the pressure of the true chi, the impact would have definitely caused casualties. Dust and smoke, blocking the view of the crowd. Many disciples of the Rendezvous Cloud sect flew with their swords, hovering in mid-air, looking at the messy ground below. The heart was also worried for Ruyan Lu. No matter what, Ruyan Lu was a member of the same sect. Elder sister, she'll be fine. The dragon man's flesh is strong. It's not comparable to the human race. Are draconians really that scary? A disciple nodded. I've heard it said before that a newborn draconic baby fell into the hands of a group of hungry stragglers. The gang boiled the baby dragon man in a pot, put him on a fire grill, or even chopped him with a knife, and they couldn't hurt him. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. In that case, wouldn't senior sister Ruyan? The crowd looked toward the bottom. The dust cleared and two silhouettes emerged. Chen Yang stood in white clothes with his arms folded, not sticking half a bit of dust on his body, with a shocked face and most of the dragon scales falling off his body. Inuyasha knelt on the ground, eyes full of disbelief. No way. It's impossible. Why would he lose? It was clearly a strike with full power. Why was he unharmed? Why am I the one who got hurt? With the weak and frail body of a human, why was he able to block the attack of the dragon man? Over the years, countless human cultivators had died under Wellborn, but they had never encountered anything like this. Chen Yang did not have a single expression on his face, lifting his foot and stomping on Inuyasha's head, sweeping the ground. It was full of bloodied dragon scales. Shall a mortal blaspheme? The Qingtian dragon transformation technique was also a top-level technique to enhance the quality of the human body, which could raise one's defense to the level of a dragon. And it's hard for a draconian to compare to a dragon even if he's physically strong. A technique like Qingtian dragon transformation technique that briefly improved physical quality. Chen Yang could use it infinitely, using it as a passive skill. What are you Ryujin Ino taking to win? Inuyasha gave a chuckle. Even if I'm not your opponent, you can't kill me. When a dragon man's flesh dies, his soul will return to the dragon kingdom. So as long as I find a new flesh body later, I can live. Why don't you let me go? And I'll promise not to come after you and pretend that nothing has happened. Or else you'll be facing the pursuit of the entire Dragon Man clan. After Lu Ruyan heard these words, she immediately opened her mouth. Master, otherwise let's just let him go. He's already pitiful in this state. And like he said, we can't kill him. Destroying his physical body won't destroy his soul. Chen Yang, offense isn't it? Again isn't it? Hurry up and change the bad habits of the female frequency. And you can kill just as well as you can kill to the admiration of millions of people. Ruyan Lu was already used to her master's style of doing things, but this one is really not to be taken lightly. If you offend the Draconians, forget it, just let master kill it. He can't kill it anyway. Let's find a way to turn it around when the time comes. Chen Yang condescended and looked at Wel Shang in a scornful tone. Do you really think this seed can't kill you? Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon Man silence. Once this killing move was performed, the Dragon Man clan would die by self-explosion. However, the other dragons were too far away to perform this move, and it would only kill the Inuyasha in front of them. Once the killing move was executed, Inuyasha's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Obviously he had sensed the threat of death at this moment, the threat of complete godly destruction. There was nothing but shock on his face. Other emotions seemed to be discernible. Has been honest and begged to be spared. Bang! Wilson was in pieces and bone fragments were flying. The entire person dissipated into heaven and earth. Dead. Everyone around them, including Ruyan Lu, felt deeply shocked. I can't believe I just died. The Dragon Man clan took out every single heavenly pride, and now they didn't even leave their souls behind. Isn't it true that if you don't pretend to be a pussy, you won't die? What's the point of pretending for a good reason? Chen Yang picked up the two space rings low. One was given to him by Lin Xiao, and the other was Inuyasha's own. When the true chi poked inside, there were quite a few goodies inside. The metastones were almost oceanic. Ruyan Lu came back to her senses. Master, we should go back, right? We killed the dragons. They will surely retaliate. Chen Yang nodded his head and said indifferently. The master will teach you one more thing. Offense is the best defense. Let's go to the Dragon Palace now. Chapter 23, Immortal Dao Killing Stance. Meeting once upon a time. The most poisonous woman's heart. Dragon Man silence. No way. Master, are you for real? Ruyan Lu had known from early on that Master had always done things out of the ordinary, but I didn't think it would actually be this outrageous. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, many foreign races had inherited the bloodline of ancient desolate beasts. The dragons are definitely the best of the bunch. Freshly born babies were stronger than many human cultivators who had been practicing for a long time. The Dragon Palace is more of a home base for the dragons. Although she was at the transitional cultivation level, an invincible existence under the immortals, but to just go straight into the Dragon Palace like that, what's the difference between that and looking for death? You know, it's not like there aren't top-notch fighters among the dragons. Yeah, it was not known if there were any powerhouses at the transitional succession stage, but there were certainly not a few powerhouses at the Mahayana stage. 10 Mahayana stages surrounded a single transition stage. The transitional stage may not be able to win. Thinking of this, a look of worry rose in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Master, I think it's better for us to think long and hard. Just go to the Dragon Palace like that. Odds are you'll get killed. Chen Yang laughed. Don't worry, apprentice. The Dragon Fae can't hurt me. Chen Yang stood independently on top of the mountain with his arms crossed. A white dress floats in the air, just like an immortal. Suddenly his aura turned and he suppressed his transition cultivation to the harmonization stage. The face wriggled, and in the blink of an eye it became the image of a man. Energetic, with sword brows and a pair of eyes that were unusually bright. It's the kind of face that women love at first sight. At this moment, even Lu Ruyan was smitten by Chen Yang's changed appearance. Master, father, who is this person? Born with a good skin, really makes one's heart happy just by looking at him. Chen Yang's face was calm as he responded indifferently. This is the original face of the master. Ruyan Lu was shocked in her heart. She had never thought that her master was actually this handsome. Instead, she had always felt that her master was overly murderous and wouldn't be too good looking. It actually ended up looking like this. Too handsome to talk. Master, why did you change back into yourself? Chen Yang said with a snort. It's just an experiment to see how it works. There's another person who's really going to change. When he finished, his face squirmed and his height and weight changed. In an instant it was another person. Ruyan Lu was shocked. This person was no other than Ino-san, who had just been killed by his master. He became the Dragon Man. It's too much like it. It's just too much like it. The path of cultivation is not without changing feats, but change is always change, and ultimately there are breaks. But the master's change of appearance both in temperament and demeanor was taken just right. It was as if he really was Ryujin Inori. Master, you're planning to enter the Dragon Palace in the guise of Inuyasha? Chen Yang nodded. Nice. Although Master is not afraid of the Dragon Man, what kind of immortal cultivator is he who only kills and does not seize treasures? If we really fight, the Dragon Palace will surely become a broken wall. Master wants the entire Dragon Palace in my hands. After all, resources were also needed after Ascension. Chen Yang had to make plans early. Right now the Dragon Palace was a little golden pig. There was still no small amount of worry in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Master, is it really okay? Chen Yang Jiejie smiled and did not say anything. There must be a problem under normal circumstances. But he was armed with countless top male frequency feats and skills. This includes, among other things, the Immortal Way killing move. Meet once. Perform this trick to camouflage your attitude. Even my own mother couldn't notice the difference when she saw it. Thinking, he stopped stopping. With a flash, he was 10,000 miles away. Appears in the middle of the ocean in the likeness of Ryujin Ino. At this very moment, the patriarch of the Dragon Man clan had an expression of shocked anger, and his pair of erect pupils were incomparably appalled. His beard was twitching, and incredulity was written all over his face. How? This can't be right. How could my son Inuyasha die? The dragons have an extremely low fertility rate. Inuyasha is his only son. Father and son are connected. From the moment Wells was born and died, the patriarch of the Dragon Man clan, Jing Xiaotian, had already noticed something. Today was Inuyasha's birthday, and all the dragons of the Dragon Man clan were present. Turns out Ino actually died. How could he, as a father, not be angry? How could he not be angry? The Dragon Man army had already been assembled by him, as long as an order was given. The place of well-born death. 10,000 miles around. The living beings slaughtered. Dragon Man clan. The young clan leader was killed. This is the shame of my Dragon Man clan. Today you will follow me and kill all the human races. The dragon men are all prima donnas. Faced with such an offer, there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on the faces of the many dragons. Instead, I felt unusually excited. The dragons of the ancient age were originally bloody and murderous. And since the dragons had this bloodline, the genes for murderousness were all engraved in their bones. Avenge the young clan chief. Avenge the young clan chief. Kill all the people. Avenge me? Who can kill me? Amidst the clamor of the many dragons, a bashful voice rang out. Everyone followed the voice and saw a topless man slowly appear. This is the young clan chief Inoue. He's not dead. I can't believe he's not dead. Dragonman clan chief Jing Xiaotian's eyes widened and a stunned look appeared on his face. Inuyasha isn't dead. Am I misperceiving? Chen Yang strutted up to Jing Xiaotian. Before he came to the Dragon Palace, he had purposely used the immortal Dao killing move man as old as time to resurrect Welsang and perform a soul search on him. With the memory of the well-born, he naturally showed no fear. The many dragon men watched as Chun Yang walked onto the high platform. Just listen to him chanting softly. There are many foreign races in the ancient flood, and the body succeeds the dragon soul for a long life. Who is king of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Only I, the dragon man. Shake the 8 wastelands. The poem was applauded by many dragons. Chen Yang reading this poem was not a deliberate act of pretense. It was really because that was how Welsang's persona was. Greedy for money, lustful, loves to make poems. Now in front of many dragons, not to recite a poem. On the contrary, it may arouse suspicion. Long Xiaotian patted Chen Yang's shoulder. As the Dragon Man patriarch, he was a bit more skeptical. But again, I didn't notice anything halfway wrong. It was the same feeling of normalcy that was distracting him more and more. It is wonderful that my son is safe and sound. Speak with my father. What has happened? Chen Yan laughed. Just now, I encountered a human Mahayana stage powerhouse and fought with him. I was injured, but he was the one who died in the end, said Chen Yang lifting up his pants leg, revealing a bloody wound on his leg. It wasn't a bitter trick. How could Chen Yang injure himself? It's the immortal way to kill. Meet once known disguise. It's godlike to fake it. Jing Xiaotian was shocked and his heart ached for his son while at the same time dispelling his suspicions. Chen Yang waved his hand. Matriarch, today is my birthday. Join the club. It was reasonable for Chen Yang not to call Jing Xiaotian his father. After all, you have to call it a job when you work. The party begins. A large number of dragons were assembled. Chen Yang sat in the upper seat with his well-born face, embracing 2 stunningly beautiful dragonman women on his left and right. It was a good time. Just then, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and other people of the foreign race carried tens of meters high wine altars. Inuyasha said, "This wine has been stored for 1,000 years, and today is my son's birthday, so all of you must enjoy yourselves." Chen Yang looked at the huge wine altar and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24 Master Chen's Small Classroom. Cultivation of immortality is very cruel. Killing the dragon man is an act of great love. Ryujin Inoue Shoujo. Many dragons gathered together. Come on, let's drink to this. Jing Xiaotian raised his glass. His son was not dead, a false alarm, which made him very happy. This place is underwater, but it is separated by a barrier of true qi all year round. The sea does not mix with the wine in the cup. Come, Welson my son, you have a drink too. Jing Xiaotian handed Chen Yang a glass of wine. Chen Yang let out a laugh. Lord Patriarch, have you forgotten? I've never drank in my life. Chen Yang searched the soul of the dragon man wellborn and learned that he never drank alcohol in his life. Jing Xiaotian nodded. Also, wine is a piercing poison, and color is a bone-scraping steel knife. With that, the crowd raised their glasses in unison, drinking the wine from his glass in one go. Spirits in the throat. The many dragons only felt a wave of dizziness as a mouthful spewed out violently. What's happening to me? There's poison in this wine. Who poisoned the wine? The crowd was shocked beyond belief and poisoned in unison. Even a Mahayana stage powerhouse couldn't lift half of his true chi at the moment. Become a fish on a plate to be slaughtered. Jing Xiaotian's face was full of shock. The Dragon Man clan is physically tough, and the ordinary poisons in the world can't hurt them at all. It was obvious that today was being deliberately targeted. As the crowd panicked, all that could be heard was a burst of laughter. GGG. Dragons may be physically tough, but what good are they? Just a foreigner who doesn't grow a brain. The dragons sniffed and looked, only to see their young clan leader slowly rise behind the table. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk, especially Jing Xiaotian, who was filled with shock at this moment. You're not Inuyasha. Who are you? Where is my son? You did this to him. Then what? Chen Yang's face was expressionless as he condescendingly looked at Jing Xiaotian, who was collapsed on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, you'll see your son soon. After saying that, He no longer concealed his true appearance and changed back to Lu Ruyan's original appearance. Chun Yang stood on top of the high platform and looked around at everything around him. The large dragon palace was extremely rich in aura, and pearls and agates were piled all over the place. The dragon palace is hidden thousands of meters below the depths. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to discover. This place can be called the Cave of Heaven. Soon the owner of this place should be named Shaan. Death to the vile human. Jing Xiaotian forcefully transported a punch towards Chun Yang. Chun Yang dodged it with a slight dodge. How dare you make a move against this seat when you're dying? Not to mention that you've been poisoned and your punches are weak and feeble. Even if you weren't poisoned, an all-out strike wouldn't be able to help this seat in the slightest. Now this seat will send you to your son. Wait! Jing Xiaotian reached out to stop Chun Yang. The ordinary poisons of the world are ineffective against my dragon man. What kind of poison did you put in it? Chen Yan laughed. The so-called most poisonous woman's heart. The poison that this seat has put down was refined with a woman's heart. Jing Xiaotian let out a long breath. The most poisonous woman is the most poisonous woman. No poison, no husband, so it is. Human. You're so calculating and tactful. I have lost all my dragons to you. Killing me alone is enough. There is no need to kill everyone. I swear by the credibility of the dragons that I will never take revenge. Please leave a trace of my clan's bloodline. Chen Yang laughed. Silence of the dragons. With a bang, the Jing Xiaotian, who had survived for 1,000 years, had no bones left and his soul was destroyed. Right at this moment, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals attacked towards Chen Yang with blades in their hands. They are the subclan of the dragon men. Not being eligible for a drink just now, it picked up a life for them instead. Chen Yang's breath was outwardly released, and his transitional cultivation was no longer hidden. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chun Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the spatial rings in your hand. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true qi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is a thing of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so it must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans? And will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the spatial rings in your hand. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true qi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is the stuff of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yong continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the spatial rings in your hand. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is a thing of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so it must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the spatial rings in your hand. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is the stuff of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why we exterminated the Dragonman clan today for their own good, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the space rings in your hands. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is a thing of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, Why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the space rings in your hands, and then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is the stuff of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why we exterminated the Dragonman clan today for their own good, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the spatial rings in your hand. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is the stuff of the immortals. The many shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately unable to move. Chen Yang struck out with a ringing finger. A flame burned and the smell of cooked seafood wafted through the dragon palace. The dragon man had recognized his situation at the moment. There were pleas for mercy. Senior, it's not easy for us to cultivate. Please let us go. We dragons are willing to attach ourselves to Senior and be at your disposal. No second thoughts whatsoever. I beg Senior to spare my life. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. This dragon man is really strong in life. If it were an ordinary person, or an unusual race, they would have been poisoned to death by a woman's heart. It's amazing they've survived this long. Just as well. So give them another ride. Will I spare you if you beg me? At the critical moment, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Master, why don't we let them go? There must be at least a few thousand dragons here. We can't all be killed. Lu Ruyan, as a big heroine of female novels, truth and beauty are engraved in her bones. The thought of a dragonite not growing easily and dying here today. She was just a little bit on the edge of her seat. Chen Yang, apprentice, you're confused. When we kill them, it may seem like we're hurting them, but we're actually helping them. Ruyan Lu froze, a little confused for a moment. What? Kill someone's clan? Or help them? What kind of help is that? Chen Yang continued to speak. If you think about it, the Dragonman clan is growing, so they must need more room to live. It's inevitable that there will be a war with the humans when the time comes. Once the war starts, won't there be casualties among the humans, and will there be casualties among the Draconians? That's why it's for their own good that we exterminated the Dragonman clan today, or else they'll have to die in the future as well. There's a lot of pain to be suffered before death. What I have done today is worthy of the name of no greater love. And if we don't kill them now, when they recover, they'll come over and kill us. Where in the world of immortal cultivation are there so many love affairs? It's cruel. Ruyan Lu, 6. What's going on is that what Master said sounds a little outrageous, but somehow makes some sense. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly one of the dragons laughed out loud. It attracted Chen Yang's attention, only to see him open his mouth with a big smile. 300 years of hard practice finally comes in handy today. Ha 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 ha. It's not that simple to kill my iron-legged little dragon man, only to see this dragon man violently stomping his feet. His entire body immediately flew up towards the air in an attempt to leave the dragon palace. Immortal Dao killing move. Dragon man silence. Bang! This dragon man exploded straight away. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Chen Yang also stopped talking nonsense as the dragon man silence was used in succession. Bang! 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 Thousands of dragons perished. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. If you want to blame it, blame your young patriarch. A mole being arrogant in front of the transitional succession stage and having his entire clan exterminated is the most basic end. Chen Yang's true chi scattered. Receive all the space rings in your hands. And then it all hits. In an instant, the large dragon palace was covered with countless exotic treasures and weapons and talismans. Chen Yang even found a few dragon beads in Jing Xiaotian's spatial ring. The dragon pearl is not owned by the dragon man, but by the true dragon. A dragon pearl can be worth 100,000 yuan stones. With the dragon pearl, Chen Yang could refine his entire body's true chi. At that time, even if there were 10 cultivators of the same realm surrounding him, he was confident that he would be able to kill them back. On top of that, he also found a key in Jing Xiaotian's ring. It is the stuff of the immortals. Chapter 25. Well, the main female frequency hit a loss maximizer, right? In the dragon palace, the 9 dragon beads were placed beside Chen Yang, and at the moment, the dragon beads were already dull and no different from the stones. Sung, A wave of true Qi swept through the air, and the true Qi was pure and incomparable. The true Qi spread out for 100 miles in a radius, and everything within the 100 miles came under Chen Yang's control. As long as he wanted to, it wasn't difficult to take someone's life from 100 miles away. It was at this moment that he realized that he still didn't know himself very well. Just now, he felt that after absorbing the aura of the Dragon Pearl, it would at best give him the power of a pair of 10 within the same realm. Now look. Smaller. The grid is small. The same ferrying stage a dozen hundred, although a little strenuous, but may not be impossible to do. Master, you're finally awake. Ruyan Lu was unusually anxious at the moment, stomping his feet in a hurry. It took Chen Yang 3 days to cultivate and refine the true Qi in his body this time. A day ago news came from the Dakian Palace that the messenger from the War God Palace had arrived in Dakian. They had definitely come this time to pursue the matter of Master killing the Emperor of the Sky Cold Kingdom. The War God Palace ruled the Eastern Continent and was the #1 power in the Eastern Continent. They're afraid that they'll be in deep this time in Eastern Continent. Why did something happen? Chen Yang looked at Lu Ruyan anxious and doubtful and asked. He just doesn't get it. Lu Ruyan was at least a human emperor, and was at the transitional cultivation stage. Why do you spend all day either fretting about this or that? It was fine to fret before the tribulation, but how could you still fret every day after the tribulation? Then isn't this robbery in vain? Shouldn't they let others fret when they're all at the transition stage? Are all the people in the women's channel so disciplined? If immortal cultivation doesn't involve triads, then who the hell would still cultivate immortality? Master, news has come from the palace that the messenger from the War God Palace has arrived. If we don't go back, we will surely turn the entire Deqian into a burst of scorched earth. Chen Yang frowned. What are the cultivation levels of the people in this War God temple? Ruyan Lu shook her head. I think the highest cultivated War God is in the same realm as us, and there won't be too many of those. Chen Yang? Ha? How dare they then? Wouldn't normal logic dictate that they should be pulling you into the Warlord Temple? What the hell is this tough talk now? Isn't it good to maximize profits? Can't it be that this god of war is the same person as the one who sent down 100,000 heavenly soldiers to punch the performance of the prostitute's daughter? Are they all so brainless? The comment Chen Yang gave on this was, 6. Come on, let's go back and check it out now. In the middle of the Great Qian Palace. Let me go. You let me go. A courtesan with moderate appearance and posture was now being held by the wrist by a man dressed in black, wanting to do something untoward. This man in black was the messenger of the War God Temple. Jia. I'm still a member of the War God Temple, and my family's father, the second War God. It is a blessing of 10 lifetimes for you to let me sleep with you today. How dare you refuse? The courtesan was in an unusual state of panic. Her face was filled with a shocked appearance, and 2 tear tracks wept. Please, Lord Emissary, I am already betrothed to my brother at home, and I will be married next year when I leave the palace, so please spare me. Zip. Clothing shattered and the courtesan revealed her white flesh. Seeing this, the messenger became even more excited. Looting is also a cool feeling, especially in the presence of someone else's plunder. His favorite thing was to defile someone's wife or daughter in front of her husband's family. No one from the War God Palace dared to mess with him, and even if he did something even more assholish, no one would pursue him, because he has a powerful old man. Outside the palace, many ministers were silent. They could hear the shouts of the palace maidens inside the palace, but they just don't have the courage to stop it. At the moment, they only hoped that Lu Ruyan would come back earlier. Lord Messenger, please. Somewhat annoyed at being resisted, Battle God Palace Messenger Hong slapped the courtesan hard in the face. Bitch, don't talk about me if you resist again. I'll slap you into blood and go kill your whole family. The courtesan whimpered, despair in her eyes. One of the generals outside the temple could hear no more. Ignoring the others, he rushed straight into the palace. Lord Messenger, doing such things in broad daylight, I want to challenge you. On grunted coldly. No one has dared to talk to him like this for years. He violently grabbed this great Qian general and came above the square outside the palace in an instant. How dare a Jindan trash disrespect this messenger? As he spoke, his breath shook. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from this general's mouth. The many ministers who saw this scene could not bear to look at it anymore. Yasuhiro was about to kill someone. Only a voice was heard from the sky. And dare? When he heard the sound and looked, he saw that the originally clear sky was instantly cloudy with lightning and thunder, and a sliver of golden light slowly lit up. It was like the sun, getting brighter and brighter, with purple and green thunder coiled around it. It was like thunder descending. Anhong's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt a hint of danger and wanted to leave this place. But to his horror, he realized that he couldn't move his body. He was already at the harmonization stage of cultivation. How unopposed. The golden glow in the sky was becoming more and more apparent. and vaguely it was a human figure. In front of the silhouettes were two gigantic scaly dragons. It was only at this moment that the crowd could see. 200-meter-long scaly dragons with fierce faces swallowed clouds and spat out mist, sounding like thunder and moving like a mountain quake. The two auger dragons were shackled by huge chains, the other end of which was connected to a golden carriage. A figure on the carriage stood with his arms folded. This person was none other than Chen Yang. The two auger dragons were captive bred by the Dragon Palace and had now recognized Chen Yang. Due to being artificially bred, the auger dragon's spiritual intelligence was insufficient, but its strength could be comparable to that of the Mahayana stage. As for the sitting carriage, it was the loot left behind from the last extermination of the Su family. Killing without licking the bag is the same as killing someone for nothing. Within the borders of Diqian, who would act presumptuously? Chen Yang had now been promoted to transition, and his true chi had been baptized by the dragon, and was already as true and pure as it could be. The sound alone contained the laws of the great Tao. Just hearing the sound made his 7 orifices bleed and his soul tremble. But he's from the war god's palace, the earthly gods and goddesses within the eastern continent, and the emperors of the unusual dynasties also kneeled and worshipped when they saw him. How could he endure this humiliation today? Lu Ruyan, you dare to disrespect the messenger. Aren't you afraid that the war god palace will exterminate your entire nation? When Chen Yang heard this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Funny, really funny. A mole cricket dares to threaten a true dragon. Extinction. Instantly the space war in Hong was compressed by gravity tens of times. All the bones in Hong's entire body were broken. If he didn't have all the magic treasures, he would have been crushed into a puddle of blood. Oh, another magic weapon? The gravity of the party was only compressed by 10 times. I don't know if the magic treasure on your body can withstand it if it is compressed by 100 times. An Hong's pupils shrunk. You can't kill me, my father and Iwo. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. Spelling father at this time, are you out of your mind? He was just about to make his move when he heard a voice from above the 9 heavens. Chen Yang looked up. Above the 9 heavens, above the clouds, densely stained with people. Chapter 26, Spring and Autumn Cicada. Let's go. Above the 9 heavens, amidst the clouds and mists, there were heavy silhouettes. At this moment, who else can enter Diqian? This is from the Temple of War. An Hong was overjoyed to see his father. His father, and Iha, was the second war god of the Battle God Temple, as well as the second in command of the Battle God Temple. Father is here today. He will be fine. Ruyan Lu, my father has come. The one who dies today will only be you. If you disable your cultivation and kowtow to me 3 times, I may perhaps give you a whole body. Chen Yang, Subway elderly cell phone emoji. What kind of class? The same kind as me jie. Gravity is applied layer by layer. Immediately, An let out a heartbreaking scream. Wouldn't it be too cheap to kill him outright? Above the clouds, and Iwo's brow wrinkled. Immediately, he was about to make a move. This Ruyan Lu will die today, daring to make a move on his son right in front of his eyes. He's really living out of his mind. The man beside him rushed to cut him off. Your son is still in the hands of the other party. If you strike now, I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Pacify first, and when we get on out, it won't be too late to exterminate Great Qian. And Iwo nodded with forced anger. He was a Mahayana cultivator and had many magic treasures on his body. Transition stage Lu Ruyan. He also did not put in his eyes, but with his son in the hands of the other side, he couldn't help but be soft. Lu Ruyan, I am the second god of war of the War God Temple. There is no enmity between you and I. If you let my son go today, I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll also let your life of the living souls of Diqian go. There will even be some favors for you, but if you dare to hurt a hair on my son's head again, I guarantee that even if you go to morrow hell, you won't forget my methods. When Ruyan Lu heard this, her eyes lit up. Master, let's give this scum back. Lu Ruyan had always been a man of peace, and would not use force if he could be reasonable. Since the other party wanted to be reasonable, there was no reason for her to kill An Hong. Chen Yang, apprentice, are you serious? Ruyan Lu nodded with a serious face. The opponent was the second war god of the War God Temple, which was the #1 power in the eastern continent. There should still be authority in what is said. Since the other side has taken a stand, it's best not to fight if you can. Chen Yang was speechless. It's quite frustrating to have your own child's child get a 0 on a school test. Obviously I'm such a good parent. Why do I give birth to such a bad child? Chen Yang looked at Lu Ruyan's solemn expression and wanted to ask her, can't you see that he's lying to you? I've been teaching you for so long and you haven't learned a thing. You insist on releasing them? Ruyan Lu nodded solemnly. I insist. Chen Yang sighed. Well, that's just as well. It's better to say more than to let you actually suffer a loss once to learn your lesson. The body is yours to control, and the master will watch from the sidelines. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yang took the initiative to detach himself from the control of his body. Ruyan Lu's strong aura instantly withered. This subtle change was seen by all present. The people from the War God's palace sneered in their hearts. There was no one who didn't fear the War God's palace, and it seemed that this Ruyan Lu was the same. Ruyan Lu looked up at the crowd in the sky. I am Lu Ruyan, and I am the Emperor of Diqian. Is it true what you have promised today? As long as I release him, the War God Palace will no longer pursue this matter? Annihilated grunted coldly. Just now the other party's body rivaled the world. The aura of fighting alone still made him afraid. However, at this moment, there was no semblance of aura on Ruyan Lu, and Iwo naturally looked down on her. I am the second god of war of the War God Temple. Would I go back on my word to you? A mere human emperor? Let my son go and I'll spare your life. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Looks like I was right this time. I'm glad I didn't listen to my master. Master has been really good to me. But he's so murderous that he has to kill people for things that could be solved by reasoning. Right now, wouldn't reasoning solve the problem? This wave belongs to stand and make money. Fine, I'll release them, and I still hope that your excellency will keep your word. After saying that, she lifted the spatial restriction on Onong. A wave of an eye his true chi lifted him up, shielding her son behind her. Then he quasi-heads off. Lu Ruyan was relieved in her heart. The heart said that he would have to be more reasonable in the future. However, and Iwo's next sentence directly made her fall into an abyss. Chickens and dogs will not be left in the territory of Diqian. Kill men and women, old men and children. At an Iha's command, the people of the War God Palace immediately took action, casting Dao magic, and the entire palace hall instantly collapsed. The crowd below was dead and wounded. In an instant, blood flowed and wailing filled the sky. Ruyan Lu was dumbfounded. The sudden change made her body stiffen and she couldn't react. Half the time he roared, and Iha, as the second war god of the War God Temple, why did you go back on your word? You promised not to hurt our people. And Iwo sneered. I really don't understand how you became this emperor. You hurt my son and killed the god envoy of the War God Temple, offending the majesty of the War God Temple, and presumed to protect the people of your country? Just as well. I see that you have some good looks. I happen to still lack an aunt. If you become my woman, I will definitely protect your life. Or die. Lu Ruyan's face was ashen and she was in tears. Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Oh. You know you're wrong now? Chen Yang's voice rang in her ears. Ruyan Lu wiped her tears. Master is right. I shouldn't have questioned Master's decision. Master, I'll listen to you from now on. But what should I do now? Chen Yang Jiejie smiled and instantly took over the body. Oh disciple, I ask you if time can be turned back? Ruyan Lu responded with a disoriented sentence. Where can you turn back time? Chen Yang smiled faintly. There's nothing in this world that can't be done if Master wants it. Even time can be turned back on him. Rascal cicada. Spring and autumn cicada, let's go. After saying that, Chen Yang's figure dissipated, waiting until he opened his eyes again. The broken walls of the surrounding palace were restored to their original state. If you dare to hurt a hair on my son's head again, I guarantee that even if you go to morrow hell, you won't forget my methods. And Iwo's voice rang out from above the clouds. Ruyan Lu froze. This was what he had just said. It's back. It's really back. Time really can be turned back. Lu Ruyan was shocked at the moment. Looking through the history of the countries also never had the existence of being able to rewind time. What a horrible existence Master was in his original world. Chen Yang smiled faintly. So many evil feats. He had mastered them all. So another spring and autumn cicada would be reasonable, right? Even if you get a Gundam Great Warfare Heavenly Phase Earth that day, you don't have to be surprised. Kifi do not 6. Ruyan Lu, don't let go yet. And Iwo chided in a cold voice. Chen Yang smiled faintly, and with a thought, he ripped off An Hong's limbs. Instantly moving to him, he fiercely reached out and pulled out his heart, in front of an Iwo. Pinch pop. Old thing. Still trying to trick this seat? Great Desolate Imprisoning Skyfinger. Chapter 27. On that day, the people of the Battle God Palace felt the fear of 100 Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Fingers. The shadow in the air condensed, which even contained a destructive killing opportunity. The huge fingerprints were wrapped in incomparably pure true chi. And Iwo was like an ant before this fingerprint. Ruyan Lu, how dare you? As a second war god of the Battle God Temple, he wasn't sure he could resist this attack. Fortunately, there were numerous people brought from the War God's Temple this time. Counting him, there were a total of 10 Mahayana stage experts. There were also countless powerful people of the harmonization stage. Even if you, Ruyan Lu, have already reached the transition stage. But so what? Formation. Form a formation. The 10 Mahayanists of the War God Palace immediately formed a formation. A protective array formed by true qi would wrap the crowd tightly. Chen Yang sat in the golden carriage and watched the scene with interest. He was in no hurry to do anything. Death was but a moment. If you die quickly, you won't even feel pain. Fear. Wouldn't that be cheaper for the gang? The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger fell from the sky as if it was a finger technique that descended from the sky. The enormous pressure even with the protective grand formation on top of it made an Iwo and the others grimace. Hold on. This Ruyan Lu was already at the end of her strength. After performing such a mastery, she must not have the strength to follow through. Bang! The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger clashed with the protective grand formation, and the true chi hedge swept across thousands of miles. If Chen Yang hadn't exerted his true chi to protect him, the mere hedge of true chi would have caused countless deaths and injuries to the people of Diqian. Under the terrifying pressure of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, the protective grand formation that the 10 Mahayana stages had jointly set up shattered section by section. At the same time the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger disappeared into thin air. At the same time as the protective grand formation disappeared, the people of the war god temple sprayed out a mouthful of old blood in unison. Then he immediately tuned in and stuffed a handful of pills and threw them into his mouth. And Iwo grunted coldly and wiped a handful of blood from the corner of her mouth. Ruyan Lu, I don't believe that you still have the strength to fight again after performing such a trick. Chen Yang, he just couldn't understand where on earth these guys got their confidence from. Every one of them has been beaten and spit out blood, but their mouths are still so tough? Doesn't he know I'm in the transitional stage? Has he been this brave since he was a kid? Anniha spoke while adjusting her breath. I am the second war god of the war god temple. If you strike out at me, you are not putting the war god temple in your eyes. Chen Yang Jiejie smiled. If I don't put you in my sights, I can't just put you in the human emperor flag. After he finished speaking he reached out into the void and a handful of black smoking human emperor flags appeared in his hand. The people of the war god temple were shocked when they saw it. 10,000 souls. It's 10,000 souls. Ruyan Lu, you turned out to be a member of the Devil's Way. No wonder you were able to do something that killed an entire clan of dragon men. Chen Yang? You all know I killed the Dragon Man clan. How dare you come to provoke me? Bold. What I am holding in my hand is the authentic human emperor flag. How dare you slander this as a 10,000 soul streamer? What a death wish. And Ison hated Chen Yang to the bone. How could he not hate killing his own flesh and blood in front of him? Ruyan Lu, that move just now has already consumed all of your true chi, right? I don't believe you can catalyze the human emperor flag. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Who told you guys that I consumed all of my true chi? Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Great desolate. In a matter of moments, the wind changed. The crowd of the battle god palace looked up into the void, each unable to speak their shocked words. Their expressions were stagnant. Their eyes were listless, and an unbelievable expression appeared on their faces. Kai. What a joke. This can't be. How is this possible? Only to see 100 fingerprints erupting with a destructive aura suddenly appear above the war god temple crowd. The pressure emanating from each fingerprint was several times more terrifying than just a moment ago. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Ruyan Lu, stop pretending. This is an illusion. This must be an illusion. Illusion? Oh, don't you know it when you feel it? Chen Yang said indifferently. This person is weird. We are no match. Hurry and leave this place. Although an Iwo was indignant, she could only leave first at the moment. Thinking that, he began to tear through the void. However, it won't tear at all. What's going on here? The crowd was alarmed. This place had been confined, and the crowd had a small area to move around, and could not get away from it at all. For a moment everyone felt a wave of despair gripping their hearts, tried to escape but couldn't. The huge fingerprints above the void were slowly descending, falling at a very slow speed. Bastard this Ruyan Lu is teasing us. And Iwo was in a hurry. Right now, casting another protective grand formation won't help. What awaits them is certain death. Suddenly, someone shouted at Chen Yang. Great Emperor Ruyan, we were wrong. The War God Palace shouldn't have made a move against you. Please let us live. In the future, we will never be enemies of the great Qian dynasty. A shout. The crowd also reacted immediately. One after another. They begged for mercy from Chen Yang. The average person's life is 9 bitter and 1 sweet. If not 1 sweet. In a sense, dying is kind of a relief. But this group of people from the War God's temple was different. The entire eastern continent is under their rule. Even the most trashy existence in the War God's palace. To a dynasty, the emperor of that dynasty would treat him as a guest. Both spiritually and materially. They have enjoyed themselves immensely. There's nothing left when you're dead. No one is afraid of death. Especially those of them who enjoy the material things at the top. Faced with certain death, they could only beg for mercy. Attempting to get Chen Yang to let them off the hook. Great Emperor Ruyan. We were wrong. I swear that I will never be your enemy in the future. And your business is our business. Please let us live. Chen Yang sneered and raised his eyebrows slightly. Spare you? It's not impossible. But your second war god. I will kill him today. What should I do once I open up the spatial boundary and let him escape? The crowd heard this. All of them, slightly, meeting each other's eyes. Another glance at the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger hanging above his head. Not 100 fingers? Even if it was a finger, it couldn't make the group of them collectively die. At that thought, the crowd's hearts were in the right place. And Iwo has control of the situation under control in an instant. And I's pupils shrunk. He never expected that such a change of heart would occur. What are you doing? This is her disassociation. I'm the second war god of the war god temple. You mustn't fall for her schemes. And Iwo was firmly controlled and could not move. Although he was at the Mahayana stage, several people around him were also at the Mahayana stage. There was nothing he could do about it. He gritted his teeth, itching to split Chen Yang in half. Humph. It's that time of the day and you're still posing? So what if it's a second war god? If it wasn't for you, how would we be in such a dangerous situation today? Who doesn't want to live? We won't give up as long as there's a chance. You're in the war god temple with us, so we'll give you a ride today. Chapter 28. Shinsu is so much fun. No, you can't do this. And Iwo shouted. I'm the second war god of the war god temple. And I'm a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Who in the entire eastern continent doesn't respect me? Who dares to disrespect me? At this moment, he was unusually fearful and shouted frantically. Attempt to break through the boundary and get out of here. But his body was firmly bound and he couldn't move at all. There are no small matters before life and death. The rest of the battle god palace joined forces to attack in order to stay alive. Beat him to death. Dead as dead can be. Chen Yang just quietly watched the scene as if he was watching a comical show. If we had known, why did we have to do it in the first place? If you don't mess with me, there won't be so much. After killing an Iha, all of the remaining people from the war god's palace bowed in unison to Chen Yang. Great Emperor Ruyan, we have killed this person. Please keep your promise and let us live. In the future, we will be willing to listen to Great Emperor Ruyan's command. Ha! Chen Yang pretended to be surprised. Let you live? What are you guys thinking? When did I say I'd let you all live? When these words came out, the crowd thumped in their hearts. Even Ruyan Lu was a bit dazed. Master, you did just say to let them live. Ruyan Lu did have a killing intent just now, but her killing intent was only directed at an Iha. After all, he was the one who ordered the massacre of Diqian. She didn't have any great ill will towards the enforcers. After all, it's all about listening to people. You can't help it. Chen Yang patted Lu Ruyan's head. No, you're really going to let the same one live? Ruyan Lu said weakly with some hesitation. Master, it was you who just said. Master didn't say. Chen Yang said indifferently. I'm going to teach you one more thing today. People like these two-faced people should never be kept. They could even kill that an Iwo for the sake of staying alive. And if they defected to you, they could also kill you later for the sake of staying alive. If you don't kill such people, keep them for New Year's? Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. What Master said did seem to make sense. Great Emperor Ruyan, what do you mean? Didn't you just say that you would let us live as long as we killed an Iha? Chen Yan laughed. Even if I said that, so what? I'm backtracking now. You. The eyes of this group of people from the war god palace were red. Chen Yang was clearly teasing them. Ruyan Lu, you shameless man, why don't you go to hell? You ing bastard. Even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. Ruyan Lu, I can't wait to eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Chen Yang was expressionless, listening to the group's insults without a ripple in his eyes. He stood with his arms folded, standing atop the head of the augur, his white clothes fluttering. The sun is setting in the west. It is really a case of life and death under a clear sky. Even if this group of people from the war god's palace cursed even harder. So what? They're about to die. The dust clears. It was as if they had never come to earth. At this moment, the gang was completely desperate. Someone cursed at Chen Yang. Some people are still making a last-ditch attempt to get out of here. Some people sit around with no gleam in their eyes. Others have even begun to worship God and pray to Buddha. But whatever they did at the moment, there's only one way they'll end up. That's death. It was at this point that the vision came to life. The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger that was hovering above the heads of the crowd suddenly dissipated. The spatial boundary that bound the crowd also shattered. Only a small figure came from the sky. After only a few steps, he reached the crowd. Seeing him, the group from the battle god temple instantly rejoiced. Though it was no one else but the war god of the war god temple. The dragon roars into the sky. Dragon roaring sky was similarly dressed in white and similarly stood with his arms folded. There was a flash in his eyes, a domineering aura of contempt for the world. It's the god of war. The god of war is here. We're saved. Ruyan Lu, wait for your death. The god of war is here. He will definitely kill you. Ruyan Lu, your time to die has come. Chun Yang ignored them and casually waved his sleeve. The gang instantly exploded into a bloody mist. In response, Dragon Roaring Sky did not have half a bit of anger on his face. It was because he was also a transitional stage powerhouse. Beneath the tribulation, all are mole crickets. He didn't care, let alone care, about the deaths and lives of mole crickets. Very well, kill my men to my face. Ruyan Lu, you already have a way to take your death. As the war god of the War God Temple, Lon Hotian naturally wouldn't be merciful when treating such people who offended him. After all, it involved the majesty of the war god's palace. Again, his majesty is involved. Lu Ruyan, the technique I am performing is a secret technique that has existed since the time of the flood, and you have the capital to be proud of yourself after dying under me. Having said that, his entire figure skyrocketed, head in the sky, feet on the ground. It is the Dharma image of heaven and earth, not to mention fighting with him. At this moment, even if it was a harmonization stage cultivator, if they glanced at him, they would explode and die. Ruyan Lu blushed. She had never encountered an opponent at the transitional stage, and before she even fought, there was already some trepidation in her heart. Master, we'd better go. Dharma image heaven and earth is an ancient secret art, an art mastered by no mortal. This Dragon Roaring Sky hasn't even ascended to immortality yet, and he's already able to do so it's clear that he's not uncommonly strong. We may not be opponents. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Isn't it just that there's a Dharma heaven and earth? It's time to bring a bit of technological shock to the immortal cultivation world. Chen Yang frowned and closed his eyes. The words were still on his lips. I'm Shinsu. I can think what I want. Suddenly, a huge mech appeared in everyone's view. Everyone froze. This thing was even bigger and taller than Dragon Roaring Sky's Dharma heaven and earth. Even Dragon Roaring Sky's Dharma heaven and earth only reached the waist of this thing. At this moment, all the people in the world, all saw this thing. Whether it's an old ancestor who's been in hiding for years, or mortals who have never practiced immortality, almost everyone saw it. All this stuff, not only the eastern state, the western region, the southern wasteland, and everyone in the northern sea saw these things. Everyone had a shocked look on their faces. All of them look like they've seen a ghost. What is this? Oh my god. What is this? Is this still the immortal cultivation world? Everyone is stupid. There were even some savages from the savage land who had begun to kneel. Think it must be a miracle. Ruyan Lu was also dumbfounded. She was completely dumbfounded and didn't utter a word for half a day. A half-hearted murmur. Master, what is this? Chen Yan laughed. This thing is called a Gundam. It's called a mech. It's called a transformer. Just now he used the ability of mind vegetation. If you believe that there is a Gouda in front of you, then there will be. Turns out this thing is still out. To be honest, Chen Yang hadn't expected it either. He just operated that way with the idea of trying it out. It turned out to be true, and cultivation really cultivated out. Ha, it's done. Master Dao, I'd become a success. Chapter 29. Let's give the immortal cultivation world a little shock. Whether it was the Dragon Roaring Heavens or the people from the other frontiers, they were all shocked beyond words at this moment. If the Dragon Roaring Sky's Dharma heaven and earth were giants, then the mech that Chun Yang had made was an existence that transcended cognition, and the body is much more massive. The whole world could see the shadow. Dragon Howling Sky was sweating coldly. The whole thing is silly, but he was, after all, a transitional stage powerhouse, and immediately reacted. A huge black sword that ran through the heavens and earth ran through the heavens and earth, and its sword seemed to contain the true meaning of nothingness. One look at it sends chills all over your body. Dragon Roaring Sky's giant hand clenched. The sword intent was connected, and the sharpness of his sword was overwhelming. With only a casual wave of the tiger and dragon, a mountain peak 100 miles away was cut in half. The voice of the Dragon Roaring Sky echoed between heaven and earth. The god of war is not to be dishonored. Ruyan Lu, I will kill you today. The voice was biting cold, permeated with endless killing intent, as if it was the ice of a snowy mountain and the fangs of a pit viper. The Mahayana stage was already able to hook up heaven and earth. Not to mention that his cultivation realm had already reached transition. Ruyan Lu, do you think you can scare me off by pretending to be a god? A true god of war never knows fear. What a middle-of-the-road line. Chen Yang's problem of helping others to be embarrassed was back. Another person who wants to kill me has shown up. I wanted to get along with you in a peaceful way, but all I got in return was hostility and killing. Okay, I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. If I don't wipe out your whole family today, my name is not Chen. The mechs are out. It's not right to not use them. With a flash he entered the interior of the mech. I will strike in the form of a Gundam. There's still a difference between this mech and the one in the movie. After all, this is the world of immortal cultivation. The mech was surrounded by real chi, and the power of the outbreak destroyed the sky and the earth. The mech's eyes flashed red as it violently pulled a laser sword from its waist. The engines roared to life. The laser sword's lasers were all condensed from incomparably pure true chi. Bang! Long Hao Tian raised his sword to parry. The huge sword was directly broken into pieces. That wasn't all. Gas erupted from the feet of the huge mecha, and more than 200 rockets locked onto Dragon Roaring Sky behind it. Shoot in unison. Dragon Roaring Sky desperately resisted. As for the mech being able to carry 200 rockets, not important. Anyway, Chen Yang was now using the ability of mind vegetation as long as he wanted to, not to mention 200 rockets. Even 20,000 rockets can be fired. At this moment, Dragon Roaring Sky had already been beaten up. Instead of a fight, this is a one-sided crush. From the beginning until now Dragon Roaring Sky had been chased and beaten. A piece of his hair is missing from the rocket. The face is blackened. At this moment, his head was full of doubts. There are no words to describe the shock. What a treasure this is. Why it's so scary. Obviously, they were both at the transition stage. So why was the other party so strong? Dragon Howling Sky only wanted to curse now. His grandmother. When did the entire Eastern continent produce such a strong person? This kind of demonic existence. Even an immortal who had crossed the threshold and ascended was no match, right? Chen Yang piloted his mech, the rockets behind him endlessly letting loose. Dragon Howling Sky wanted to tear space and leave, laughing his ass off. He can't even tear it apart. There's nowhere to run. Chen Yang quietly watched this. And that's why the god of war can't be insulted? What's the point of all this nonsense? Where's that high and mighty look you had just now? Where's your pussy? Aren't you the god of war who suppressed the eastern state by yourself? That's it? TSK, TSK, TSK. All access to get the mech fix out. Chen Yang snapped his fingers with both hands, and the smoking black human emperor flag instantly grew larger, becoming able to match the mech with each other. GGGGGG. Dragon War God. Enter the seat in the human emperor flag. Long Hao Tian couldn't help but curse directly after reading it. Generally speaking, he wouldn't just burst into foul language at this realm, unless it can't be helped. Luing big. This is the human emperor flag? Do you take it that I haven't seen the human emperor flag before? This is clearly the 10,000 soul streamer. The cool black emitting 10,000 soul streamer. Chen Yang became anxious when he heard this. I kindly invited you into the 10,000 human emperor flag as a guest, and you still dare to slander this seat. Then this seat will let you enter the human emperor flag in 4 generations. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Long Hao Tian, who was being chased all over the place by rockets. Who do you think you're messing with that you have to mess with the great love immortal? Don't you know he'd love nothing more than to bring people together as a family? If you hadn't come out today, you might have saved a life. Now that's a good thing. Not even the lives but even the 9 clans are being targeted. That's why it's necessary. Die for me. Chen Yang waved his big hand, and the Dragon Roaring Sky was instantly unable to move. Took dozens of rockets hard. The whole person was blown up all black and his clothes were broken. Just like an African man. The Dharma image heaven and earth couldn't even maintain it and changed back to its original form. Chen Yang snapped his fingers and the huge mech dissipated without a trace. Before Dragon Roaring Sky could speak, a finger formed from energy descended from the sky, directly crushing it into a puddle of blood. The transitional phase is garbage like this. Even if he was allowed into Jin's human emperor banner it wouldn't do much good. It's still not a straight kill. Hey, not dead? Chen Yang jerked his head up and gazed thousands of miles away to find a wisp of residual soul frantically fleeing. Run! There's absolutely no turning back. Dragon Roaring Sky ran wildly for thousands of miles in a row, not daring to make the slightest stop. If he wasn't in the transitional stage, not even a trace of his soul would remain. Not to mention his body. Wait until you get over the hump and find someone to take over. Today's revenge. Tomorrow. Forget about it and don't report it someday. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Ha! The Dragon Roaring Heavenly Remnant soul froze and turned around, only to see Chen Yang standing right behind him with a 10,000 soul streamer in hand, and looked at him with a kind smile on his face. Oops, I've been running for thousands of miles and you've come after me? Are you still human? Is there one like you? Ah, what a... Into the 10,000 soul streamer. I can't even reincarnate. Well, at least I'm a god of war. Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this to a war god? That misunderstanding. Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Just as he said this, his intuition went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a pitch black world. What was left of one's own true chi was also being constantly consumed. Before he could react, he heard Chen Yang's voice ringing out here. You're so weak. I didn't want you to enter the seat's human emperor flag in the first place. Nay, you have a way to heaven and you don't go. And there is no door to hell and you break in. Dragon Roaring Sky was already raw. This morning, he was still the war god of the war god temple above all others. Now the flesh was not only beaten into a puddle of blood. Even your soul went into someone else's 10,000 soul streamer? The contrast was too much for him to accept. Transitional powerhouses were just one step away from ascending to immortality. What kind of a strong man who died at the end of his life is so frustrated? Is there any justice? Is there still a law? Can't anyone control this Ruyan Lu? The answer to his question is obvious. No. Chapter 30, Chen Yang, This Matter. Demon Cult. My demon cult declares itself responsible for this matter. Cutting the grass without removing the roots is purely digging a hole for yourself. This Dragon Roaring Sky had established the war god temple for 1,000 years. I'm sure there are quite a few descendants. They must all be eliminated. Just as he was about to refine the Dragon Roaring Sky's remnant soul, so that he could personally kill all of his wife, children, and grandchildren, only a voice was heard in the distance. It's him, it's him, it's him. Chen Yang sniffed and looked, only to see a man in black in front and a group of men in black behind him. Who's this? Chen Yang was a bit puzzled. Couldn't he see that he was killing people? How dare you go forward when you see something like this? Is it hard to be some kind of holy mother of God bursting with fame? GGG. A few dozen meters. The black-robed man in the lead revealed a trademark laugh of a person in the devil's way. Got it. Judging from the other party's dress and laughter, it was no surprise that this should be a member of the devil's cult. 100 miles away, among the people who were heading this way, was an old man. He was stooped and white, holding a walking stick, his eyes filled with tears. At this moment, his gaze was dead set on the 10,000 soul streamer in Chen Yang's hand. Finally, his grandmother had finally found the guy who had made their demon cult take the blame. The other day, in the Daqian dynasty, the whole family of the Ye family in Jiangnan was killed. This big black pot was directly on their demon cult's head. Passively, the demonic cult has been made responsible for this. Then it ushered in the joint pursuit of many righteous people. The people who are holding them in black are simply not martial. Now it's messing him up as a demonic sect leader who can't sleep well. This is not even 2 days later. The Shaohan Kingdom military camp, 500,000 people cut their own throats and returned to heaven. What does cutting their own throats have to do with the cult? But I don't know which one has put this black pot on the head of their magic religion again. They're a bunch of people who have been making old crimes lately. In the righteous path, any cultivator with a bit of fame, grouped together to get rid of demons and defend the path. In the past few days, he led the people of the demon cult to run hither and thither to escape the pursuit. Today he was studying with a few brothers in the sect where to go to get out of the storm. All ready to change careers if I can't find a place. The result is attracted by the sound. Probe. This person was holding the demon cult symbol weapon, the 10,000 soul streamer, in his hands. His grandma is finally looking for people to let them take the fall. If he doesn't train this kid into human oil today, he won't have to be the head of the demon sect. Brothers, cut him down for me. At the order of the demon sect master, the black-clothed man closest to Chen Yang directly drew his sword. Damn you! You're putting us through old age. With a wave of Chen Yang's sleeve, the man directly turned into dust. Dead. The demon sect master froze, and at this moment, he finally noticed the cultivation level of the person in front of him. Transitional cultivation. Instantly he came down in a cold sweat. However, because he was running wildly, he couldn't stop and simply kneeled down. A sliding knee, directly in front of Chen Yang. At the moment his heart was beating wildly. Sweat ran down the back of his neck and into his heels. What a situation! How did he encounter a transitional succession stage powerhouse for good reason? He had never encountered a transitional succession stage in his life. Chen Yang gently swept a glance at him. His brain buzzed. Misunderstanding? This is all a misunderstanding. Oh, misunderstanding? Chen Yang smiled faintly. The last person who said there was a misunderstanding has already entered the flag. The demon sect master had the heart to die headfirst at the moment. My lord, I saw you holding the 10,000 soul streamer in your hand and thought. Once he heard this, Chen Yang couldn't sit still, pissed off and stomping his feet. A slap on the other's face. What did you say? This is the 10,000 soul streamer? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the human emperor flag. It's this seat's human emperor flag. Ha? The human emperor's flag? You say this is the human emperor's flag? The demon sect master covered his face. Aggrieved. Elder, there can't be any mistake. I'm the head of the demon sect. I have several of these. I hug them to sleep every day. This one in your hand is definitely the 10,000 soul streamer. Snap. Chen Yang swung round and greeted him with a slap on the face. How dare you slander this seat? If this seat says it is the human emperor flag, it is the human emperor flag. You mole crickets actually dare to offend this seat. It seems like we can't keep you alive today. The demon sect master thumped his head on the ground. Elders, spare your life. Elders, spare your life. The demon sect master wiped a tear from his eye. Elder, you are holding the human emperor flag. The purest human emperor flag. Just now it was my old eyes that were dim. 1,000 mistakes were my fault. Don't be angry. Chen Yang was speechless. Why does it feel like this demon sect master is a Letso man? Moreover, his realm was only the harmonization stage. It was not at all like the people in the devil cult that Chen Yang had imagined. It also wore a black robe and made a jerky laugh. That's the kind of laugh a normal person can make, isn't it? Just as well. This seat is in a good mood today, so I'll let you live. But you have to promise this seat one thing. The demon sect master froze as he subconsciously tried to refuse. But I'm afraid he'll get a slap on the wrist before he can say no. Elder, if you say so, as long as you ask, even if it's 1,000 difficult things, I'll definitely do it. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Good, that's very on. It's not really a big deal, said Chen Yang as he casually probed his hand to fetch out a sound transmission notepaper. The demon cultist froze and took it. Elder, this? Chen Yang said indifferently. I'm sure you're still not clear about my identity. This seat is the emperor of the Dichen dynasty. What kind of an emperor doesn't care about his reputation? There are some things that someone has to carry. The demon sect master listened in a cold sweat. A bad feeling grew in his heart. This Empress Sama. It can't be that she's preparing to permanently make me take the blame, right? Has been honest. Begs to be spared. Suddenly Chen Yang's hand slapped on his shoulder. So here's a good job for you. This seat's all on your head. It's... The demon sect master choked back just as he was about to open his mouth. Why do you want to refuse? Don't dare. Don't dare. Close to tears. Refuse? He wouldn't dare to refuse even if he was killed. Chen Yang continued again. Don't worry. With me here your demon sect's reputation will definitely be louder. Maybe in a few years, you'll become the #1 sect in the world. Well. It's also the #1 religion in the world. Now he's being hunted by the righteous every day. Hiding in the east. No new member even dares to join the church. Alright, get the hell out of here. Chen Yang put away his smile. The demon sect master saluted him and then hurriedly left. Later on, this demon sect master hardened himself to become the strongest person in the world with his harmonization stage cultivation. The reputation is even more notorious, but just no one dares to mess with him. At this, he panicked too. Chen Yang refined Dragon Roaring Sky Soul and ordered him to slaughter his entire clan. After this battle, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shocked beyond measure. A plan to catch Chen Yang also unfolded. Master Pudu of the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom found the Swire Immortal sect overnight, attempting to unite the power of the two clans to get rid of Chen Yang. After all, both clans had disciples that he had killed. If this son is not removed, they will have no peace of mind, especially after seeing that the other party was able to summon such a powerful magic weapon, mecha. Already unable to sleep, they became even more insomniac. The dark circles are coming out under my eyes lately. Chapter 31, I, Chen, am the kindest of hearts, and I will let your loved ones be reunited. Wait, no, senpai, empress, big sister, foster mothers. In the 10,000 soul streamer, he looked at Chen Yang who was gradually approaching. Long Hao Tian was flustered, completely flustered. The man is the chopper. He is the fish. Even when his physical body was built, he was not an opponent. And now that he was just a wisp of a residual soul, he was even less capable of resisting in the face of Chen Yang. Chen Yang let out a strange laugh and looked at Long Hao Tian with an impish gaze. Aren't you awesome? Where's that awesome strength you had just now? Didn't you say just now that I will die today? Who the hell has entered the human emperor's flag now? Long Hao Tian knew that the other party would never let him go. Instead of continuing to be wishy-washy, you should get tough. This wouldn't disgrace the face of a transitional powerhouse. He grunted coldly at the thought. Even if I die today, I'm still a transitional succession powerhouse. Chen Yang applauded after listening. Worthy of being a transitional powerhouse? With only a wisp of residual soul remaining, there is still such vigor. A true hero indeed. Dragon Howling Sky was confused again. What's going on here? Just now you were shouting at me, but now you're praising me? Is it possible that my personal charm conquered him? Long Hao Tian thought about it for a while and felt that it was very possible. After all, he was the war god of the War God Temple, the man of words for the entire eastern continent. And Lu Ruyan was only in her early 20s, just the time for Mu strong men. In that case, there's a good chance he's got his eye on me. Thinking of this, Dragon Roaring Sky was overjoyed in his heart. In that case, it is not impossible to find a physical body to resurrect in the future. Dragon Roaring Sky held his head high and said in an indifferent tone, if that's the case, why are you still releasing this war god? When I find a physical body in the future, I will appoint you as the first proper consort of this war god. Chen Yang? What's he talking about? Delirious? Didn't you hear the sarcasm I just meant? You misunderstood. I meant to train you as a main soul, but retain your spirit to kill. After saying this, Chen Yang waved his big hand and black gas filled the air. Dragon Roaring Sky was instantly unable to move. The entire soul turns into a black void. Oh, he tried to speak, but the words simply didn't come. Chen Yang smiled faintly. This seed has always been a kind-hearted person, and now you're dead, yet you haven't even seen the last of your family. Tell you what, this seed will let you and your family bloodline see each other one last time. Kill them. The dragon roaring heavenly void soul violently flew out of the 10,000 soul streamer and flew towards the air. Chen Yang sat on the golden carriage and was pulled by the two augur dragons, following behind without slowing down. The Temple of War is located above the clouds, which is in the air. In the light of thousands of years, the war god's palace had been made into the largest blessed land in the eastern continent. The aura is abundant. Cultivating in the war god's palace often resulted in twice the cultivation speed with half the effort. At this moment in the war god's hall, the large palace was silent, each draped in mourning. They were all bloodline family members of Dragon Roaring Sky. For hundreds of years, he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to prevent himself from ascending to the immortal realm. Strive to be the first invincible person on earth. During these hundreds of years, Dragon Roaring Sky had married countless wives and had even more countless heirs. Because of the bloodline of the transitional powerhouse, the offspring were all highly talented in cultivation. They all saw that great battle in the square. Facing that kind of huge magic treasure, there was absolutely no chance that Dragon Roaring Sky would survive. That's why his children and grandchildren chose to eat the mat at the first opportunity. The old ancestor is dead. We must avenge him. A Dragon Roaring Sky descendant spoke. That's right. That Lu Ruyan is not something we can deal with right now. But in time, we will definitely be able to surpass him and avenge our old ancestor. Whoever can kill Ruyan Lu at that time will be the new god of war of the War God Palace. There was a moment of group excitement. The 500 people in the hall were the closest relatives of Long Hao Tian's blood. Whether the need to avenge him was because of kinship or for the position of the War God Temple's hall master was unknown. Ha 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 ha. This seed is here today. If you want to take revenge, feel free to let your horse come over. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. A male voice suddenly rang out. Not loud, but imposing. The entire hall of the War God's hall was instantly silent. The crowd looked up and saw that there was a person sitting on the uppermost throne that belonged solely to the Dragon Roaring Sky. It was no other than Chen Yang. Chen Yang, who had changed into Chen Yang's original appearance. This face needs to be used for something, or else you might forget what it looked like in a few years. Chen Yang was at the moment pinching the chin of a stunningly beautiful woman with a different nature. As for who this person is, it doesn't matter. Assholes, the old ancestor has only just died. And yet there are petty people offending the War God Palace. If we can't beat Ruyan Lu, can we not beat you? What kind of a thing are you? Daring to sit in my family's old ancestor's seat? Get off your seat. Noisy. With just one glance, the few people who had just spoken instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The crowd was shocked. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the people who spoke just now, another person's cultivation was at the harmonization stage. In the entire family, the strength also ranked in the upper echelon. And it turned out to be dead? Not to mention the demise of the physical body, not even the soul left behind? An old man slowly walked up. Your Excellency has good tactics. Right now the life and death of my family's old ancestor is unknown. But even if he just dies, the entire War God Palace has the power to fight. Your Excellency. He didn't finish his words and was instantly burned to ashes by the flames. Seeing this scene, many people's legs and stomachs went weak with fear. How is this possible? A person with Mahayana cultivation can be killed just by saying so. How is that possible? Chen Yang was also too lazy to waste. Directly release the soul slave Dragon Roaring Sky. This seed has a kind heart, so you'll take care of your loved ones yourself. Roar! Dragon Roaring Sky let out a low growl. Unable to control his body even though his heart was dripping blood, he rushed into the crowd and crushed a few people into flying dust in a matter of moments. Chen Yang sat on a chair and quietly watched the scene with his hand resting on his head. Worthy of being a transitional soul slave. It was just good to use. The group of people from the War God's Palace were all in a rage. This is the old ancestor. Bastard. This person refined the old ancestor into a soul slave. Great devil. You deserve to die. Old ancestor. Don't. I'm a real son. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The entire hall was closed and isolated. In an instant, blood flowed. A few women saw the key and immediately knelt in front of Chen Yang. My lord. We are willing to serve as slaves and maidservants, to serve before you in this life, and to do whatever you want with me. With that, he began to undress. 2 grapefruits on display, attempting to use their beauty to make Chen Yang leave them alive. Chen Yang was expressionless as he grabbed it and instantly refined it. Several people were instantly burned to ashes. Just kidding, he's not a schoolboy who's never seen a woman before. How can you leave yourself open to hidden dangers because of the beauty of a dying face? Suddenly a man with a sword rushed over, pointing his sword at Chen Yang. But 3 feet away, the sword crumbled into pieces. Dog thief, there are more than 100 of my old ancestors' bloodline. You can't kill them all. Chen Yang listened to all that he thought. You remind me. With a casual wave of his hand, the person in front of him exploded into a puff of blood. Chapter 32, Kill your whole family along the bloodline. Ruyan Lu looked at the blood mist in front of her and slightly recoiled. She knew her master's character and thought to herself that the other party wouldn't really go and kill people's entire families one by one. Would they? Thinking about it, I don't think so. It's just too much trouble. And it takes some time just to find people. It's not necessary. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the thought. That's good. Master, do less killing and wish him a long life. Under Qin Yang's teaching, Ruyan Lu underwent some changes. The old her only knew how to reason. Nowadays, she advocates reasoning, but when push comes to shove, she can also hit people. Master, you're not really planning to go and kill the entire Long family one by one, are you? Chen Yang smiled and shook his head slightly. How is that possible? The first law of the immortal cultivation world is to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, but killing them one by one is just too much of a waste of time. A mole cricket under the ferryman is also worthy of this seat wasting so much time? After hearing this, Ruyan Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a smile. The war god of the Temple of War is dead. His children and grandchildren can no longer make half the waves. It's okay to let them live. It's better not to make too many kills. Then she saw Chen Yang slowly walking down from his chair. Reaching out, he sucked in a drop of blood suspended in the palm of his hand. Master, what are you doing? Of course it's to follow the bloodline and exterminate them all. Ah, Ruyan Lu froze again. Killing along the bloodline? Wouldn't that be casting a blood spell killing technique? She had no objection to Master killing people who actively provoked them, but killing along the bloodline would surely hurt the innocent. Master, it's not good for us to do this, is it? What's wrong with that? We're doing this for their own good, Chen Yang said lightly. What? For their own good again? Ruyan Lu was quite skeptical about this. Chen Yang explained unhurriedly. Think about it, we killed Dragon Roaring Sky. Is this a blood feud for their clan? Ruyan Lu nodded. Since it's a blood feud, doesn't it have to be avenged? In other words, if your father had been killed, would you have taken revenge? Ruyan Lu frowned slightly and nodded again. Then, when Dragon Roaring Sky's offspring grow up and come over to take revenge, do you think they can beat Master? Ruyan Lu shook her head. Master's cultivation is hard to find in ancient times. Surely no one will be your opponent. Chen Yang hemmed and hawed. In the face of this kind of person who has specifically come over to assassinate me, what means do you think I would use to deal with them? Ruyan Lu answered directly without thinking. It must have been tortured to death by the most brutal means, and perhaps killed, then brought back to life and killed again. Chen Yang spread his hands. So yeah, how can I say that it's not for their own good when I'm using the bloodline spell killing technique right now to let these people die with little pain? All that the master does is for the sake of great love. Ruyan Lu froze. Everything master said seemed to make sense. But why did it feel weird? In that case, it's all up to master. The blood suspended in the center of Chen Yang's hand erupted with a dazzling light. Just hear him chanting under his breath. Silent wisdom retreats from all of you, restoring the burgundy oil and zay, dry morning gua tue. Now your spirit is true. Sacrificing your blood. Searching for your relatives. Tracing back to the origin. Bloodline spell kill. The art of bloodline spell killing. Killing people through the air. All blood relatives related to the bloodline can hardly escape death, unless the cultivation realm of the person with the bloodline is higher than that of the person who casts the spell. However, Chen Yang felt that no one should have a cultivation level higher than him. The blood in the palm of his hand dissipated into nothingness. The vast majority of the entire battle god temple exploded into a puddle of flesh and blood at almost the same moment. Once the bloodline spell killing technique was executed, not to mention the execution of 9 clans, even 10 clans could not stop it. Cut off the roots and never leave any loose ends. Although Lu Ruyan had already prepared herself mentally, she was still shocked at this moment. Even a true demonic sect wouldn't use such an outlawed technique, right? People in the devil's cult have to praise you for being too much of a devil's cult. At this moment, thousands of miles away from the war god's palace, above a high mountain, a fresh breeze blew. A man in white with flowing green silk and a heroic brow. He looked to the sky and sneered. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The war god palace's war god is dead. The next step for the Eastern Continent forces will be to divide up the War God Palace's legacy. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's the most dangerous place to be right now. Oh my foolish kinsman, it is suicidal to remain there now. In terms of wisdom it's still me, who can kill from a distance of 1,000 miles. It won't be too late to take revenge when your cultivation becomes great. Thinking of this he was magnificent in his heart, looking at the beauty of the mountains, and his boldness was not spat out. Exit chanting, the spring wind and the white horse and the thin-clothed guest, the cold sword climbed the 9 mountains alone. The clouds and rain at the end of the world have many divergent paths. Who will be honored if I'm given up tomorrow? Ha 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 ha. Ah. The white-clothed youth's complexion changed, before he had time to react. Bang. The spring breeze blows away a mist of blood. He's dead. At the same time there are few people like him in general. See the situation early. Before the next person. Before the next person. It turned out to be hard to escape death. At night, Chen Yang was the only one in the entire war god temple. In the afternoon there were a few other clansmen who took the opportunity to come over and try to reap the benefits, but they're going the wrong way. Inexplicably, he had entered Chen Yang's human emperor flag. In response, Chen Yang said it had nothing to do with him. Chen Yang sat in the battle god's hall, and the surrounding aura automatically entered his body without the need for meditation and cultivation. In a sense, the entire war god temple was a magic treasure that helped in cultivation. Apprentice, the name war god temple can't be used in the future. It's too inferior. You come up with a name. Ruyan Lu thought for a while and spoke in the middle of the day. I see that there are all kinds of jade in the entire hall, so why don't we call it the Group Jade Pavilion? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hara. Chen Yang hurriedly waved his hand. Nothing, nothing? Never mind, the Temple of War will be the god of war. In the future, our master and disciple will be the god of war who can suppress the entire eastern continent with one hand. GGG. The body is yours. I'm going to take a nap. Hard work, master. Almost 10 million kills in less than a week. If you don't take a break and rest, you'll kill everyone in the entire eastern continent. In the meantime, the Buddhist kingdom of the West. All the countries of this western region were unified in their belief in Buddhism. Every country has to give offerings to the Buddhists. There are plenty of resources, plus it's a female genre, so it's not too difficult to practice. This makes Buddhist monks masters of their craft. With such strength, they had long since disregarded the many sects in the 10 regions of the 9 states. Until today, after seeing the mecha that Chen Yang had come up with, within the great hall of the Buddha's kingdom, in front of the golden body of Lord Buddha, Master Pudu, with 9 ring scars dotting his head and a white beard like snow, knelt before Lord Buddha. Ba. Turning to look at his senior brother again, he opened his mouth. The previous generation of Buddha's son Huijiao of my Buddha kingdom died at the hands of Lu Ruyan of the eastern continent's great Qian. It's time to invite her to confess her karma before the Buddha. Chapter 3300 Monk's Demon Execution Formation. In the great hall of the Buddha kingdom, golden Buddha light filled the room, and in front of Lord Buddha's golden body, an oil lamp emitted a faint firelight. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turn back to the shore. Senior Pudu, if you can persuade Lu Ruyan to put down the butcher's knife and sincerely repent, it would be considered a meritorious deed. The person speaking in front of Monk Pudu at the moment was a young monk. It didn't look very old, only about 7 or 8 years old. The voice was also no different from that of a child, but the tone of voice was extremely old-fashioned, as if he were an old man on the verge of dying. The most surprising thing was that Monk Pudu, an old man, actually called him senior. This time when you go to the eastern continent, what percentage of certainty do you have in transforming Ruyan Lu? After all, none of the war god Templars are his match. If I were to fight that dragon Roaring Sky, I would definitely win, but it would never be as easy as Lu Ruyan. Hearing this, Monk Pudu laughed. Senior brother, I've already made the arrangements. My Buddhist children occupy the western region, and all the major dynasties are religious. Aside from me, there is also an expert at the transitional cultivation level, and the rest are 100 experts at the Mahayana stage. This trip to the eastern continent has brought together almost all of my western region's power. The childlike monk, Pushy, folded his hands. Eyes swept the Pudu monk. Senior brother, drunkenness is not in the air. Against a transitional stage, even if she has a magic treasure to protect her body, how can she be the enemy of 2 transitional stages and 100 Mahayana stages joining hands? What you really want to do is to preach my Buddhist philosophy to the eastern continent, right? Pudu slowly stood up. Elder brother is worthy of being elder brother. He can tell what I'm thinking at a glance. My Buddha is compassionate when it comes to the realization of the world. Right now in the entire eastern continent, people are in a state of panic, and the people from the battle god's palace don't know where they are. So it's a great time for my western region Buddhist kingdom to preach the Dharma. The universal monk didn't look at him either and said with his eyes closed, when are you going to the eastern continent? Now. Before the words had even left his mouth, Monk Pudu had dissipated before the Buddha Kingdom Hall, East Island. Ruyan Lu returned to the Great Qian Palace. Cultivation could be enhanced at all times in the War God's Hall. While this was a good thing, it also accelerated the time for her to ascend to the immortal world. Even though it is the dream of every person who cultivates immortality. But after all, no one knows what the fairy world is like. It made her a little terrified. So it's better to go back to Dakian first. The bright moon was in the sky and the breeze was blowing. Ruyan Lu stood by the window feeling very cozy. Just then, she suddenly saw a few stars shimmering with light. Fixing his eyes, his pupils shrank. Not some star, it's people. In the blink of an eye, the entire Daqian dynasty was enveloped in golden light. The night was turned into day by the light of the Buddha. An enemy is coming. Incoming. The royal palace guards, standing in front of a group of monks. The person at the head was clearly Monk Pudu. Behind him followed quite a number of Buddhists, and also those who did not have hair. And judging from their clothes, they should be nobles from the western region. Chen Xiuyu, the great general of the royal palace, stopped in front of the crowd. Although his realm wasn't high, he didn't see any fear on his face when facing the crowd. Everyone, this is my great Qian's royal palace. No stranger can trespass. If you want to make a fortune, please go elsewhere. Pudu folded his arms. My Buddha is compassionate and has come here today to convert His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, to Buddhism. Please, Shi Tzu, don't stop. Chen Xiuyu snorted coldly. You monks are so rude. The eastern continent is not the western region. How can you be allowed to do whatever you want? If you trespass into the important place of the royal palace, you have already committed a capital offense. This general, considering that you are people from outside the party, will leave you a way out. Why don't you go now? The gang of monks in front of him came in force. Chen Xiuyu couldn't see the cultivation realm of the gang and didn't dare to fight them. They can only be banished to hurry up and leave. If he really fought, he didn't have the certainty of victory. Scholar, you shouldn't have stopped the poor monk. Monk Pudu slapped his palm across the air. This palm did not use much vigor, but he was, after all, a transitional powerhouse. When touched, you're hurt. This palm directly knocked Chen Xiuyu out a dozen meters and hit the wall heavily. At the same time, Monk Pudu's true chi spread. The transitional cultivation instantly caused the many soldiers to be stagnant. Transitional cultivation. This is the transitional cultivation. In the eyes of a transitional powerhouse, even a Mahayana was nothing more than an ant. They, ordinary soldiers, were no better than ants in the eyes of a transitional powerhouse. For a moment, everyone's legs and stomachs went weak. A Buddhist's hands are so vicious. Is this what the master calls compassion? Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu flew down and stood in front of the crowd. Pudu saw Lu Ruyan, hands folded, face still not much expression fluctuation, but instead give a feeling of compassion. My Buddha is merciful. We have come today to cleanse the sins from your majesty's body. Ruyan Lu's brows furrowed in a slightly vain manner. These days, master has killed a lot of people. It's her body that's being used. Why does the master need to crown these words? I'm here today for no other reason than the fact that I killed the previous Buddha's son of the Buddha kingdom a few days ago. He colluded with the Empress Dowager in an attempt to subvert my throne. Such an act deserves to be killed. Damned! Pudu shook his head. My Buddha is merciful. It seems that your majesty has not realized his mistake. So we monks have no choice but to take you to the Buddhist kingdom of the West to repent for your sins in front of Lord Buddha. The words just fell. More than 100 people rose in unison behind them. Each one of them was surrounded by a faint Buddha's light. The Buddha's light spread and condensed into a huge Buddha statue in the air. If before, the huge Buddha statue that Monk Huizhou had condensed into the air was a baby, then this time the Buddha statue in the sky was a giant. Ruyan Lu also felt terrified at the moment. The moment these people flew into the sky, their cultivation realms were revealed. Mahayana stage. All of them are at the Mahayana stage. Among them, besides Monk Pudu, there was another person whose cultivation had also reached the transition stage. This made Lu Ruyan's scalp tingle. What does the West want? I can't believe I'm moving my old self. What should I do? What should we do? Ruyan Lu had never faced so many powerful enemies before. The mind can't decide. For a moment, it was amazing how much I wanted to cry. At this moment, many powerful people from the 9 heavens and 10 lands were all paying attention to this scene. The crowd exclaimed, I'm afraid that in the future, the boundaries of the eastern state will be returned to the western region. The apprentice is not afraid. Suddenly Chen Yang's voice rang in Lu Ruyan's ears. It's just a bunch of bald donkeys, for master to blow their heads off. As soon as the words came out, Chen Yang directly took over the body. His breath climbed in knots and it didn't take long to reach a frightening level. Disciple, remember what I told you about the first law of the immortal cultivation world? If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. If Master hadn't forgotten about these monks, how would they be able to run wild here? Chapter 34. 100 people is considered a crowd? Immortal Dao killing move. 1 I. Ruyan Lu nodded gravely. This time she was deeply aware of the importance of the Master's philosophy. Master, what should we do? The lowest cultivation of this group is a Mahayana, and they're outnumbered. Even if we can do 10 a dozen, we can't do 100. Shenyang looked at the huge golden Buddha shadow in the sky and smiled faintly. Who told you that Master can't fight 100 at once? More trash is still trash. Just a bunch of rabble. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu was shocked. Although he knew that his master had a high level of strength and many divine feats, but is it really possible to escape unscathed from the situation at hand? Master, this group of Mahayana powerhouses from the western region are definitely not easy to deal with, and it's never easy to escape if you want to. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Escape? Why are you running away? Who said anything about running away? Isn't the Dakian dynasty your home? Where will you go after you escape? Chen Yang touched Lu Ruyan's head. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of rabble. Master can handle it. At this moment the imaginary Buddha statue in the sky had already taken shape. The 100 monks voodoo formation. The Dakian dynasty was a small country, with a land area of just a few thousand miles, and the Buddha statue in the air enveloped the whole of Daqian. A huge golden Buddha statue with 100 eyes. Each eye consists of a Mahayana powerhouse. The power is amazing. When the people of Daqian saw this scene, no matter men, women, and children were all scared pale. Many people began to prostrate themselves on the ground of their own accord and bow down to the Buddha statue. Pray to save a life. The Buddha looked down on the world, and the sound of Brahman resounded faintly. Pudu and Goodness held their staffs and looked at Lu Ruyan, their faces still without much expression. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, you know about my 100 monks ambush formation? Chen Yang stood on top of the beams of the king's palace, his white clothes fluttering as he stood with his arms folded without any semblance of a frightened expression. I won't say anything. I'll just be quiet and watch you play hard to get. Seeing that Chen Yang did not reply, Monk Pudu thought that he was scared silly, and so said triumphantly, the 100 monks demon vanquishing formation was created by our Buddhist sages. Back then, when the immortals plagued the world, I don't know how many immortals were exterminated by virtue of this great formation. As long as His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qian, obediently returns to the Buddha kingdom with me and sincerely reflects for 10 years in front of Lord Buddha, I'll let you go in 100 years. If I have to do it, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Ha! Chen Yang directly laughed out loud at his words. What a crowning, moralizing statement. The Buddha kingdom has nearly moved its entire family to the eastern continent, and Sima Zhao's heart is well known to all. It was clear that he was planning to allocate the power of the eastern continent into the western region. The reason for such a big show was purely to deter the other forces in the eastern continent. Chen Yang swept a glance at the huge Buddha statue in the air. Old bald ass. I don't really want to kill anyone today. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Monk Pudu's face was unchanged. Your Majesty must not speak wildly. Even though your cultivation has reached transition and normal transition cultivators can't help you. But this time we have 2 transition and 100 Mahayana cultivators here. I suppose there's nothing you can do about it? Chen Yang sniffed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So your bottom line is more than people. A transition, facing you guys is indeed a bit difficult. But what about 10,000? What? Monk Pudu froze at his words, his brows furrowing. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Only Chen Yang stepped into the void and punched out. Boom! This punch seemed to carry endless terror. There was a rumble that shook the sky and cracked the earth. 10,000 forceful shadows were struck with a single punch. Each of the silhouettes were no different from Chen Yang's main body. Even the breaths were exactly the same. All of them are at the transitional cultivation level. The densely packed silhouettes all stepped above the void. The offense and defense instantly changed shape. Chen Yang, who was still a person just now, had turned into an army at this moment. This move was precisely the immortal Dao killing move. 10,000 me. Bald ass. Who's got a lot of people now? 10,000 shadows opened their mouths at the same time, suppressing the Sanskrit sound brought by the gigantic Buddha statue. Everyone froze. Everyone had never imagined such a scene. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of kung fu is this? Never heard of it before in the ancient times. Ruyan Lu. This is an illusion. This must all be fake. We have been caught in an illusion. This can never be true. 10,000 transitional stages. How else can this be fought? False. Ruyan Lu, you are also a transitional cultivator. Why are you using a 3-year-old child's blindfold? The corners of Chen Yang's mouth were slightly open. Fake? Ha! Immortal Dao killing move. 10,000 my great handprints. Boom! A large hand opened the clouds and broke the sun. Everyone's pupils fluttered. This aura alone made the golden body of the giant Buddha in the air vaguely look like it was shattering. How is this possible? How can this giant hand be bigger than a Buddha statue? At the sight of this scene, even the most resolute-minded monks would have difficulty maintaining their composure. It's just unbelievable. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, my God. The huge handprint looked to be descending extremely slowly, but in reality it was only looking so because the handprint was so large that just one finger in the handprint was larger than the Buddha statue. Pudu's entire body panicked. There was no longer the calm and collected nature of before, hurriedly opening his mouth to stabilize the army. Don't panic. How can a cultivator of the transitional stage have such abilities? This must be an illusion. This must be an illusion. As long as we maintain the 100 monks ambush formation, we're not afraid of him. In the middle of the day someone suddenly spoke up. Nope, not right. This handprint didn't fall in this direction. The direction it fell is. When the crowd heard this, their hearts trembled. Looking in the direction of the large handprint, everyone's faces turned white. That position is Westfield. Oh my God. Without waiting for the crowd to react, only a roar was heard, and instantly the ground shook, as if the entire continent was shaking. The loud shaking sound lasted for a long time. All the monks and nobles present were dumbfounded. A frightening thought was born in every mind, but no one dared to say it. Monk Pudu sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart half-cooled at the moment. Ruyan Lu, what the hell have you done? Chen Yang stood in the void and smiled slightly. What for? Of course it's the extermination of the western region? When these words came out, the crowd only felt their scalps numb. It was as if 1,000 needles were sticking into the heart. The huge Buddha statue in the air instantly shattered. Almost everyone tore through space and time at the same time. At the moment they no longer had the idea of missionizing the eastern continent. All thought of hurrying back to the west to see if their home was still there. Wife and children, whether or not they survive. Chapter 35, with one palm. The entire western region is gone. The night is still the same. Chen Yang sat on the golden carriage, blowing on the breeze as if nothing had happened just now. But Ruyan Lu wasn't fazed. That scene just now was a real godly fight, right? Master, just now you. Chen Yang smiled faintly. What kind of fight is in front of the house? I'm just giving them a ride home. Ruyan Lu was dumbfounded. Well, so to speak. This isn't a ride home, is it? It's clear that it's all about destroying their family. That one big handprint just now. I'm afraid it covered the entire western region. This is clearly making these monks homeless. Master's tactics are really high. It's no good going against your master. Have a cup of tea and rest. We still have to go to the western region in a while. Chen Yang said indifferently. Ruyan Lu's entire body looked frozen. To the west? What's the point of going to the west? Hasn't the west been destroyed? Chen Yang flicked Lu Ruyan's forehead. How many times have I told you? If you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. The gang that came to Dechen just now. I can't sleep until I kill them. After saying that, Chen Yang casually waved his hand. The void tore apart, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the western Buddhist kingdom in an auger-drawn palanquin. At the moment, the western region is covered with yellow sand and broken walls everywhere. There were countless dead bodies on the ground. Many of them stuck to the ground and couldn't be snapped off. Apparently it was flattened by the great handprint of the 10,000 me. It is not too much to say that such a scene is hell. No, there's more blood than there ever was in hell. Ruyan Lu, all 13 members of my family died in your hands. I want you to pay for your life. Suddenly a voice shouted loudly and Chen Yang's face did not change. A long way off he felt someone lock onto him. With a wave of that man's hand, 3 poison-hardened flying daggers shot towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang didn't move or pay any attention. Just as the flying dagger was about to hit Chen Yang, it was suddenly stopped by an invisible wall of qi. The flying knives were instantly melted into iron. Master, this person is also one of those who offended Diqian just now. Chen Yang gave a single look fixed the sneak attacker in the air, rendering him immobile. The man was dressed in fancy clothes. His hair was messy, and his eyes were full of red blood, obviously having reached the extreme point of anger. Ruyan Lu, you killed my whole family. I can't wait to eat your flesh and sleep in your skin. He tore his heart out and roared. Snotty, it's so sad to hear and see. But Chen Yang was unmoved. Oh, another one who wants to eat my flesh and sleep on my skin. The anger of the weak looks so ridiculous. The Western nobles who were bound in the air could not move with all their strength. Ruyan Lu, you are also an emperor of a generation. How can your killing heart be so heavy? Although my Western region is not a large territory, there are hundreds of millions of living beings. Do you know how many people you've killed with that slap? So what? Chen Yang was all amused by him. The world of immortal cultivation was originally a world of great strife. Those with more power eat people, and those with less power are eaten. What's the harm in hundreds of millions of dead beings? Chen Yang said indifferently. This seat has always been kind to people. It is you who are disturbed by the heavenly Tao and have to act against it. It wasn't me who exterminated your western region's living beings. And it wasn't even me who killed your entire family of 13. It's your arrogance that's to blame for killing them. One ant bites you and exterminates the entire ant nest. Is that a problem? No questions. You, Ruyan Lu. I went on mourning. Bang! He hadn't finished his sentence. Chen Yang slapped the man across the room and directly smashed him into blood. Even his teeth became powder. Noisy. In the meantime, the west, the other place, the demon sect master was gasping for air. His head all beaded with sweat. The same was true for the group of minions behind him. One ran his lungs out. Bad luck. Really bad luck. The demon sect master, Jin Buliang, smoothed out his breath and took a sharp gulp of water. His power was originally in the eastern continent, but Emperor Lu Ruyan of the Deqian Empire had dumped quite a few black pots on him. This led to him being hunted down by many people of the righteous path. Every day is either an escape or a runaway. When he met Ruyan Lu a few days ago, the other party actually wanted him to permanently take the blame. Just kidding. What a man he is. How could the lord of the demon sect keep taking the blame for others? But he couldn't afford to offend Ruyan Lu either. Figured I'd just have to move on to something else. Thinking about it, the only place that fits best is the west. Turns out it just arrived today. We haven't even waited to eat yet. One could only see a large handprint that overlaid the heavens and earth fall from the sky. If he hadn't torn through the void and run fast, it's probably a puddle by now. Who the hell is his grandmother? Bad luck. Bad luck. Really bad luck. Beside him, a black-robed henchman walked up to him. Sect leader. In my opinion, let's leave this place. This place is just too evil. Kim Wuliang nodded. Sigh. Then cursed. Ruyan Lu. It's all because of this Ruyan Lu. Is this how you guys make up about this seat when it's not here? Suddenly a voice exploded next to the crowd's ears. Everyone couldn't help but be physically shaken. Who's talking? Jin Buliang's entire body was dumbfounded. Is it water retrogression lately? Why do I need so many evil things? A cloud in the northwestern metaphysical sky. A crow falls into a phoenix flock. There are heroes all over the place. Who are the kings to come and who are the subjects? Jin Buliang immediately spoke in black, but no one paid any attention to him. Suddenly only the void shook. Two scaly dragons flew out in the void. The large dragon head is particularly hideous. The augur behind the matter of gold carriage. Chen Yang was sitting in it. Just after arriving in the western region, he sensed the gang of the devil cult. After all, everything within 100 miles was in his hands. See Chen Yang, Jin Wuliang. His eyes barely glazed over. Ruyan. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. Just now, you were saying bad things about this seat behind my back, and this seat heard you loud and clear. Flop. Jin Wuliang directly knelt down. Slap after slap. Slapping himself hard. My lord, your honor, I was just scared out of my mind. You didn't mean what you said. Jin Wuliang was truly afraid. It was very hard for him to cultivate all the way. At this moment, if you get a slap on the wrist, that's a really bad death. He never expected that he would actually meet Ruyan Lu in the western region. Damn, this is too hard. And you were overheard bad-mouthing it? It's bad luck. 2. Men's knees are gold. It's time to take the gold out and use it. Chen Yang watched as he slapped himself slap after slap. And no offense, who doesn't talk about people behind their backs? And who doesn't get talked about behind their backs? Jin Wuliang continued. My lord, we'd better get going. This place in the west is rather evil. I just got here and a big palm print fell from the sky. Old misery. With this slap down, 90% of the people in the western region will have to die 95% of the time. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Don't worry, this palm print is my big one. Chapter 36, sending you to meet Buddha. Okay? So that slap from the sky was the work of His Excellency. Wait, what did you say? Jin Wuliang's entire body was dumbfounded. His brain was running at high speed, and his CPU was dry burning. He froze in place, staring blankly at Chen Yang. No way. Absolutely no way. A transitional cultivator was indeed the #1 battle force under immortals, but that palm was by no means something a mortal may enemy could perform. Destroy the western region with one palm. Even an immortal couldn't do that, right? How is that possible? Could it be that there's some kind of magic weapon? Nope. Even if you have a magic treasure, you can't do it to such an extent. For a moment, Jin Wuliang was in a stirring mood, and it was difficult to calm his emotions for a long time. When he looked at Chen Yang, there were 3 more points of fear in his eyes. Outrageous. Just outrageous. Such great powers must not be offended. One palm can destroy a western region. That meant that he could still destroy an eastern continent with one palm. including other places. It was horrible. Jin Wulwei bared his large teeth and forced down the excitement in his heart. My lord, we of the demon cult will be at your disposal from now on. Chen Yang waved his sleeve. Unbridled. This seat is the human emperor, the 9 to 5, the true dragon son of heaven. Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. You have to figure out your position. Oh, what? Jin Wuliang once again froze in place, looking at the wreckage and broken walls all over the place. You're telling me you're righteous? I don't know how many people died when you slapped down this palm. I'm afraid that Hades has to work overtime in the ground. You're telling me that good and evil are not mutually exclusive? You are more devilish than the devil's way. We in the devil's way would never do something so unconscionable. Who the hell is the devil? Jin Wuliang weighed his words and opened his mouth. My lord, in fact, you have some misunderstandings about our magic path. We in the devil's way, have done some bad things though, but it's not that bad. Exterminating the entire western region with a slap on the wrist. This kind of thing is beyond our power even if we have the will. Chen Yang laughed. It doesn't matter. From now on, a slap in the face to destroy the West is what you've done. Jin Wulong immediately broke out into a cold sweat. What's that supposed to mean? Planning to take us out on the back burner again? Just then, a Buddhist sound came from the sky. The people present, other than Chen Yang, were just feeling dizzy and their blood was surging against their will, as if they would burst into flames in the next second. This is what this is. Jin Bulian covered his head as if he would die in the next second. Chen Yang waved his sleeve. The sound of the Buddha dissipated. He looked away quietly, his face expressionless, playing God in front of this seat. Is it that you don't want to live? The words just fell. The Buddha's light shines through. Monk Pudu stepped out of the void. At this moment, his demeanor was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it became hideous. Ruyan Lu, you bully people too much. Just now, he returned within the Buddha's kingdom, and the entire Buddha's kingdom was almost completely annihilated. The death was extremely tragic. All crushed into pancakes. It stuck to the floor and you can't even pick it off. How could he not be angry about that? His own side took a bunch of people to the Great Qian. We haven't even started the fight yet, and the house has been burglarized. Who the hell can stand that? I've come out here, I've done nothing, and I've lost my home. The debt had to be on Chen Yang's head. As he spoke, he flew high into the air. He knew that he couldn't stay his hand in the face of Chen Yang. Full force must be exerted. Ruyan Lu, just now, you performed such a mastery, so I'm sure the true qi in your body has been drained. Without the power to fight again, how will you face my strongest killing move? The words just fell. Transitional stage cultivation exploded as much as it could. True qi swept. It was like a wildly running wave that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Monk Pudu flew into the sky, hands together. Gold and purple intertwined Brahman surfaced around him. Buddha way. Ghost-faced demon Buddha. The words were not yet spoken. The void in the air condensed. It was still a huge golden Buddha statue, but unlike before, this golden Buddha statue was surrounded by black gas. Black gas is most in and evil. It was the opposite of the supreme yang and rigidity that he had preached in the western region of Buddhism. The face of the golden statue of Buddha is hideous. It's like an evil ghost that hooks the soul. The aura is intimidating. A familiar chuckle emanated from the Pudu River as it hovered in the air. What? Chen Yang and Jin Wuliang were stunned. Is that a ing laugh you're supposed to make? You do? Don't you Buddhist people have your own laughter? Monk Pudu folded his hands. A layer of black aura also floated around his body. It's as if it's a poison that kills on touch. The technique performed by the poor monk is a forbidden technique of the Buddhist sect, which requires the sacrifice of the blood and flesh of thousands of living beings before it can be performed. If you hadn't slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings in my western region, the poor monk wouldn't have performed this move. The words were not yet spoken. Heaven and earth changed color. The black whirlwind wrapped the entire western region. The wind carried an endless aura of solemnity. When Jin Wulan saw this scene, his entire body was bad, completely flustered. He hurriedly shouted into the sky. Monks are compassionate. We are just passers-by and do not wish to be involved in the strife between you. Quickly let us go. My Buddha is merciful. Monk Pudu couldn't see a trace of mercy on his face. In that case, when you all die, the poor monk will close his doors for 7 days to transcend you. You. Jin Wulian's eyes turned red with anxiety. He tried to run, but the entire western region had been isolated by the black wind. Unless one's cultivation is higher than that of Monk Pudu. Otherwise, there's absolutely no chance of getting out. Jin Wuliang stomped his feet right where he was. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. He said several finished in one breath. Apparently it was impossible to think of a possibility of survival. What to do with this? What to do? It was too suffocating to see the lord of the demon sect, The demon sect had been established for hundreds of years. Die just like that. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Chen Yang, who was not far away. My lord, think of a way to hurry up and tear through the void. Let's escape together. The full force of a transitional succession expert's strike. Even if it's you won't necessarily be able to withstand it. Jin Wulan was not touting the Pudu monk. In his opinion, Chen Yang had just finished performing his stunt to exterminate the western region. The moment is followed by a lack of power. Not necessarily a match for Monk Pudu. The only plan today is to retreat first. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would die under the giant Buddha's palm. Lu Ruyan, you big devil. Before you die, do you have anything else to say? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Isn't that just making a Buddha in the air? How can you threaten this seat with such petty tactics? I'm sending you to see the Buddha, so you can properly delve into the Dharma in front of him, and also to make you less humiliated in your next life. Chen Yang stretched out his right hand and his fist turned into a palm gesture. Gently press. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. Boom. The huge black golden Buddha in the air was firmly pressed by a large hand. Bang. Pinched in an instant. Chapter 37. Is this kind of behavior considered great love? Sky above. The ghost-faced Buddha, whose entire body was covered in black aura, was pinched by a large hand. Great desolate prisoner of heaven finger. A finger imprisoning heaven and earth. The second finger shatters mountains and rivers. The third finger destroys all beings. 4 fingers break the sky. The 5 fingers move the dry land. The 5 fingers united was the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. The moment this stance came out, the entire heaven and earth fell silent. Although the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands was a first-rate technique, it wasn't enough to trigger a heaven and earth anomaly. However, the person who performed this technique was Chen Yang, the strongest person on earth in the lower realm. Once the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands were executed, the aura of the heavenly fall and earthly collapse was instantly detected by the top tier of powerhouses. Numerous immortal cultivation powers looked towards the western region in unison. Each mind was agitated, terrified. With such tactics, it really isn't an immortal descending to earth. The huge ghost-faced Buddha was pinched to death by the great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands, unable to move. Monk Pudu's head was all sweaty. The incident had gone beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, Chen Yang had just executed the destruction of the western region stance. Where would he still have the true energy to execute such a supreme divine ability? Is his true chi endless? His entire face rose red like a boiled crab, hands clasped together, veins rippling on his head, trying to maintain ghost-faced Buddha. Chen Yang quietly watched the scene, a bemused smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Still in the negative? When he finished, he snapped his fingers. Bang! The great desolate prisoner of heaven's hand gently clenched, and the ghost-faced Buddha was reduced to pieces and dissipated into the earth. Along with the black wind curtain that wrapped around the entire western region, it also dissipated as much as possible. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the monk Pudu, who was hanging in the air, and like a kite with broken strings, he fluttered and fell to the ground. The entire person's face was like gold paper. His cultivation had fallen down the realm, and he had also become a person who was going to die. The black-robed Jin Wulian's eyes almost didn't glaze over. The eyes that looked at Chen Yang were neither respect nor admiration. Rather, it is a deep fear. He's practically Superman. No matter what. Monk Pudu was also a transitional cultivation. To be able to reach this level is considered to be the strongest person on earth. As a result, the resultant full-strength strike that was performed was broken so easily? Jin Wulian gulped. The body couldn't stop trembling a little. After sneaking another glance at Chen Yang, he realized that the other party's face did not blush and his heart did not jump. It was as if not a single bit of true chi had been consumed. It's loaded, isn't it? Even if he was at the transition stage, casting such a feat would more or less require a bit of exertion. Jin Wulian was agitated at the thought. With tears in his eyes, he fell on his knees in front of Chen Yang's golden carriage. We swear to follow His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Qian, to the death. Long live the Emperor. Chen Yang directly slapped him in the face. It's been said that good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Why are you kneeling on this seat? Jin Wuliang was confused and covered his face in a somewhat aggravated manner. Your Majesty, is it okay if we abandon the darkness? Chen Yang struck out with another slap. Abandonment? One day a devil's way man. All his life. Chen Yang was a bit speechless. If he abandoned his darkness, then who would he find to take the blame in the future? Okay. Jin Wuliang nodded, and did not dare to say anything more, in case Chen Yang slapped him down again in a while, and did not confiscate his strength. He was afraid that he would be slapped into a puddle of blood. He also understood that Chen Yang had not casually exterminated him because he still had a role to play as a backstabber. If that doesn't work, he's long dead. All listen to His Majesty, the Great Qian Emperor. Jin Wulun opened his mouth sincerely. Snap! Chen Yang slapped him in the face again. You are not allowed to call this seat by its name outside. Jin Wulun covered his face with an innocent expression. And what should I call you? This seat has a heart of great love and is bent on benefiting the world. Just call this seat the Great Love Immortal Emperor. Jin Wuliang was dumbfounded when he heard this title. He looked at the broken walls all over the ground, and then at the monk Pudu who was still spitting blood not far away. Big love? Where's the big love? A slap to exterminate a western region. The devil's cult had to call straight to the inner circle. Can this be considered a great love? Chen Yang slowly stood up from the carriage and looked at monk Pudu, who was not far away, with a kind smile on his face. Noticing his gaze, monk Pudu instantly panicked. Ruyan Lu, what do you want? You cannot kill me. I am a Buddhist. Killing someone from the Buddhist sect, you'll get what's coming to you. Chen Yang stepped on the void with his feet and slowly walked in front of him. I've destroyed the Buddha kingdom. What are you? Under the immortals? With your realm, you do have the capital to be proud of yourself. However, you are nothing in the eyes of this seat. Now that your death is imminent, will your Buddha come to save you? After saying that, Chen Yang stopped talking. With a breath of air, a powerful air current swept out, and monk Pudu's skin instantly split open. The body seemed to be fixed, unable to move. All you can do is watch your skin and blood dissipate. My Buddha is merciful. Suddenly an old voice rang out. Chen Yang turned his head to take a look, only to see a young monk of about 7 or 8 years old make a move to protect the dying Pudu. Although this person was young, his voice and eyes were no different from those of a senile old man, and he was followed by nearly 200 men. These people are the top experts in the western region. There were about 4 or 5 transition stages. There were over 100 Mahayana stages, and the worst of them were at the harmonization stage. The great hand seal of 10,000 myriads that Chen Yang had performed a few moments ago was powerful, but it was not very fine, and it had missed some people. At this moment the eyes of this group of people were filled with anger. Each one of them had red eyes and gritted their teeth as if they wanted to flay Chen Yang alive. Ruyan Lu, I didn't go to Great Xian to find trouble with you. Why are you like this? My entire family died at your hands. I'm going to break you into pieces and lynch you. You are the greatest villain of my western region. I will personally execute you today. Letting him die just like that is just cheap. It should be then killed. Then kill. The crowd was in a frenzy. Chen Yang stood tall and expressionless. Oh, destroying you has nothing to do with you. When the crowd saw him like this, they cursed even more fiercely, but none ever dared to step forward. The people present were all the top powerhouses of the western region. All of them were old demons who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. All of them were also lifesavers. Even though he was furious at the moment, he didn't dare to be the first to go forward. This was because they were clear about Chen Yang's strength and understood his terror. After all, no one wants to be the first to die, and those who survive will end up being credited with defeating the demon. All shut up. The childlike monk Pushy snorted coldly, and the entire room was instantly silent. He took a step forward and looked at Chen Yang, folding his hands together. My Buddha is merciful. I am the universal monk. The Buddhist sect is at fault for today's matter, so human Emperor Lu can leave on his own. It's better to settle a grievance. Let's take a step back on each side. From now on, the well will run dry. Chapter 38. Enjoy this move if you feel pain. Song Chang ascends the steps, painful others addition. Monk Pushy's words instantly exploded in the crowd. This, Master Pu sure. We must not let this person go. My entire family died at his hands. I absolutely cannot let him go. Never let this person leave the western region alive. We must avenge the hundreds of millions of holy spirits of my western region Buddhist kingdom. All shut up. Monk Pushy snapped. The true chi stirred, blocking the rest of the crowd's words in their throats. He looked at Chen Yang and said in a deep voice, Lu human emperor poor monk just said still counts. As long as you leave today's matter, we will not be blamed. Please leave quickly. Chen Yang grinned. You're past it? He. It seems like it was you people from the western region Buddhist kingdom who invaded my Dechen dynasty first, right? I have not yet forgiven you, and you're still past it? It's okay to want me to leave. You western region's countries need to pay $1 billion of tribute to our country every year. Bring half of the western territories into our borders. Attack 3,000 beautiful women and 100 chests of jewelry every year. Cattle, sheep, and horses 100,000. When these words came out, not to mention the western region crowd, even Lu Ruyan felt that it was a bit excessive. She said with a slightly embarrassed look on her face, Master, isn't it a bit much for you to ask for so many things? They won't necessarily give even if they want to give. Right now the people of the western region are dead and wounded above 90%. You couldn't give it if you wanted to. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. If you can't give it, there's nothing you can do. Master doesn't want to exterminate them either. But if you can't give it, you can only kill them. I can't just make a trip for nothing. Ruyan Lu. Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Isn't it obvious that they don't want to leave each other alive? The numerous powerhouses of the Western region were furious and red in the face. There has been a passionate opening of the mic. Ruyan Lu, don't bully people too much. My Western region is nearly destroyed in your hands. Where else can I find what you want? Monk Puxia reached out his hand to stop the crowd. Sighing, good. I accept the conditions proposed by Human Emperor Lu on behalf of the Western region. And please leave quickly. Ruyan Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Also feel a coolness that runs through the soul. Yes, it was awesome. From the time she took the throne, the treasury of the Dacian dynasty had been empty. This period of time has been characterized by even more natural and man-made disasters. In the future, the whole Western region paid tribute to the Dacian dynasty, and also got half of the land in the Western region. The treasury fills up and hides wealth from the people. The people will have a good life from now on, though the master's practices were as devilish as, if not more so than, the devil's teachings. But I have to say, it's a blast. Looting all sorts of resources to get your hands on them. After a short period of excitement, Ruyan Lu shook her head hard again. No way. Absolutely not. As cool as this style of acting is, it's still about being reasonable. After all, she was taught from a young age that one must do things with virtue. Even if you become an immortal in the future, you must not kill mortals at will. Reason above all else. She looked at Chen Yang with a small flushed face. Master, since they've all agreed to our request, let's go back. Chen Yang? Go back? Go back where? Ruyan Lu was instantly confused. Didn't we agree that we'd go back if they agreed to our terms? Did I say that? Master didn't say that. You must have been overworked and hallucinated. Master, you're a big liar. That's what you clearly said. Chen Yang stretched out a finger and scratched his cheek. Well, even if I did, I'm backtracking now. Think about it. We exterminated 90% of the entire Western region. They have several transits at the moment and more than 100 Mahayana stages. And they're actually letting us go back? There's definitely a scam going on here. Moreover, Dacian is located in the eastern continent, and the land is small and poor. The king's business is not partial. The unification of the 9 states is the great business. Isn't it a betrayal of the first emperor to write a word several ways? A question mark popped up on Lu Ruyan's head. Who is the first emperor? It doesn't matter. The point is to open the border and unify the 9 states. Ruyan Lu's fingers pinched the corner of her coat. Master, why don't we just forget about it? I think it's good to keep a sight of the land. Kneel down. Chen Yang slapped Lu Ruyan's head. The pipsqueak is not enough. Chen Yang was instantly enraged, but on second thought it was not her fault. After all, it's a female frequency, and the female frequency tendo has too much influence. Ugh, forget it. You're so good looking. Learn well and you'll understand master's pain in the future. Ruyan Lu nodded obediently. Just then, Chen Yang, a Mahayana cultivator from below, rebuked in a loud voice. Ruyan Lu, how long are you going to stay here? We've agreed to your demands, so get out of here now. I never want to see you again. A mere mole cricket dares to talk to this seat like this. With a look from Chun Yang, this person's body instantly exploded, dissipate without a trace. The sudden scene stunned the crowd. Ruyan Lu, what the hell are you doing? We already agreed to your conditions. How dare you? Chen Yang lowered his eyebrows and looked at the angry crowd. So what if I said it? So what if I didn't? You are nothing more than fish and meat on a chopping board in this seat's eyes, and this seat can cut when it wants? Who has a problem with that? You. The universal monk's fists were clenched in bonbons. He originally wanted to stabilize Chen Yang and then unite all the experts of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to kill him together. The message has been sent. 3 days later, in the great forests of the barren mountains, 1,000 nations gathered to kill Lu Ruyan. Looks like there's going to be a big battle today. 100 monks demon execution formation. When the crowd heard this, they responded to the call. Because the entire western region practiced Buddhism, this formation was known to all. In an instant, the crowd took to the air. 100-eyed Buddha appeared. The aura and pressure was more than a little stronger than the great Buddha that was previously in the sky above the great Xian country. This was normal. After all, the number of people in the formation had gotten bigger this time. The devil sect master Jin Wu's face was pale. And just by taking one look at this Buddha statue, he felt like he was going to have his body exploded. Chen Yang's face did not change. The powerful air currents blew his green silk stirring. It was easy to kill these people, but certain feats could be performed, and there wasn't just any time for that. Chen Yang violently raised his hands. In an instant, dozens of Mahayanas were ripped off their limbs, stripped of their skin, lost their eyes, lost their tongues, and lost their teeth, but they just didn't die. Does it pain you to lose a loved one? A child? To see them die with your own eyes in front of you, without the ability to avenge their death? If you feel pain, enjoy the move. Song Chang ascends the steps, sacrificing another person's pain version. From the Tao of Eerie Immortality. Chapter 39 Pain. It hurts too much. Even if Chen Yang grasped the many feats of the male frequency, the Song Chang ascension stage was not that easy to perform. After all, there is a prerequisite that needs to be met in order to use this trick. That's pain. And pain on a physical level alone isn't enough. There also has to be a psychological dimension to the pain. Originally, Chen Yang did not intend to use this move. But, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So many people had died in the western region, and all of the people present had family members who had died at the hands of Chen Yang. Psychological distress condition reached. Physical pain, that's even easier. Normally using Song Chang to ascend the ranks requires the user to sacrifice pain to be vicious. But, Chen Yang had already mastered so many evil feats. It makes sense to master one more, right? It's a sacrificial pain anyway, so just tell me if I'm sacrificing or not. The only difference was that Chen Yang used the Song Chang ascending steps and the benefits fell on him. The pain is borne by others. Once the Song Chang ascending steps were cast, the entire western region was enveloped in a painful aura. Not to mention the people of the western region. Even the plants and trees became distorted under the influence of this agony. The 100 monks voodoo great condensed by the western region cultivators collapsed in an instant. The 100 eyes golden Buddha cannot be maintained. Disintegrate in heaven and earth. Because it hurts. It hurts too much. The western cultivators were being agonized, both physically and mentally suffering immensely. Yet this was only one effect of Song Chang's ascent. More abilities that Chen Yang was not prepared to perform. The main reason was that it was too evil. And if he wanted to perform other abilities, Chen Yang would have to actively harm himself. Yes, but it's not necessary. Ruyan Lu, what evil technique did you use? Just kill me. Stop torturing me. The pain brought about by Song Chang's ascent was irresistible and unavoidable even at the Mahayana stage and the transition stage. Under the severe pain, not to mention mobilizing true chi, even actively seeking death could not be done. At this moment, the true chi couldn't be mobilized, the magic treasure couldn't be activated, and even the expensive pills that were eaten into the stomach were useless. The whole body was in sharp pain in unison, and even the divine soul was like pins and needles. The eyes were hurting, the teeth were hurting. Every inch of the body was suffering immense pain, and the internal organs were not immune to pain. The whole of the West was covered in a pale red color, and no one was spared. Jin Wuliang and a group of juniors were also enveloped in a huge headache. His eyes were red and his head was oozing with sweat. Chen Yang waved his sleeve. The pain faded from them then. Jin Wuliang gasped for air. That pain from the inside out and from the outside and still haunted him. The eyes that looked at Chen Yang also turned terrified. Was this the terror of a transitional cultivator? No, not true. Jin Wuliang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes looked towards the western region crowd. Several transition stages and over 100 Mahayana stages. Even they couldn't resist the pain that tore at their hearts. Not the transitional terror. It's Chen Yang terror. The pain caused by Song Chang's ascent to the top of the ladder was more than even the monk Pushur could endure. He tried to condense his true chi several times to launch an attack on Chen Yang, but it was repeatedly interrupted by pain. It's like an athlete participating in a long-distance race with a serious injury to both feet. Every step, pain to the bone. How can you run to the finish line in this condition? Ruyan Lu, you killed me. I beg you to kill me. Damn devil. What kind of evil spell did you use? Demon. Even if we die, even if we become ghosts, we won't let you go. Chen Yang stood tall and looked at them without the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his eyes. Ruyan Lu was a little hard to watch. After what the master has taught me these days, she felt like she could take it all in already. But, looking at the crowd below, the pain of tearing their lungs and gnashing their teeth still feels some heart. Might as well just kill it with a knife. Master, why don't you just kill them? It's too bad they're in this state. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Their true purpose in invading Deqian is to dye the eastern continent and preach in it. It requires all the major dynasties to pay tribute to their Buddhas. I don't know how many poor people will have to be snowed in and cut up hard at that time. It is not uncommon for people to sell their children when they are in poverty. So, Chen Yang's tone changed. These Buddhist executives have eaten themselves full of oil and still open their mouths and close their mouths with moral benevolence. When it is said to be universal, are there any mortals in the eyes of Lord Buddha? Disciple, you remember that the believers who generally act the most pious don't believe in God and Buddha in their hearts. Ruyan Lu bowed her head in deep thought. Yes, the master deserves the name of great love. Speaking of which, this Buddhist country is also really excessive. The master killed them reasonably. People will win. All things become cause and effect. What has it got to do with God and Buddha? So explained. The master exterminated the entire western region with a single slap. and there were countless deaths and injuries to living beings. It wasn't that he was so bloody brutal. He's only doing this because he wants to destroy the Buddha kingdom in one fell swoop. Because as long as there's one person left here, spread the idea of the Buddha's kingdom around, then the Buddha's kingdom may be revived. That's why Master he slaps hundreds of millions of living beings to death now, just not wanting to add more killing in vain in the future. In other words, the Master kills to save lives. How can this not be considered a great love? There was just one thing she didn't understand. Was it necessary to use such ruthless means to kill these people? Wouldn't it be fine to just kill it with a knife? Master, just give them a hard time. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Painful? Apprentice, have you ever heard the saying that a punch that opens the door prevents 100 punches from being thrown? At this moment, I don't know how many pairs of eyes in the 9 heavens and 10 lands are staring at us. For Master to perform this kind of gong method is for them to see. Lu Ruyan was shocked and hurriedly went to look around. Didn't find anything unusual. Chen Yang patted her head. You don't have much experience with this sort of thing. Just watch well from the side. Chen Yang dodged into midair, perceiving gazes from miles away. From all directions, he laughed out loud. Ai-chan. Lu acted. Always repaying favors with favors and taking revenge with revenge. A drop in the bucket is a drop in the bucket. A starburst of vengeance. A prairie fire to restore. The entire eastern continent and western region are all in my hands. If there is anyone who is not convinced, feel free to come to me. But think about the consequences, and you'll only end up worse off than the people of the western region Buddhist kingdom. Slight pause. Chen Yang continued. The gazes of your gazes, this seat does not like. As soon as the words left his mouth, the number to the eye dissipated. But there are quite a few more. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth flattened. Looking for death. True Qi flowed backwards in the direction the gaze came from. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, many of the powerful people watching the western region were blinded. Chapter 40, The 9 Heavens and 10 Lands National Demon Exterminating Alliance. In an instant, no one else dared to gaze at the west. The crowd below is still wailing. Harmonization stage cultivators with low cultivation had already been killed by the pain. Ruyan Lu, take your life. It was too late. Monk Pushy comes over the top with a Buddhist punch. The fist carried a faint Buddhist light. This is a self-created Kung Fu avatar created by Monk Pusher. The person who is hit will be controlled both physically and mentally. Within a quarter of an hour, he is at the mercy of others and will never go west if you tell him to go east. After all, Monk Pusher had already practiced for 1,000 years, and his strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Hardly enduring the pain like drilling bones and digging out marrow, he forcefully mobilized his true Qi to perform this technique. A flash of surprise flashed across Chen Yang's eyes. I had underestimated you. It seems you haven't suffered enough pain. Demon, you don't have a chance. Monk Pushy roared, and his entire body was surrounded by true Qi. A solid punch landed on Chen Yang's shoulder. Instantly, Chen Yang's entire body was enveloped in golden light. Everyone's whole body shook. The pain in his body disappeared. All the people in the western region were overjoyed, and not being able to hurry to regulate and recover. They wanted to chop off Lu Ruyan's head. Ha 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 ha. The big devil didn't expect it. I'm going to pay you back for all the pain I just suffered. Ruyan Lu, wait for us to line up and tease you. At this moment, Chen Yang's two eyes were dull, just like a wooden man. My Buddha is merciful. The universal monk folded his hands. Everyone, this person is extremely devilish. I'll use all my true Qi to trap him for a moment. We must immediately exterminate his divine soul and flesh, or there will be endless consequences. Seeing this scene, the entire demon sect master Jin Wuliang, who was hiding in the distance, was dumbfounded. Once Chen Yang was dead, there was a high probability that he would be the next. Monk Pusher took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and waved his arms at Chen Yang's temples. That punch went down. He's going to die. Die, big devil. Bang! When it was too late, Chen Yang did not dodge. Turning his palm into a claw, he probed out with a claw. Universal monk fast. But Chen Yang was faster. Flutter. The monk's body fell to the ground, but his head was held in Chen Yang's hands. Bang! Click! Monk Pushy's head was like a ripe tomato, pinched and juiced. The crowd that saw the scene was so shocked that they forgot to breathe. All scared silly. Ruyan Lu, aren't you under control? I saw with my own eyes that Master Pusher's punch had hit you. How can you be okay? Ha ha ha. I'm crazy. I must be crazy. In this world, how can there be someone so powerful? Please let me live. I'll be at your disposal from now on. Aren't you being controlled? How is it possible that nothing happened at all? Chen Yang smiled faintly. Of course I'm lying to you guys. The crowd all froze when they heard this. Performance varies. There is anger, hatred, stoicism, despair, active surrender, and dementia. Chen Yang no longer spoke more nonsense. like a tiger falling into a flock of lambs. There was blood and rain wherever they passed. Chunks of meat, bones, teeth, eyeballs, and even brains were scattered all over the place. So weak. Chen Yang's white clothes had been dyed red with blood. He snapped his fingers and his clothes instantly became clean and dust-free. What Mahayana stage? The transition stage. They are all just trash. Ruyan Lu had her eyes closed the entire time just now. It's just too atrocious. The master's hand reached into the enemy's head as if it were as simple as cutting tofu with a knife. It's just kind of gross. She didn't quite understand this. Master, it's obvious that you can destroy them with a single move. Why do you have to go down and do it yourself? A bunch of them trash actually disrespected me. Wouldn't it be cheaper for me to kill them with a fire? Having said that, Chen Yang slowly walked towards a Mahayana cultivator not far away. The Mahayana powerhouse who called the shots in the outside world, who had to be treated with courtesy wherever he went, who wanted gold and silver was currently kowtowing on the ground like a dog. Human Emperor Ryu, Grandma Willow, please see that it's not easy for me to cultivate. Let me live. Knock knock knock. The head hit the ground with a thud. Chen Yan walked up to him with a smile on his lips. He was the biggest among the voices that were clamoring to kill Chen Yang. Are you of any value to the seed if I let you go? The man spoke in a hurry. If you let me go, I will tell you a shocking piece of news. A piece of news about you. Someone has united all the strongest people in heaven and earth to unite and kill your excellency. As long as you let me live, I'll tell you all the information I know, and I'll also tell you the location where the Demon Execution Alliance will rendezvous this time. Long-winded. Chen Yang's true chi swung. The person lost consciousness instantly. Chen Yang placed his hand on his head and executed the soul-searching avatar. How dare you negotiate with this seat? How on earth does a mole cricket dare? Once the soul search was performed, Chen Yang instantly grasped the information in the other party's mind. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. That's funny. Ruyan Lu inquired in disbelief. Master, what's going on? There's not much else. It's just that the various clans in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the dynasties sent people to the Sky Island, discuss the demon extermination together. Exterminating the devil means exterminating you and me. Chen Yang's tone was flat, as if it wasn't him who was going to be put to death. Ruyan Lu was jumping up and down in her anxiety. How did you become a demon for a good reason? Even if Master could fight against the entire western region on his own. But there's no way to fight against the whole 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dying. Don't panic. Master didn't panic. Why are you panicking? Chen Yang took a look at the corpses everywhere. Fiery blaze. In an instant, the entire western region's corpses were reduced to nothingness. He glanced at Jin Wuliang, who was not far away. I'll blockade the west for 10 days. You have 10 days to collect the treasures left behind by these dead people. 10 days later, send these trophies to the Dakian imperial family. This seat believes that you wouldn't dare do anything to enrich yourselves. After all, you have seen the means of this seat. Jin Wuliang hurriedly agreed. Don't worry, we will not dishonor our mission. He didn't have the guts to be greedy now, even if he did. If Chen Yang found out, it would be worse than death. Chen Yang nodded and returned to De Chen in a flash, drinking a cup of tea and eating a bun. Master, why do you still have the heart to eat? Ruyan Lu was already worried at the moment. Chen Yang waved his hand. When you're going on a trip, of course you have to eat well. Ruyan Lu froze? Far out? Master, where are we going? Chen Yang was tearing apart the void. To the North Sea. The 9 Heavens and 10 Lands Demon Extermination Conference will be held in 3 days. It's just the right time to get them all in one place. After saying that, Chen Yang stepped into the void. Chapter 41, about how I, a demon, joined the Demon Crusader organization. Achoo! On top of a river in the North Sea, Chen Yang stood on top of the bow deck. In his hand was a bowl of fish soup that was wafting hot. A few pieces of white, tender fish were floating in the bowl. The soup is spiced up with chile, which gives you a little extra warmth in your body when you drink it. Look at the ice cubes floating on the river, big or small. Chen Yang tightened the clothes on his body. And no one told me that the North Sea is so cold. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but smile when she saw the scene. Master, you're a transitional cultivator, and you're still afraid of the cold? Chen Yang was speechless. I'm human too, okay? I get cold too. I just don't get sick. Master, what are we doing here? Didn't you say that people from the 9 heavens and 10 lands formed the Demon Execution Alliance to deal with us? Ruyan Lu felt very confused. If she had been the one to face such a thing, she would have apologized in public and divided up the western region, to put things to rest. But Master is clearly not of that character. According to Master's style of behavior, shouldn't he kill and kill and kill and kill all those who target him? Chen Yang drank the bowl of fish soup clean, as if he could tell what was in Lu Ruyan's mind, explained in a slow voice. Fong searched his soul and learned some news. All the great sect dynasties of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will send their top experts to gather on Sky Island. The purpose is to exterminate us. Individually 1 transits, 10 transits, 50 transits for the master is naturally not afraid. But if there are more transitional cultivators, we can't take it lightly. Ruyan Lu lowered her eyebrows in contemplation. Spinning around, he asked with some confusion. No way, master. After crossing the tribulation you will be able to ascend to the immortal realm and become an immortal. The 9 heavens and 10 lands shouldn't have that many transition stage powerhouses. Chen Yang said indifferently. Ever heard the saying that ascension is a scam, and that the beings of the upper realms feed on the flesh and blood of our race? Hiss. Ruyan Lu sucked in a breath of cool air. It was the first time she had heard such a horrible statement. I don't think so. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. Fear not 10,000. Fear not in case the 9 heavens and 10 lands get a few hundred transits and a few thousand Mahayanas this time, then wouldn't it be easy for master to gut her out? It's time to play a little dirty in the face of that. According to Chen Yang's reading experience, no matter if it was male or female immortal cultivation, there would always be a situation at the back. The Great One walks all over the place. I thought the protagonist's cultivation was high, but it turns out that there are a lot of people who are as high as the protagonist's cultivation. As he was thinking, suddenly he saw a small boat floating across the street. Coming. Chen Yang smiled faintly and stood on the bow of the boat, shouting loudly, Your Excellency is Mei Ling Mason Xiang? Across the street a lone boat stood with a man in his mid-20s, wearing a white coat with dots of plum blossoms dotting his clothes. It gives a soft, cool and elegant air. Seeing Chen Yang, he was obviously a bit wary, but seeing that the other party was just a woman, it was quite reassuring. I am Mei Xuanxiang, and your honor is? Chen Yang revealed a kind smile. My name is not worth mentioning. Now that the cultivators from the 10 regions of the 9 states have gathered at Sky Island to work together on the great plan to suppress the devil, I expected that Brother Mei would also participate, so I purposely waited here. I heard that Brother Mei is a keen poet, and I am also a lover of poetry, so I want to make friends with Brother Mei. Normally, in the face of such inexplicable befriending, Mei Xuanxiang would definitely be wary and be polite on the surface, but would not easily agree. But Ruyan Lu is a female frequency heroine. The setting is that any man who has seen her face is bound to be enamored of her. Influenced by the female frequency skyway, Mei Xuanxiang dropped her guard and treaded water to Chen Yang's boat. Girl, you say you are also a lover of poetry. Can you produce any good works? How about a poem on the subject of snow? Chen Yang smiled slightly. According to the regular protagonist routine, shouldn't he copy a poem and then draw praise and bragging? But is he not your average protagonist? He was only heard chanting aloud. A big snow. You play hard to get. Fall down. You can melt all you want. Poetry into. Mei Xuanxiang froze in place, half unable to react. He's stupid. Is this considered a poem? Slipped and slipped. Girl, I have things to do, so I'll go first. Chen Yang tapped him on the shoulder. At the other man's startled look, he was only heard to speak softly. You and I met at first sight, but you're leaving. Parting is imminent, and my best friend asked me to give you a lift. Hearing this, Mei Xuanxiang's body began to float forward as he lost control of his body. You can't run away if you want to. You can't shout if you want to. In the end, he turned into nothingness under the wind of sending friends and died. The wind of sending friends that Chen Yang had mastered was the version before Wu Yong's improvement. Wu Yong from Great Love Immortal Dignity. To take effect, a spell must be chanted for it to work. When Ruyan Lu saw this scene, even though she was a bit slow to react, she understood Chen Yang's intentions. Master, are you planning to use Mei Xuanxiang's identity to penetrate the Demon Execution Alliance's inner circle? Chen Yang nodded in relief. Apprentice, you've gotten smarter. An unbreakable organization is like a sturdy man who will decline rapidly if something goes wrong inside his body. Ruyan Lu nodded solemnly. In his heart, he had a little more respect for Chen Yang, worthy of being the Master Lord. Originally thought that Master only knew how to fight and kill, but I didn't expect to know so much knowledge. Chen Yang walked into the cabin and lay on the bed drinking fish soup. Outside, the monk Weiju, who has been made into a puppet, is steering the ship. It was 2 days on the boat in a flash. Sky Island is over the North Sea. Legend has it that this island is the shell of a 10,000-year-old tortoise that was left on Earth after it took on human form and cultivated into an immortal. There is no way to verify the truth of the legend. The waters below Sky Island have floating true chi, which rises up and carries people up to the island. According to Chen Yang's observations over the past few days, there were quite a few cultivators who came to Sky Island. In addition to the Mahayana stage, they even saw quite a few Yuaning stage and refining void stage. TSK. I'm not going to become a public enemy of the immortal cultivation world, am I? This little trash is crusading against me? Are they all crazy? Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. However, this was normal. This group of mole crickets with low cultivation levels, the probability was that they were just muddling over to seek benefits. Boats and boats stop, come down and inquire about the name. The Sky Island was guarded down below, and it was even harsher at the moment. Chen Yang changed into Mei Xuanxiang's appearance and slowly walked out of the cabin. The immortal way kills and meets once upon a time. With the cover of this killing move, Chen Yang's aura, appearance, demeanor, tone, and voice were all different from Mei Xinxiang. The North Sea is cold and bitter all year round. Chen Yan walked out of the shipyard wearing a dress embroidered with red plums. The guards saluted before asking questions based on the roster. Who is the Lord? Come here to Sky Island by whom you were introduced. Chen Yang's elegant voice softly chanted. Remnants of clouds and snow fall on the pale mountains in the evening. Lonely smoke and slanting sun and withered trees in the dark. The heart is like a wild goose swimming in the sky. The body is like a red plum seeking its own fragrance. My name is Mei Xuanxiang. Chapter 42 Chen Yang, Sun Bar Barkeep is actually me? Ramblings. As soon as the next day arrived, numerous cultivators gathered on Sky Island. There is a hall of valor on the island. Magnificent atmosphere. Can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. Chen Yang mingled amongst the many cultivators. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the crowds. Among them, there were as many cultivators under the conformity stage as there were people. A rough estimate of the Mahayana stage would have to be more than 1,000. There were also more than 300 people at the transitional stage. So many strong immortal cultivators gathered in one place. There weren't even this many people back when the heavens and earth first opened up to fight against the great demons of the desolate ancient world. Chen Yang was also secretly staggered. Nice guy, what the hell did I do? Getting so many people together intending to deal with me. Don't tell me, if so many people were to strike at me at once, it's unlikely to kill me in one fell swoop. But, it would also cause me no end of trouble. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu had been shocked at the moment. What a joke. More than 300 ferrying powerhouses. I'm afraid that all the transitional cultivators of this world are here. Don't they all ascend? Although Master was very strong, was there really a chance of victory against so many transitional succession powerhouses? That's too hard. Master, why don't we just run? Ruyan Lu opened her mouth weakly. Chen Yang shook his head. Since ancient times, there is a road to Manhwa. Where can I run to? Only improvise now. Apprentice, don't panic. Watch Master show flip the whole thing. Silence. An old man in the Hall of Valor opened his mouth with a magnificent voice, suppressing the clamor and noise in the hall. The crowd rushed to take their seats. Because Mei Xuanxiang was at the Mahayana stage of cultivation, Chen Yang had the qualification to be seated in the front row. As for cultivators below the Mahayana stage, they could only stand at the edge of the hall. Immortal world or not, the rules are just that. Have the strength to sit down anywhere. Those without strength can only stand on the sidelines. Fellow Taoists, that Lu Ruyan from the Eastern Continent is really a big devil. The Battle God Palace in the Eastern Continent was exterminated by him by casting a bloodline spell. The Western region Buddhist kingdom was annihilated by his palm. There are more than 1 billion dead and wounded. On the high stage, a young man in a fancy dress emotionally accused Chen Yang of all the crimes he had committed. It was as if his family had all died in Chen Yang's hands. Nowadays, we've all seen Lu Ruyan's methods. This devil was born with a demonic nature. Legend has it that he strangled his own birth mother when he was still in his mother's womb. Nonsense. Ruyan Lu stomped her foot in anger. With an aggrieved face, he looked at Chen Yang. Slander. Master, he's slandering. I didn't strangle my own mother in her womb. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Yang waved his hand. To defame you like this, Master will later inhale him into the human emperor flag and torture him for 100 years to take out your anger. The man on the stage continued. Although the Willow Demon Head's demonic nature is fierce, his strength should not be underestimated. Previously, he performed feats to exterminate the Western region, and many of the Taoists present have seen his methods. It's not too much to say that he's the strongest person under the immortals. They destroyed the Western region with their hands, and they can easily destroy the southern border and the northern sea as well. If one day he becomes demonic and destroys the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who can stop him? Nowadays, our generation of immortal cultivation fellowships can only unite and strike first. Destroy this thief to right the ways of heaven and earth. He sounded impassioned. Many people in the room were mobilized by him to mobilize their emotions. A man in an upper seat stood up, all dressed in white, eyebrows downcast. This fellow Taoist has a good point. Once I saw that devil once. She was very fierce. My disciple died at her hands. I once fought him for 300 rounds. Who's this again? A 300-round battle? Why don't I remember that? Have any of them lasted more than 3 rounds in my hands? Several question marks popped up on Chen Yang's head, and it took him a long time to remember. Isn't this the Ye Teng's master? It seems to be some kind of Taiku immortal sect. A featureless Mahayana who tried to save Ye Teng in the first place, only to be smacked back by Qin Yang? Good. That's 300 rounds? You're all blown up, aren't you? Suddenly a woman jumped onto the high platform. Taking out his dagger he slashed at his palm. Fairy Huixin, what are you doing? The red-clothed fairy Huixin said in a sad tone. 3 years ago I was practicing in the eastern continent and I met this devil. Who knew that this person had the fetish of mojingjing? She took away my innocence and killed my whole family. This time I swear on my blood that I will end her life. I didn't. Ruyan Lu's face turned red with anxiety. Master, I don't even know her. How could I kill her whole family? Chen Yang looked at this Huixin fairy with interest. Little Hui Jun of the immortal world? Master, how can they talk nonsense? Ruyan Lu felt embarrassed at the thought of this person's penchant for grinding mirrors just now. How can a girl slander someone with her innocence? Chen Yang spoke indifferently. Naturally, it's for the final benefit of the fight. Usually in the judgment of a dispute, the victim is able to get more compensation. Master is now in control of both the eastern continent and the western region, and they all want a piece of the pie. Funny, they want to share the fruit before they even fight. With Fairy Huixin's self-disclosure of her experience, others also came forward to accuse Chen Yang of the cruel things he had done to them. I don't share the same fate as Ruyan Lu. She killed my whole family. He was even more cruel to me, practicing insults on my wife in front of me. She blew up my bathroom. She made my whole family eat poop. For a moment the hall became chaotic. Compile a book of the crimes of the mouths of the people. Chen Yang could even serve as the next Sun Bar barkeep. Chen Yang slowly stood up and swung his true chi around his body. The great hall stood still for a moment. Many of the transitional succession periods that had closed their eyes to rest also slowly opened their eyes. They can detect it. The true chi in this person's body was incomparably pure, and was by no means comparable to an ordinary Mahayana stage. Even compared to them, there was more than enough to go around. That's He-Man. The crowd made way for Chen Yang and watched as he slowly walked up to the high platform. Listen to him chant softly. Remnants of clouds and snow fall on the pale mountains in the evening. Lonely smoke and slanting sun and withered trees in the dark. The heart is like a wild goose swimming in the sky. The body is like a red plum seeking its own fragrance. My name is Mei Xuanxiang. When they heard it finished, it dawned on the crowd. A number of people have heard of his name. Chen Yang ascended the high platform and scanned the crowd. His tone indifferent. Losing your innocence is a life-threatening event? I, Mei Xuanxiang, have had all 13 members of my family refined into puppets by Lu Ruyan. My sister is still young, and was drained of her human oil and lit by Ruyan Lu. The tragedy of it is not enough for outsiders. After Ruyan Lu's death, I don't want any of her land or treasures. Instead of complaining here and trying to wait for Ruyan Lu to die and share more treasures, you all should think about how to kill him. The people on the stage were told what was on their minds, and each of them became infuriated. One of them pointed at Chen Yang's nose and cursed. Mei Xuanxiang, do you deserve to be in charge of Laozi's affairs? If you dare to say more. A wave of Chen Yang's true chi whistled into his face. The man did not finish his sentence. The entire person instantly turned into pieces. The room was instantly silent. Chapter 43, Plum Blossom, Wedding Day, Poisoning the Whole House. The same Mahayana stage cultivator. The strongest will win when they meet on a narrow path. But this Mei Xuanxiang was simply ridiculously strong. Surprisingly, he was able to kill a person of the same realm in a split second. This kind of tactic caused everyone present to be shocked. Many Mahayana cultivators asked themselves, if it was them, they would never be able to do it. Chen Yang also ignored the crowd. The eyes looked straight up to the uppermost position of the Hall of Valor. There sat a stout old man, albeit with gray hair, but the muscles were strong, as if they were demonic sinewy men. This person was none other than the owner of the Yingling Hall in Sky Island, named Xian Hu. Having reached the transition stage many years ago, the reason why he had not ascended was mostly because he had been deliberately suppressing it. This time, he was also one of the initiators of the 9 Heavens and 10 Lands Demon Execution Alliance. However, Chen Yang did not look at him, but instead placed his gaze on the woman standing beside him. At the side of his seat stood a young woman with meandering features and beautiful lines that gave her a feeling of Englishness. Ruyan Lu noticed Chen Yang's gaze. Master, do you know that woman? Chen Yang shook his head. I don't recognize it, but Mei Xuanxiang does. GGG. While using the wind of sending friends to touch the opponent's body, Master incidentally searched his soul. Chen Yang learned from Mei Xuanxiang's memories. Xian Hu's daughter, Xian Luo, has always been in love with Mei Sunxiang. He once entered the plum ridge 3 times, seeking fragrance for the plum to show his love. However, Mei Xuanxiang was arrogant and withdrawn, and only liked to recite poems. Although Xian Luo is beautiful, her father, Xian Hu, is incredibly domineering, and once she accepts her advances, her future is bound to be controlled. It was also because Ru Mei Sik Xiang rejected Xian Luo. This past love affair made Chen Yang look for the opportunity to cast a ploy. I never imagined that I, Chen, would be on the path of relying on beauty to seduce people. Ha! Ruyan Lu was confused. With her intelligence she really couldn't think of how Master planned to break the situation. Isn't this a situation where you should run, facing so many people? Will there really be a chance of winning? Xian Luo was confused by Qin Yang's look. Her cheeks reddened with excitement and aggression. What does Mei Si Qiang mean by this? Looking straight at her like this in front of many cultivators. What the hell are you trying to do? Is it hard to believe that he is sincere with me? Thinking about this, Xian Luo's heart turned complicated. 3 times he went up to Meiling in search of love without success. After returning to Sky Island, her father betrothed her to the Flowing Light Superior, who had a transitional cultivation. Even though she was upset, there was nothing she could do. In a few days, the two will be married. Xian Luo was furious at Mei Xuanxiang's look, and following his gaze, everyone present looked at himself. For a moment it embarrassed her beyond belief. Mei Xuanxiang, what are you looking at me for? Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Now that all the heroes of the world have converged here, that Lu Ruyan's demonic aura is monstrous and her methods are even better. With the uncertainty of life and death on this trip, Mei naturally doesn't want to have any regrets. Xian Luo, before this expedition, I will take you as my wife. The whole room was shocked at these words. The crowd was shocked by the words and couldn't believe their ears. There was a momentary exchange of words. This Mei Xuxiang is so bold. Not to mention killing in front of many cultivators. He actually showed his love to Xian Luo in public. Doesn't he know that Xian Luo and Lord Lu Guang already have a marriage contract? In the Jianghu, hitting someone is a grudge. Hitting them in the face is a deadly feud. Mei Xuanxiang is slapping Lord Lu Guang's face in public. He's too arrogant. Mahayana stage punching the face of fairy stage. Is this living enough? Xian Luo's fingers pinched the corner of his coat, and for a moment he lost his mind. What she had liked since the beginning was Mei Xuanxiang, but at this moment, in front of everyone, she couldn't take a stand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his Lord Father stand up on the sidelines. Xian Hu laughed, his face not half as angry. Only heard him say, "Little friend Mei, you've been living in the Plum Ridge for a long time, so I'm afraid there are some things you're not clear about. My daughter and Lord Flowing Light already have a marriage contract. If you have someone else in mind, the old man can introduce you." Chen Yang sked. This old den has a way with words, trying to resolve the conflict in 2 sentences. Chen Yang smiled faintly and spoke slowly in Mei Xuanxiang's tone. I have lived in Meiling for a long time, but I am not ignorant of everything. I've known about Xian Luo's engagement to Lord Flowing Light for a long time. But so what? Aren't you still married? When these words came out, even the knowledgeable Xian whose eyelids could not help but twitch. The crowd below was also talking more and more. This Mei Xuanxiang really doesn't know what's good for him. Senior Xian who gave him steps and he doesn't even know how to get off. I can't believe there's this kind of hilarity to see today. Where on earth did this Mei Xuanxiang get the guts? Doesn't he know that Lord Flowing Light is a transitional cultivator? Xian Luo's heart was flustered. Women always have an unrealistic fantasy about love. At this moment a trace of emotion actually sprang up in her heart. Kid, if you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times now, I won't do anything to you. Or else. A man in his 30s slowly walked onto the high platform. With light flowing around him, the cultivation of the transition stage was revealed. No doubt about it. This person was none other than Lord Flowing Light. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems like Mei Xuanxiang will definitely die today. Legend has it that Lord Flowing Light has a great skill that, once performed, whoever it is will surely die. Today, not to mention that Chen Yang is just a Mahayana. Even if he is a transitional successor, he doesn't stand a chance of winning. Chen Yang's face was expressionless, chanting softly, a beauty matches a hero in a chaotic world. You're nothing more than a vain name-dropper. The pupils of Lord Flowing Light shrunk. Seek death. He struck out with a killing blow. Instead, when it touched Chen Yang, it was disintegrated by the massive true qi around his body. Couldn't hurt him a bit. Everyone present was surprised to see it. How is this possible? The transition's attack on the Mahayana was actually ineffective. This Mei Xuanxiang is not hiding his strength. Shangren Liuguan did not dare to take the enemy lightly at the moment, as he sensed Chen Yang's unusualness. Immediately, he condensed all of his true qi and performed his feats with a weird aura. A black aura instantly wrapped Chen Yang. The black qi fed on the opponent's true qi, eating it and surging into the opponent's dantian. The enemy must die. Chen Yang smiled faintly. It's just looking bluff. With a swing of the true qi, the black qi dissipated without a trace. The strongest strike of Lord Flowing Light was easily cracked. What? The pupils of Lord Flowing Light shrunk, and there was already sweat on his head. You can only pretend to be calm in front of this crowd. This seat is known as Lord Flowing Light. Do you know why? Because this seat can reverse the flow of true qi around my body. My true qi is endless and will never run out. After saying the words he was surrounded by streams of light that spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye the consumed true qi returned as much as it could. Chen Yang raised his eyelids. That's it? This crap is a stunt? Let's show you a real stunt. After saying that, Chen Yang's transitional true qi swung violently. The faces of everyone present changed. This is a transitional cultivation? Chapter 44, don't you realize that something has been added to the wine? Everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Transitional cultivation. Mei Xuanxiang was a transitional cultivation. How is this possible? What kind of gongfu did he use that he could actually raise his cultivation level? Confused. Where in the world there is such a feat? Mei Xuanxiang has been suppressing the realm just. For a moment, the crowd was stunned. Chen Yang sneered. You were the one who hit me earlier. Now it's my turn to hit you. True qi swept through the air before the flowing light realist could react. Straight to dust. Chen Yang was now wearing Mei Xuanxiang's vest, and the many gongfu abilities on his body could not be performed. One can only choose this purest way to deal with the enemy. Lord Flowing Light died so easily. The whole hall was silent. I can't believe I just died. Even if Mei Xuanxiang had been hiding his strength and he was a transitional cultivation, but Lord Flowing Light was likewise at the transitional cultivation level. Transition versus transition. There was no amazing fight. Streamlight Shangren died so silently. Chen Yang stood on the high platform and took the initiative to speak. Gentlemen, as you can all see, I'm just expressing my love for Xian Luo. This Streamlight Supreme then provoked me, and I really had no choice but to kill him. But killing is killing. There's nothing to it. If any of you are not convinced, you can come up and avenge him. This statement was made. There was silence down there. The Mahayana stage cannot beat the transition stage. Show your head in seconds. Go up is to send ahead. The ones in the transitional stage all took it as a spectacle. No one wanted to get involved in this. Many people couldn't help but complain in their hearts for Lord Flowing Light. Well, according to you, Mei Xuanxiang, you're not wrong at all. You molested someone's fiancé in front of them. They came over to teach you a lesson. But in the end it was his fault, wasn't it? Xian, whose brow stretched, opened his mouth. Now that it's over, there's nothing more to say. The upper man of Lu Guang's skill is not good enough, so he lost and died. He turned his head to Xian Luo. Daughter, do you have a crush on this Mei Xuanxiang? As Lord Liu Guang is dead, would it be alright if I betroth you to Mei Xuanxiang? All at father's service. Xian Luo originally had a crush on Mei Xuanxiang. Plus, he was already at the transitional cultivation level at this moment. With such a cultivation realm, there wasn't a single power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands that wouldn't think about pulling in. Now that Lord Flowing Light was dead, it would be loss maximization to reject him again. Chen Yang smiled faintly, said in a loud voice, the eyes will soon be united to exterminate the devil Lu Ruyan. The matter of marriage cannot be Tota. How about today? Today? Xian Luo listened with a burst of joy. How much did Mei Lang have to love her to be in such a hurry to get married? She looked at Mei Xuanxiang with starlight in her eyes at the thought. Xian, who laughed out loud. Good. I had already prepared a banquet. And today I have a good son-in-law. Today all of you Dao friends are gathered here. Today let's have a good drink. Tomorrow we'll go to the eastern continent together. Exterminate Lu Ruyan. And avenge the hundreds of millions of living beings who died. Ruyan Lu was confused by the series of maneuvers. Master, what the hell are you doing? Why am I a little confused? How come you're getting married for a good reason? Willow didn't understand, but she was greatly shocked. It was unclear what exactly Chen Yang wanted to do. Chen Yang smiled faintly. Apprentice, I'm passing on your social experience. Those that can be suppressed by force. Suppress them directly by force. What takes a bit of effort to suppress by force? It's time to use ploys. You watch. With Xian Hu's command, the men below then began to set up the wedding feast. Chen Yang and Xian Luo also both shut up in a big red happy outfit. Because of today's special circumstances, the happy event was also directly simplified. Night. In the middle of Xian Luo's wedding room, she was dressed in a workman's uniform with a red cap over her head. Her cheeks were blushing and her whole body was in a state of great excitement. The door to the room opened. Chen Yang slowly entered from the outside. Marang. Xian Luo called out softly. Chen Yang walked in front of her, barely hesitating for a second, directly applying a killing move. 5-finger whole heart sword. Xian Luo had no time to exclaim, and his only remaining consciousness looked down, only to see a bloody hole stabbed through his chest. You, why are you? Before the words were out of her mouth, she fell headfirst onto the bed. No breath. She's dead. Ah. Ruyan Lu froze. She never expected Master to suddenly kill Xian Luo. Why? It simply makes no sense. Originally, Ruyan Lu guessed that Master might be thinking about women, It ended up killing the other guy right off the bat. This is just too atrocious. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. What's all the fuss about? She is the daughter of Xian Hu, who is the organizer of the Demon Execution Alliance. That is, our enemies. Killing the daughter of an enemy is supposed to be the right thing to do. If you don't kill her today, the next day, she'll kill you. Just tell me if you kill it or not. It does sound like it should be killed. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly burned Xian Luo's corpse into ashes. She's a beautiful woman, but she's on the wrong path. Chen Yang walked out of her boudoir and arrived at the banquet hall. Half of the people who have crossed the threshold are here. It's a good time to push the glass. The people present were all cultivators with high cultivation, and it was better to befriend them than to offend them. Chen Yang walked up to the crowd wearing a red dress. Xian, who saw him, greeted tightly. Idol son-in-law, come over and have a drink. Xian, who was very enthusiastic. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is honored, and those who are strong can be respected everywhere. Xian, who could see that this Mason Xiang had an unlimited future. Chen Yang received the wine cup and smiled faintly. When you really want to raise your glass and drink, your finger can have to poke forward. Whoosh! The slender fingers plunged directly into Xian Hu's chest. Xian Hu's pupils shrank, and his reaction was considered timely, as he flung his true qi and immediately protected his heart. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. The change came out of nowhere and stunned everyone in the room. What the hell is going on here? Why did Mei Xianxiang make a move on Xian Hu? Xian Hu gasped. You, Mei Xuanxiang, I've already married my daughter to you. Why are you doing this? Chen Yan laughed. You ask me why? Aren't you going to kill this seat? This seat is just using a little bit of means in advance. After saying that, he revealed his original body, his terrifying aura no longer concealed. When the crowd saw him, they just felt like they were hammered in the head. This is Ruyan Lu. All of them were greatly shocked. No one would have thought that Ruyan Lu would actually have the guts to come to Sky Island posing as a bystander. The moment Chen Yang revealed what he really was, everyone took out their weapons and looked at him warily. Chen Yang smiled faintly. I advise you to save your breath. Since this seat has revealed its true form, it has prepared for everything. Didn't you guys realize the wine was spiked? Chapter 45. So what if the immortals come? Poison. It's poison. The faces of all the ferrying powers present changed. Each one felt the air and blood rising up, and they couldn't breathe well. A transitional cultivator can already be considered an earthly immortal. At such a realm, ordinary poisons couldn't do anything to them. Even if you eat the poison as if it were a jelly bean, it won't affect you half as much. So Chen Yang definitely couldn't use normal poison. He used a woman's heart. As the saying goes, the most poisonous woman's heart. This poison enters the body. Medicine and stone are hard to cure. Last time in the Dragon Palace, Chen Yang had used the woman's heart poison to poison over a group of dragons. This time, he took the second step in the plum. And again, he applied a hot hand, stepped ahead and put a large amount of woman's heart poison in the crowd's meal. Once today is over, I'm afraid that 90% of the powerful people who have crossed over from the 9 heavens and 10 lands will be gone. Ruyan Lu, you big devil. What an evil heart. Ruyan Lu, you despicable villain. What kind of poison did you give us? Hurry up and give me the antidote, and I'll still let you keep your body intact in a while. Or else, I'll definitely make you beg for your life, and beg for your death. If I die in your hands today, I won't let you go even as a ghost. The group of transitional cultivators present exerted various means to resist the spread of the toxicity of the woman's heart poison. But can the so-called most poisonous be blocked just by saying so? This poison can spread along the true qi. With the toxicity running into the dantian, even a great god would have to die. Chen Yang stood with his arms folded. Look at the group in front of you. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Interesting, really interesting. This seat has no enmity with you, yet you want to crusade against me? I merely made the first move, and as a result, you guys are calling me despicable and shameless? Are you worthy? When Chen Yang poisoned, he only poisoned cultivators at the transitional juncture stage. After all, it's easy to get caught if you move too much. Furthermore, cultivators below the transitional stage were not worthy of him to poison them. They're just a bunch of ants. Why don't they just stomp them to death? What's the point of drugging? Fellow Taoists, there are so many of us. There's no need to be afraid of him. Let's kill this Ruyan Lu together. Get rid of the demons and defend the way. This very day, a Jindan stage cultivator shouted. The surrounding circle of Jindan, Yuaning, and harmonization stage cultivators responded accordingly. Normally, a cultivator of this realm would have his legs and stomach trembling in the face of a transitional robbery powerhouse just by looking at him. But at the moment, there are too many of them. When there's a lot of people, it gives them a sense of, well, not being afraid. Can you win with more people? Shen Yang was just about to make his move. When Ruyan Lu saw this group of people, she immediately felt her heart was not in it. It's mostly just too many people. After being taught by her master for so long, she didn't care so much about killing a few random people. But it's different now. In the 10 places of the 9 states, almost all the cultivators were concentrated here. That's if they're all killed. Wouldn't the number of people who cultivate immortality in this world become pitifully small in the future? Master, why don't we let them off the hook? It's not good to kill all these people, is it, Chen Yang? So what? If we kill them now, it's not like there won't be any immortal cultivators in the future. It's not a rare animal. Just kill it. Today he wants to kill you, and you kindly let him go. Tomorrow you'll be killed by him, and you'll say whether you're wronged or not, and whether you deserve to live or not. Ruyan Lu scratched his head. That does seem to be the case. Then no. With a wave of Chen Yang's hand, a large portion of the souls of the cultivators who had just clamored were destroyed. The remaining half, eyes glazed over. It's well known. The higher the cultivation level, the more reluctant you are to make a move. This also led to the fact that the lower level cultivators didn't know just how terrifying a ferrying powerhouse was. But now they know. Nemas, the effects caused by a transitional throne, even if it was just a casual wave, were terrifying. How the hell are we supposed to fight? You're telling me there's an alternative to surrendering? The answer is no. Great Emperor Ruyan, we were wrong. Please leave us alive. After saying this, all the people were about to fall to their knees in unison. If only God would give them a chance to start over. Definitely stay out of this. The crowd's knees were still on the ground. Chen Yang casually waved his hand, and a whirlwind wrapped in white flames blew by, and in an instant, they were reduced to flying ash. Ruyan Lu, don't be too angry. We are not poisoned by you. More than half of the transiting people did not eat the meal at the banquet. Nature is not poisoned. But what does that matter? Chen Yang did not care about this. Facing 100 transits, he might still be a bit nervous. But 50, what's the point of being nervous? Say, do you intend to fight one-on-one or in a group? When the crowd heard this, cold sweat broke out on their heads. They had seen Chen Yang's methods before. It's comparable to a true god, and he has almost no mercy. Even when he knelt before him, he was unmoved. Ruyan Lu, big deal. We'll die together. The many transitional cultivators looked at each other like they had made some kind of decision. Chen Yang was invincible under immortals. But what if we meet an immortal? They are, at this moment, about to travel against the heavens and come to the heavenly gate to welcome the immortals down to earth. Borrow the power of the immortals to exterminate Ruyan Lu. The crowd combined their efforts, and the massive true chi shot straight up into the sky. Spiritual power fluctuations swept through the heavens and earth. The transitional cultivators present looked like they had been drained of their strength. Each one prostrated himself. A breath that descended from the sky locked Chen Yang straight. Ruyan Lu panicked, her face bloodless. The body can't help but shiver. Master, it's the immortals. It's an immortal. At the moment she was not only alarmed, but at the same time a little regretful. If it wasn't for Master, I'm afraid she would have gotten up and dropped. And now I can't believe I haven't paid my respects to my master yet. Now that the immortals have descended, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. She instantly fell to her knees at the thought. Master, take a bow from me. Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged. Say a paragraph with me. Ruyan Lu was confused, but nodded. Chen Yang said indifferently. With the collapse of the heavenly Tao, I, Ruyan Lu, have only one division. It can move mountains, break rivers, pour down seas, subdue demons, subdue devils, kill gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the heavens. Ruyan Lu solemnly repeated this. With the collapse of the heavenly Tao, I, Ruyan Lu, have only one division. It can move mountains, break rivers, pour down seas, subdue demons, subdue devils, kill gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the heavens. Chen Yang smiled faintly. It feels good to pretend. The smile tightened, and he had a sword in his hand at some point. The blade swept, not far away. The people who had crossed the threshold died as much as they could. They had exhausted their true chi to come to the heavenly gate to allow the heavenly immortals to descend to earth, and they were already at the end of their strength, so they didn't even have the strength to taunt Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked up to the sky. The sword points to the sky. The pressure was naturally not comparable to that of an immortal, but it was incomparably sharp. I am all but invincible on earth, against whom I will not fight with heaven. Apprentice, watch this. Today, Master will lead you to kill immortals.